Mistletoe Rodeo by Tyler Walker.
Trying to get into the holiday spirit?
Well, not Jasmine. She just wants to do her job.
But then a rich, successful man comes along. Isn't that always the story?
Not this time, baby. He may be rich, but Brian can't get this girl to do what any of the others are begging for.
Tired of you two being a buzzkill when things start to get spicy?
Get the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com and get 40% off with code SAVE40.
Take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more free full audiobooks.
You're listening to Tyler Walker's Mistletoe Rodeo. Chapter 1. Jasmine. The spotlights cast harsh shadows across the marble floor as I scan the ballroom, marking off items on my clipboard. My back aches, but I straighten my posture, refusing to show any weakness. Those arrangements need to be exactly 6 inches from the edge of each table. I call out to the florist assistants. The photographers will notice if they're not uniform. Yes, Miss Caldwell. They scramble to adjust the white orchids and roses. My assistant Marcus hurries over, his tablet in hand. The lighting crew wants to know if you'd prefer warm or cool tones for the runway segment. Cool. We want the model's makeup to pop under the lights. I gesture toward the ceiling. And dim these overheads by 20%. The ambient lighting needs to complement the spotlights, not compete with them. The baby stretches, and I press a hand to my side, disguising the movement by pretending to check my phone. No one at this event knows about my pregnancy yet. My carefully tailored black pantsuit still conceals my small bump. The caterers are asking about the timing for the appetizer service, Marcus says. Tell them to hold until after the first runway segment. We can't risk any spills on the floor before the models walk. I make another note on my clipboard and make sure the champagne servers know to offer me sparkling water without making it obvious. I don't need any questions today. A crash echoes from the kitchen entrance, and I spin around, my heels clicking against the floor. Marcus? On it, he says, already moving toward the sound. I tap my earpiece. Status report on the sound check? Almost done, just balancing the levels, comes the reply. Good. I want a final test in 20 minutes. I stride toward the stage, watching the technicians adjust the lighting grid above. Everything has to be perfect. This show could make or break several designers' careers, and my reputation along with them. No, the centerpieces need to be taller. We want elegance, not clutter, I say, watching the florist's assistant shift nervously. Add in the crystal risers. They're in the supply room. But Miss Caldwell. The budget, she starts. I cut her off with a raised hand. The budget accounts for them. This is the fashion event of the season. Everything needs to be perfect. The assistant scurries off while I examine the nearest table arrangement. The winter-themed arrangements are exquisite. Fire and ice roses surrounded by lush sprigs of holly and ivy. But they're drowning in the massive round tables. My fingertips brush against an elegant red ribbon running through the foliage. Absolutely perfect. Marcus appears at my elbow. One of the designers is here early. She's asking about the dance floor placement. Of course she is. I straighten my jacket. Tell her I'll be right there, and make sure they use all the risers. I don't want to see any variations in height. Got it. Oh, and the lighting crew finished the preset programs. Good. Run through them again after the centerpieces are adjusted. I need to see how the crystals will catch the light. The baby kicks again, stronger this time. I press my palm against the side of my belly, hidden behind my clipboard. 5 more hours until the reception. I can handle this. I swallow a wave of nausea, tucking a stray strand of hair back into my severe bun, determined not to let my discomfort show. And Marcus, have someone bring me a protein bar. The fancy kind from my emergency kit, not the vending machine ones. already in my pocket. He pulls out the bar with a knowing smile. Can't have you passing out before the first dance. You're getting a raise. I snatch the bar and tuck it into my jacket. Now, where's Mrs. Winters? Let's tackle this dance floor situation. Mrs. Winters hovers near the dance floor, her designer heels tapping an impatient rhythm. I intercept her before she can terrorize my staff further. The placement is perfect, I say, gesturing to the marked area. We've calculated the exact square footage needed for your 300 guests. But what about the ice sculpture? Won't it take up too much space? The dimensions have been factored in. I pull up the 3D rendering on my tablet. See? The fountain will be here, creating a natural flow between the appetizer and dancing areas. The baby shifts again, and I subtly adjust my stance. Even my own child needs to learn that mommy runs a tight ship. I suppose. Mrs. Winters peers at the screen. But what if, trust me, I keep my voice firm but warm. Every detail has been planned, timed, and triple-checked. This holiday fashion show will be flawless. Marcus appears with another clipboard. The DJ needs your sign-off on the schedule. One moment. I turn back to Mrs. Winters. Would you like to see the lighting demo? We've programmed special effects for each phase of the event. Well, yes, actually. Perfect. Marcus will show you while I handle this. I pass her off smoothly, maintaining my practiced smile until she's out of earshot. My phone buzzes. 3 new emails, 2 texts from vendors, and a calendar reminder for tomorrow's doctor's appointment. I silence them all. Right now, this event demands my complete attention. Everything else can wait. The DJ's timeline needs minor adjustments. He's left too much space between the fashion show and the start of the reception. Amateur mistake. I make the corrections, each mark of my pen precise and deliberate. Control isn't just about managing others. It's about managing myself. Every step, every word, every decision must be calculated. One slip, and everything could unravel. I learned that lesson years ago, and this baby won't change that. I stride toward the catering setup, my clipboard at the ready. The hors d'oeuvres need to be... The words die in my throat as a wave of garlic hits me. My stomach lurches, and I clamp my lips shut. One of the servers walks past with a food container, trailing that nauseating aroma. Miss Caldwell. About the timing for the... Marcus starts. I thrust my clipboard at him, pressing my hand over my mouth. The marble floor seems to tilt beneath my feet as I spin around, searching for the nearest restroom. Are you... I wave him off, my heels clicking rapidly against the floor as I power walk toward the bathroom. The scent follows me, clinging to my nostrils, each breath making my stomach roll harder. Hold all questions. I manage to call over my shoulder, maintaining what dignity I can as I push through the restroom door. The garlic smell intensifies in the enclosed space. Someone must have eaten in here earlier. My stomach heaves. The stall door bangs against the wall as I rush inside. Jasmine? Marcus's voice carries through the door. Should I call someone? No. I grip the toilet bowl, my carefully arranged hair falling forward. Just handle the caterers. 5 minutes. The baby's doing somersaults again, as if protesting the sudden movement. Great. Even my unborn child is giving me attitude. There's ginger ale in your emergency kit, he says. I'll have it ready. The sound of his footsteps retreats as another wave of nausea crashes over me. So much for my perfectly scheduled day. Cold water splashes against my face, and I grip the marble countertop, steadying myself. The bathroom's fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows under my eyes as I examine my reflection. My dark skin has taken on an ashen undertone, and loose strands have escaped my usually perfect bun. A knock at the door makes me straighten. Miss Caldwell? It's Marcus again. I've got your ginger ale. Leave it by the door. My voice echoes against the tile. I'll be out in 2 minutes. I smooth my hands over my black pantsuit, pausing at my abdomen. The bump is barely noticeable. Most would mistake it for a big lunch. Dr. Peterson keeps saying I should be showing more by now, that I need to gain weight. But I've got 3 more major events this month. The less questions, the better. The baby shifts, a gentle flutter rather than the earlier kicks. Not now, little one, I whisper, pressing my palm against the spot. Mommy's got an event to run. My phone buzzes. Another reminder for tomorrow's appointment. I silence it without looking. One crisis at a time. The sink's automatic sensor triggers again as I lean forward to fix my makeup. My concealer's still perfect. Thank God for waterproof formulas, but my lipstick needs touching up. That high-maintenance designer is asking for you, Marcus calls through the door. Tell her I'm reviewing the lighting cues. I reapply my lipstick with practiced precision. And get rid of whoever was eating garlic in here. I don't care if they're union, they're gone. Already handled? But the designer... 2 minutes, Marcus. I tuck the loose strands back into place, securing them with another pin. The world won't end if Mrs. Winters has to wait. Hours later, my silk sheets whisper against my skin as I collapse into bed, every muscle aching from the day's marathon event. The show was perfect. Of course it was. But my body demands rest. The baby seems to agree, settling into a peaceful stillness as I drift off. The dream starts slowly. Warmth spreads across my skin as familiar hands trace the curve of my hip, sliding up my waist. Brian's touch ignites memories I've tried so hard to suppress. His fingers trail along my collarbone, and I arch into his caress. I've missed you, he murmurs against my neck, his breath hot against my skin. Our lips meet, and the kiss deepens with an intensity that steals my breath. His tongue slides against mine, tasting of whiskey and desire. My fingers tangle in his dark hair as he presses me into the mattress. Tell me you want this, he growls, nipping at my earlobe. Yes, I gasp, wrapping my legs around his waist. Our bodies move together in a desperate rhythm, his muscled form pinning me beneath him. Every touch sets my nerves on fire. His hands grip my thighs, pulling me closer as we chase our pleasure. The world narrows to just us. Just this moment of pure, unrestrained passion. Jasmine, he groans, and the sound of my name on his lips sends electricity down my spine. I jolt awake, my silk sheets tangled around my legs. The phantom sensation of Brian's touch lingers on my skin, making me shiver despite the warm night air. My heart pounds against my ribs as if trying to escape. This is ridiculous, I mutter, pressing my palms against my eyes. The ceiling fan whirs above, its steady rhythm doing nothing to calm my racing pulse. The baby stirs, probably disturbed by my sudden awakening. I press a hand to my stomach, trying to steady my breathing. Sorry, little one. Mommy's just having a moment. My phone glows on the nightstand. 3:47 a.m. Great. Another sleepless night courtesy of hormones and whatever that dream was. The memory of Brian's hands on my body, his lips against my neck, sends another wave of heat through me. No! I throw off the covers and swing my legs over the side of the bed. We are not doing this. But my body betrays me, still humming with desire. I pace the length of my bedroom, the plush carpet muffling my steps. This is just pregnancy hormones. It has to be. There's no other logical explanation for dreaming about the one man who could completely derail my carefully planned life. The one man who doesn't know he's about to become a father. Stop it, I command myself, bracing my hands against my dresser. My reflection stares back at me, hair wild from sleep, eyes too bright. You do not need him. You've never needed anyone. The baby jabs me in the ribs as if disagreeing. Don't you start, I whisper, rubbing small circles over my bump. We're doing just fine on our own. But the memory of his touch refuses to fade, and sleep remains frustratingly out of reach. Why the hell did that just happen? Again?
Chapter 2. Brian. The numbers dance across the screen, but my mind keeps drifting. 6 months. It's been 6 months since that night with Jasmine, and I can't shake the memory of her soft skin under my fingers. As you can see, sir, the projections for the third quarter. Got the crap mark. I tap my Mont Blanc pen against the polished mahogany. Tell me about the protests. The conference room falls silent. My team exchanges nervous glances. The LED lights cast harsh shadows across their faces, highlighting their discomfort. Well? I lean forward, my custom Italian suit stretching across my shoulders. Sarah clears her throat. 300 people showed up yesterday. They're calling us vultures. Vultures who provided fair market value for every property. The words taste bitter in my mouth. What else? Local news picked it up. Mark swipes through his tablet. They interviewed Mrs. Rodriguez. She's lived there 40 years, raised 5 kids, and received a check that could buy her a mansion in the suburbs. The pen snaps in my grip, ink staining my fingers. Next. Sir, Sarah's voice wavers. The PR team suggests a community outreach program. Maybe if we showed a more human side. We're not here to be human. We're here to build. The ink spreads across my thumb like a bruise. The Skylines project goes forward as planned. But the families... I don't care about the noise. The project is moving forward. My voice cuts through the conference room like a blade of ice. The words hang in the air, heavy and final. Mark shifts in his seat, his tablet sliding across the polished table. But sir, the media coverage... Did I stutter? I stand, straightening my cuffs. The ink from the broken pen has stained my fingers black. We bought those properties fair and square. Every tenant got way above market value. The optics, Sarah starts. The optics. A harsh laugh escapes me. The optics are that we're revitalizing a dying neighborhood, creating jobs, building something that matters. I pace the length of the conference room, my reflection fractured across the floor-to-ceiling windows. Downtown spreads below us, a maze of steel and glass I've helped shape. My empire. But no buts. I turn back to face my team. Draft a press release, highlight the jobs, the economic impact, the future we're building, that's all. The silence in the room is absolute. No one moves. No one breathes. Their stares fuel me. The silence stretches thick with tension, but this is where I thrive. This boardroom, these decisions, they're what I was built for. I want those press releases on my desk by tomorrow morning. I straighten my Rolex, the metal cool against my skin. And get me the latest property valuations for Phase 2. Yes, sir, Sarah mumbles, her fingers flying across her tablet. Mark clears his throat. The community center will be demolished as scheduled. The words cut through the air like steel. Unless you'd prefer to explain to our shareholders why we're hemorrhaging money to preserve a building that's literally falling apart? Claudia stands, her Hermes scarf a splash of color against her black suit. The rumors are affecting our shares. We need to do something to clean up the image. My jaw tightens. She's good at her job. Too good sometimes. What's your suggestion? Kiss babies and hand out lollipops? That's what you PR types live for, right? Claudia smooths her scarf, a calculated gesture I've seen 1,000 times. What about a charity? Something big for Christmas? It's right around the corner, after all. My fingers drum against the polished wood as I consider it. The rhythm matches my heartbeat, Steady. Controlled. A charity event could work. Show the softer side of Sinclair Developments without compromising our position. Fine. Make it happen. I turn to Joshua, who's already typing on his tablet. Handle the logistics. Budget's not an issue, but I want results. Mark interjects, his voice hesitant. There's this event planner everyone's talking about, Jasmine Caldwell. She did the Thompson wedding last month, and that tech conference at... The drumming stops. My fingers freeze mid-tap. 6 months of carefully constructed walls threaten to crumble at the mere mention of her name. She's the best in the city, Claudia adds. Her waiting list is months long, but with your name... No. The word cuts through the air like a blade. But, sir... I said no. My voice drops an octave, a warning they all recognize. Find someone else. Sarah shifts in her chair. The thing is, she's known for handling impossible deadlines. And with Christmas only weeks away... Oh, are you all suddenly deaf? I stand, my chair rolling back. I don't care if she can pull miracles out of thin air. Find someone else. The conference room falls silent. They don't understand. Can't understand. How could they? They don't know about that night 6 months ago. Don't know how her skin felt under my fingers. How her laugh still echoes in my dreams. The memory hits like a shot of aged whiskey. Smooth at first, then burning through my veins. Jasmine Caldwell. That night 6 months ago plays in my mind with crystal clarity. Sir? Sarah's voice snaps me back to the present. Should I compile a list of other event planners? I loosen my tie, the silk suddenly too tight against my throat. My entire team watches me with bated breath as I struggle with the ghost of Jasmine's touch. The way she'd moved beneath me, all fire and grace. Her lips trailing down my neck, her fingers digging into my shoulders. I grab my phone, pulling up her contact information. No calls, no texts, nothing since that night when she'd slipped out of my bed before dawn, leaving nothing but the lingering scent of her perfume on my sheets. My thumb hovers over her number. 6 months of radio silence. 6 months of wondering why she disappeared so completely, when everything between us had felt so... Damn it. I slam the phone down, and the city sprawls below my window, a concrete jungle I've helped build. I own half the skyline, control billions in assets. But I can't get one woman out of my head. Can't forget how she'd laughed when I'd told her my worst jokes, how she'd challenged every assumption I'd made about her over dinner. The phone buzzes. Another notification about the protests. I ignore it, lost in the memory of her skin against mine, the way she'd whispered my name in the dark. 6 months. She's been everywhere and nowhere. Her name on every society page, her events, the talk of the city. But she might as well be a ghost for all I've seen of her. The meeting drones on, but my mind keeps circling back to her. My fingers tap an irregular rhythm on the conference table, the ink stain a stark reminder of my loss of control. The zoning permits for the east side. Mark's voice fades into background noise. Screw it. I've spent 6 months trying to forget her. 6 months building walls that crumble at the mere mention of her name. Time to face this head on. Joshua! My voice cuts through Mark's presentation. The room falls silent. Joshua's head snaps up from his tablet. Yes, sir? Set up a meeting with Jasmine Caldwell. But you just said... I know what I said. The words come out like steel. Make it happen. Sarah's pen clatters to the floor. Claudia's perfectly manicured fingers freeze mid-type. The tension in the room thickens. When would you like... Today. Tomorrow at the latest. I straighten my tie, ignoring the tremor in my hands. Whatever it takes. Joshua nods, already typing. And if she says she's booked, then unbook her. I stand, buttoning my jacket. Tell her it's about a charity event. Christmas, a big budget. Whatever gets her through that door. Yes, sir. Joshua's fingers fly across his tablet. And if she specifically declines to work with Sinclair Developments? The question hits like a punch to the gut. Would she? After that night, after everything? She won't. The words come out harder than intended. Just get it done. Meeting adjourned. I stand, my voice cutting through the lingering tension. The team scurries out like mice fleeing a sinking ship, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Alone at last with my thoughts, I walk to the window overlooking my empire. The city stretches before me, a concrete canvas I've shaped with steel and glass. But right now, all I can see is her face, the way she looked that night in the soft glow of the restaurant lights. Sir? Joshua lingers in the doorway. I've sent the meeting request to Miss Caldwell's office. My fingers trace the ink stain on my hand. And? Her assistant says she's reviewing it. He hesitates. Should I push harder? No. The word comes out sharper than intended. Let her come to us. After Joshua leaves, I loosen my tie and pour myself 2 fingers of scotch. The amber liquid catches the afternoon light, but I don't drink it. Instead, I remember how Jasmine had sipped her wine that night, leaving perfect lipstick prints on the glass. The way she tilted her head back, exposing the elegant line of her throat. The sound of her laugh when I'd made that stupid joke about architects. 6 months. What will she look like now? Will her eyes still flash with that defiant spark when she argues? Will she still bite her lower lip when she's thinking? Will she still have that commanding presence that drew every eye in the room? Damn, I shouldn't be thinking about her like this. Not when there's so much at stake. My phone buzzes. Joshua's text reads, "Meeting confirmed. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. My jaw clenches as I read the words again, making sure they're real. The scotch burns going down, but it doesn't steady my hands. Tomorrow. 24 hours until I see the woman who's haunted my dreams for 6 months. The woman who walked away without a word, taking a piece of me with her. I've built empires, closed billion-dollar deals, but somehow the thought of facing her makes me feel like I'm losing control. And control is everything in my world. Or at least, it was until her.
Chapter 3. Jasmine. The glossy pages of the magazine slip through my fingers, but I'm not reading a single word. My mind keeps drifting back to that dream, to Brian's hands, his lips. No, stop it. I shake my head, trying to focus on the article about nursery designs. Spill it, Elaine says, nudging my arm with her bony elbow. You've been weird all morning, and don't think I haven't noticed you haven't touched your phone once. I'm sitting in an OBGYN's waiting room. That's pretty weird in itself. I shift uncomfortably in the hard plastic chair, trying to find a position that doesn't make my back ache. Please, you're practically radiating tension, and not the regular I'm growing a human kind. She narrows her eyes at me. That look she gets when she knows she's onto something. This is different. I close the magazine with more force than necessary, pressing my palm against my small bump. I feel a sharp pain in my pelvis, as if my child is agreeing with Elaine, making me catch my breath. These little movements still surprise me every time. Just work stress. The Morrison wedding is driving me crazy. I call bull on that one. Elaine leans closer, her designer perfume tickling my nose as she lowers her voice to barely above a whisper. You had another dream about him, didn't you? How did you get this look, like you're both angry and turned on at the same time? I do not. My fingers drum against the armrest. The waiting room suddenly feels too warm, too cramped. You totally do. Was it steamy? Can we not discuss my dirty dreams in public? An elderly woman across from us peers over her magazine, and I sink deeper into my chair. You ever think about settling down? You know, for the baby's sake? Elaine asks, nudging me playfully. Lord knows you don't need anyone. My hands tighten around the magazine. For the baby's sake, what's that supposed to mean? You know exactly what I mean. Elaine shifts in her chair, crossing her legs. A baby needs both parents. A baby needs love and stability. I can provide both. And what about the father? Don't you think he deserves to know? I cut her off, keeping my voice low. The man who buys and sells buildings like they're trading cards, who displaces entire communities without a second thought. I reach down, rubbing my growing bump protectively. I've seen how he operates. Everything's a transaction to him. You can't know that for sure. People aren't always what they seem on the surface. Stop it. Look, I've built my life on my terms. My company, my rules, my choices. This baby, same thing. And you're okay with that? Really? I stiffen, my fingers tightening on the magazine. I don't need a man, Elaine. I've got this under control. Right, because that's working out so well. Elaine gestures at my white-knuckled grip on the magazine. You're wound tighter than a spring. I run multi-million-dollar events without breaking a sweat. I think I can handle a baby. Elaine leans forward, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Come on, Jazz, there's got to be someone. What about the baby's father? You've never talked about him. My throat tightens. Images of Brian flash through my mind. His commanding presence in that hotel bar, the way his fingers traced patterns on my skin, how his green eyes darkened when... There's nothing to mention. I straighten my spine, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from my dress. It was one night. Ancient history. One night? You? Elaine's eyebrows shoot up. Miss, I need a detailed 5-year plan had a one-night stand? Can we drop it? The baby punches again, harder this time. Even my own child seems to be protesting my lies. No way. This is juicy. Do I know him? My hands clench around the magazine, crinkling its glossy pages. If she knew, if anyone knew, it would be everywhere. Brian Sinclair, the ruthless real estate mogul, and his pregnant one-night stand. The headlines write themselves. He's nobody, I say, my voice clipped. Just a man I met at a bar. Must have been some bar. And some man. Elaine studies my face. You're holding something back. I sigh, my growing impatience with this conversation evident. What's the point of having someone hold my hand? I don't need him. I don't need anyone. The words come out sharper than intended, but I'm tired of justifying my choices. I rest my hands on my belly. It's smaller than most women at 6 months, but the ultrasound tech assured me last time that everything's developing normally. My fingers trace the subtle curve. Despite all my declarations of independence, despite the complicated mess with Brian, my heart swells with an overwhelming love for this tiny being growing inside me. This child is mine, my choice, my future. A flutter beneath my palm stops my racing thoughts. Another soft kick like butterfly wings grounds me in the present moment. Hey there, little one, I whisper, rubbing gentle circles where I felt the movement. Just you and me, okay? That's all we need. The baby jabs me again, stronger this time, as if responding to my voice. These quiet moments, when it's just us, make everything else fade away. The stress, the doubts, even those lingering thoughts of Brian that I can't seem to shake. Elaine, I'll promise you this. This baby won't lack anything. I'll raise her alone, and she'll be better off for it. My voice carries more conviction than I feel, but I straighten my spine and meet Elaine's skeptical gaze. Her? Elaine's eyebrows shoot up. You know something I don't? Just a feeling. I rest my hand on my bump, feeling another flutter of movement. Besides, look at my track record. I built my company from scratch, turned it into the go-to name for luxury events. I think I can handle raising a child. Nobody's questioning your capabilities, Jazz. Elaine's voice softens. But there's a difference between running a business and raising a child alone. Yeah, the business is harder. I check my phone, willing the nurse to call my name. At least babies don't try to change the flower arrangements an hour before the event. You're deflecting. I'm being practical. I've already lined up the best pediatrician in the city. The nursery's being decorated next week. I've researched every childcare option within a 20-mile radius. And what about when she asks about her father? The question hits like a punch to the gut. I swallow hard, thinking of Brian's face splashed across the business section of every newspaper, his latest project pushing out another neighborhood of families. I'll tell her the truth, that I chose to have her on my own. That's not the whole truth, though, is it? It's enough. My fingers curl around the armrest. The truth is, I'm giving her something better than a father who will likely never meet her. Elaine shifts forward, her eyes searching mine. Come on, Jazz. You're not going to tell me anything about him? The memory of my father slams into me, late nights waiting by the window, Mom's tears, the constant stream of broken promises. No, it's better this way. My father wasn't exactly a role model, and I'm not going to risk another man like him in my life. Not all men are like your father, Jazz. You didn't watch your mother work 3 jobs while he gambled away our savings. The words taste bitter on my tongue. Or sit through every parent-teacher conference alone because he was too busy chasing his next get-rich-quick scheme. That's your father. This guy is not exactly an upstanding member of society. I smooth my hand over my belly, feeling another gentle kick. At least my father only ruined one family at a time. Jasmine, don't. My voice cuts through the air like steel. I watched my mother lose herself trying to fix a man who didn't want to be fixed. I won't do that to myself, and I definitely won't do it to my child. The nurse calls my name, but I'm frozen in my seat. My father's face flashes through my mind that night when he came home, reeking of whiskey and rage. I was 12, hiding under my bed while he screamed at Mom about the electricity being cut off. Again. You spent the bill money on booze and poker? Mom's voice cracked that night. How could you? Don't question me. I'm the head of this household. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block out the memory of shattering glass, of Mom's quiet sobs afterward. Jazz? Elaine touches my arm. You okay? Yeah. I push myself up from the chair, one hand supporting my small bump. Just remembering something. Your dad again? I nod, walking toward the nurse. You know what he said to me when I got my first job? Hand over your paycheck. You live under my roof. You follow my rules. The words still taste like acid. I was 15, working at that ice cream shop downtown. What did you do? Opened a secret bank account. Started saving. I paused at the exam room door. The day I turned 18, I walked out with everything I owned in 2 garbage bags. Never looked back. And now look at you. Elaine gestures to my designer dress, my successful career. Exactly. I straighten my shoulders, protective instincts surging through me. My child will never know what it's like to feel that powerless. To watch someone control every aspect of their life through fear and manipulation. I rest my hand over my side protectively, making a silent promise. No one, not my father, not Brian, not anyone, will ever have that kind of power over us. The baby pushes on my abdomen again, harder this time, as if protesting my words. I press my palm against the spot, trying to soothe both of us. "Miss Caldwell?" A nurse appears in the doorway, clipboard in hand. "The doctor will see you now." I stand gathering my purse. "This conversation is over, Elaine. I mean it. Not another word."
Chapter 4. Brian. I tap my fingers against the mahogany desk, the stack of contracts blurring before my eyes. The Skylines project demands attention, but my mind wanders to that night 6 months ago. Jasmine. The way she moved, the sounds she made. This is ridiculous. My chair scrapes against the floor as I reach for my phone, the sound echoing through my corner office. 40 stories up, and I'm acting like a teenager with his first crush. I never do this. Social media is for teenagers in marketing departments, not CEOs of multi-million-dollar real estate empires. Yet here I am, typing her name into the search bar like some lovesick idiot. My fingers moving before my brain can stop them. Her profile appears instantly. Jasmine Caldwell Events. Of course she'd have a perfect professional presence online. The most recent post shows her directing a high society event, probably one of those charity galas she's famous for organizing. She stands in the center of an opulent ballroom, commanding attention in a fitted black dress that hugs her curves in ways that make my hands itch to touch her again. My throat tightens as I zoom in on the image. The photo's only from 2 weeks ago, but something seems different about her. There's a subtle change in the way she carries herself, a slight softness to her usually sharp angles. My thumb freezes mid-scroll. She's turned to the side, giving instructions to someone off camera, and there's no mistaking the gentle swell of her belly beneath her black dress. What the devil? The words escape through clenched teeth as I zoom in on the image, my finger trembling slightly against the screen. The timestamp reads 6 days ago, mocking me with its cold, digital certainty. My office door swings open with a soft whoosh against the plush carpet. "Mr. Sinclair, you're 3 o'clock. Get out." The command comes out as a growl, low and dangerous, and Joshua retreats without another word, the door clicking shut behind him. Smart man. 6 months. It's been 6 months since that night, since I had her beneath me, since I tasted every inch of her skin. The math isn't difficult. Even with my mind reeling, I can put 2 and 2 together. My hands grip the edge of the mahogany desk until my knuckles turn white, the expensive wood creaking under my grip. Another photo appears as I scroll down. Jasmine standing at a podium, her profile clear against the backdrop of some corporate event. The caption mentions she's handling the Thompson wedding next month. The intercom buzzes. "Sir, should I reschedule your 3 o'clock?" "Cancel everything." I hit the button on my phone. "And Joshua, get me Jasmine Caldwell's personal contact information, now." My mind races through every detail of that night 6 months ago. The seductive bar where we both found ourselves after the charity event. The way she commanded the room in that red dress. How our eyes locked across the crowded space. The electricity when we touched. The heat of her skin against mine. I scroll through more photos, each one making my blood pressure rise. The timestamps tell a story I'm not sure I want to read. 3 months ago. Definitely pregnant. 4 months ago. A hint of a bump. 5 months. My heart pounds against my ribs like a jackhammer. 6 months. The timeline matches perfectly, but something's off. Her stomach, it's too small. I've seen pregnant women before. My sister carried twins last year, and by 6 months she was... Joshua! The name tears from my throat, sharp enough to crack glass. He appears in the doorway, tablet in hand. "Sir?" "Get me everything on Jasmine Caldwell's schedule for the past 6 months. Every event, every client meeting, every damn coffee break." That might take some... Now. I slam my palm on the desk. The sting grounds me, helps me think. And her medical records. Sir, that's not exactly... I don't care if it's legal. Make it happen. My fingers drum against the wood, a staccato rhythm matching my racing thoughts. And Joshua. Get me Dr. Richardson on the phone. Your sister's OBGYN? Who else would I trust with this? Joshua hesitates. Good man, but sometimes too ethical for his own good. The privacy laws will be handled by our legal team. I lean back, forcing my breathing to steady. Consider it a consultation. Hypothetical questions about pregnancy at 6 months. He nods, already tapping on his tablet. Anything else? The image of Jasmine's small bump burns in my mind. Joshua. I keep my voice casual, though my fingers tap an irregular rhythm on my desk. Your wife had a baby last year, right? He pauses his typing, a proud smile spreading across his face. Little Emma. She just turned 1 last month. How was the pregnancy? The question comes out sharper than intended. I force myself to lean back, affecting nonchalance. Around the 6-month mark, specifically. Joshua lets out a belly laugh. Oh man, Sarah was huge. She couldn't see her feet anymore. Started using me as her personal mirror to check if her shoes matched. My jaw clenches. How huge exactly? Let's put it this way. She got stuck in our bathroom doorway. Twice. He grins, shaking his head. Had to turn sideways like a crab to get through. I started calling her my little dump truck, but only when she was in a good mood, and definitely not within throwing distance. The image of Jasmine's barely there bump flashes through my mind again. Something's not adding up. And this was normal? The size? She wasn't bigger than what would be considered normal at that stage of pregnancy? Oh yeah, Dr. Richardson said she was right on track, though Sarah swore Emma was actually twins hiding in there. He chuckles, then catches my expression. Sir, is everything all right? Relief floods through my body, muscles unknotting one by one. The numbers dance in my head. 6 months pregnant, that night 6 months ago. But the math doesn't matter. If the baby was mine, Jasmine would have told me. Joshua. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Cancel that call to Dr. Richardson. He pauses at the door. And the background check on Miss Caldwell? Still want that. I lean back in my chair, studying the photo on my screen. But focus on the business angle. The charity event needs the best, and her track record speaks for itself. Of course, sir. The door clicks shut behind him. I scroll through more photos of Jasmine, trying to ignore the nagging voice in my head. The same voice that remembers how she felt in my arms, how her lips tasted of expensive bourbon and desire. She would have told me. The words echo in my empty office. Jasmine's the most direct person I've ever met. That night she looked me in the eyes and told me exactly what she wanted. No games, no pretense. My phone buzzes. Another crisis with the Skylines project. Good. Work is what I need right now, not wild theories about a woman who clearly moved on months ago. I close the browser, banishing thoughts of baby bumps and timelines. There's comfort in certainty, in knowing where I stand. And right now I stand exactly where I always have, in control. The thought of another man touching her, being with her, makes my blood boil. I've never been the jealous type. Women come and go. That's business. But Jasmine, she got under my skin that night. The way she matched me, challenged me, drove me wild. My phone buzzes again. Another message about the Skylines project. I ignore it, scrolling through more photos. Each one shows the same thing. A bump too small for 6 months, unless... Damn. I slam the phone down. What if she's hiding it? The thought hits like a punch to the gut. Jasmine's always been independent, fierce. If she is carrying my child, would she even tell me? The memory of her that night floods back. How she took charge, told me exactly what she wanted. No strings attached, she'd said. I pull up her contact information again, thumb hovering over the call button. The timing fits perfectly. Too perfectly to be coincidence. And that small bump. "Sir?" Joshua's voice crackles through the intercom. "The Thompson wedding file you requested?" "Not now." I cut him off, still staring at Jasmine's number. If there's even a chance... Cancel my afternoon. All of it. The thought hits me like a freight train, and suddenly I'm pacing my office, my expensive Italian shoes wearing a path in the carpet. If Jasmine is pregnant, and it's not mine, who the hell got close enough to her? Impossible. My hand clenches around my phone. She's not the type. But what do I know about her type? One night, that's all we had. One incredible, passionate night where she matched me move for move, desire for desire. The memory of her beneath me, demanding more. "Mr. Sinclair?" Joshua's voice crackles through the intercom. "The NevCon charity gala file." "The NevCon gala." I freeze mid-stride. "That's it." My fingers fly across the keyboard, pulling up the guest list from that charity gala 6 months ago. The night I met her, she was working, coordinating everything with that sharp precision of hers. But there were other men there, rich ones, powerful ones. The list populates my screen. James Harrison III, Marcus Johnston, William Davies, all single, all with enough money and influence to catch her attention. Forget that. The words tear from my throat. The thought of any of them touching her makes my blood boil. I pull up her social media again, studying each photo with new intensity. The careful way she angles herself in photos, the loose-fitting dresses, the strategic positioning behind podiums and tables. She's hiding it. But from who? The question burns in my gut like acid. Why hide a pregnancy unless... My phone rings. The Skylines project again. I silence it without looking. There's only one question that matters right now. Who else could be the father of Jasmine's baby?
Chapter 5. Jasmine. My phone buzzes for the 10th time in as many minutes, and I resist the urge to throw it across the conference room. The modeling event's supposed to start in 3 days, and everything that can go wrong is going wrong. The lead model just texted. She's got food poisoning. Sarah, my assistant, drops this bomb while shuffling through a stack of headshots. Should we call in Melissa as backup? Absolutely not. I tap my pen against the table, scanning the faces around me. Melissa's got that weird thing with the photographer. Remember the disaster at the Wellington show? Oh, right, the champagne incident. Sarah winces. My phone buzzes again. A text from the venue manager about electrical issues. Perfect. Just perfect. Call Victoria, I say, pushing back from the table. She owes me a favor after I saved her wedding last month, and get maintenance on those circuits before showtime. No excuses. The office hums with energy that matches my own racing thoughts. Phones ring in a chaotic symphony, while keyboards click away like modern-day typewriters. The rich aroma of fresh coffee wafts through the air, mingling with the scent of Sarah's cinnamon roll, which thankfully isn't triggering my morning sickness today. For once, I'm actually hungry. Victoria's in, Sarah announces, pumping her fist. She can be here tomorrow for the final fitting. Perfect. I check another item off my list, satisfaction coursing through me. What about the lighting crew? On it, Sarah's already dialing. Though Mike's being difficult about the overtime. Tell him I'll throw in Panthers tickets for the trouble. I rise from my chair, stretching my back. Front row, next month's game. The baby turns, as if agreeing with my solution. These days, it seems most active when I'm in my element, juggling crises and finding solutions. Like mother, like baby. You're scary good at this, Tom from marketing says, shaking his head as he passes by with a stack of press releases. That's why you hired me. I smile, scanning the room. 3 different conversations are happening at once, and I'm tracking every single one of them. This is my arena, my kingdom of controlled chaos. Sarah, what's the status on those place cards? Printer called. They'll be ready in an hour. Send Jake to pick them up and make sure he checks every single name. I paused to take a sip of my ginger tea. Last time he brought back cards with the CEO's name spelled wrong. The constant motion, the endless problems to solve, the satisfaction of watching it all come together. This is what I live for. Even 6 months pregnant, I wouldn't have it any other way. A polite cough cuts through the chaos of my office, and I look up to find a man in an impeccable suit standing in the doorway. His posture screams corporate, but his friendly smile softens the edge. Miss Caldwell, I'm Joshua Chen, Mr. Sinclair's executive assistant. My stomach drops. I'm suddenly kicked, as if baby is sensing my sudden tension. What can I do for you? I keep my voice steady, professional. Inside, my mind races with memories of that night 6 months ago. Mr. Sinclair would like to discuss a potential collaboration. Joshua approaches my desk, producing a sleek leather portfolio. We're planning what will likely be the biggest charity event of the holiday season. Sarah shoots me a curious look from her desk. I take the portfolio, willing my hands not to shake. Quite the ambitious timeline, I say, scanning the first page. The words, Brian Sinclair Foundation, jump out at me. December is only 3 months away. That's precisely why we need the best. Joshua's smile widens. And your reputation precedes you. I flip through the pages, taking in the scope. 1,000 guests, live entertainment, silent auction. My professional side immediately starts calculating logistics, while my personal side screams in panic. The budget is substantial, Joshua adds, as if that might sweeten the deal. I can see that. The numbers make my eyes widen. This would be my biggest event yet. Career-making. Also, potentially life-ruining, considering the tiny secret currently doing somersaults in my belly. Mr. Sinclair would like to meet with you personally to discuss the details. Of course he would. The baby stretches again, harder this time. I press a hand to my stomach, hoping Joshua doesn't notice. I scan through the proposal again, my mind racing. The scope of this event is incredible. Multiple venues across the city. Coordinated holiday light shows, live performances, and a guest list that reads like a who's who of the business world. The potential impact is undeniable. The proceeds from this holiday gala will benefit displaced families from recent development projects. Joshua explains, his voice gentle. Mr. Sinclair wants to make amends. Sarah leans over, peering at the numbers. This could fund housing for hundreds of families. My baby kicks again, as if trying to weigh in on that decision. I press a hand to my stomach, thinking of all the families who could benefit from this. It's bigger than me, bigger than Brian, bigger than our complicated history. The foundation aims to create sustainable housing solutions, Joshua continues. Long-term impact, not just temporary fixes. Greater good, I murmur, more to myself than anyone else. The words echo in my head, challenging my instinct to run. I understand if you need time to consider, Joshua starts. No, I straighten my spine, decision made. I'll take the meeting. Sarah's eyebrows shoot up, but she's already reaching for her tablet. I'll clear your schedule. The Palms Hotel, 2 o'clock, Joshua says, checking his phone. Mr. Sinclair has reserved the private dining room. My fingers drum against my desk, creating a staccato rhythm that matches my racing heartbeat. The Palm's one of the most exclusive spots in the city. Of course, Brian would choose somewhere like that. Perfect, I say, keeping my voice steady. I'll be there. Sarah shoots me a look as Joshua leaves, but I pretend to be absorbed in my computer screen. The clock in the corner reads 11:27 a.m. 2.5 hours until I face Brian again. So, Sarah drawls, perching on the edge of my desk. The Brian Sinclair wants to meet with you personally. That's huge. It's just business. The words come out sharper than intended. My child kicks, as if sensing my tension. I press a hand to my stomach, trying to calm us both. Right. Sarah's tone suggests she doesn't believe me. Just like that modeling contract last month was just business. No, this is different. I turn to my calendar, blocking out the afternoon. This is a major charity event. It could help hundreds of families. The clock ticks to 11:28. I can do this. It's just a meeting. Just another client seeking my expertise. The fact that it's Brian, that he's the father of my unborn child, that's irrelevant. My stomach churns as memories of that night flash through my mind. His hands on my skin, his lips against my neck, the way he looked at me like I was the only woman in the world. No. I push the thoughts away, focusing on my screen. This is strictly professional. Nothing more. The baby kicks again, harder this time. Even baby doesn't believe me. A few short hours later, the hostess leads me through the private dining room of the Palms, her heels clicking against the polished marble floor. Brian rises from his seat at the far end, and my breath catches. 6 months hasn't changed him. He's still devastatingly handsome in his tailored charcoal suit. His presence fills the room like a gravitational force, pulling everything toward him. Miss Caldwell. His voice is deep, controlled. Thank you for coming. How are you? Mr. Sinclair? I keep my tone professional, adjusting my blazer to ensure it conceals my small bump. He steps around the table, moving with that predatory grace I remember all too well. My heart pounds as he reaches for my chair. Please. He gestures to the seat, and as I move to sit, his hand brushes against mine. The contact sends electricity shooting up my arm, awakening memories I've tried so hard to bury. His touch lingers for a fraction too long before I pull away, settling into my chair with deliberate precision. I trust Joshua explained the basics of our proposal. He returns to his seat, those green eyes fixed on me with unsettling intensity. He did. I reach for the water glass, needing something to do with my hands. A holiday charity gala is an ambitious project, especially on such short notice. I've heard you work well under pressure. The corner of his mouth quirks up. Your reputation precedes you. The baby chooses that moment to kick, as if recognizing her father's voice. I press my hand against my stomach, hoping he doesn't notice. Shall we discuss the details? I pull out my tablet, desperate to keep this strictly professional, but I can still feel the ghost of his touch on my skin, and from the way he's watching me, I know this meeting is about more than just business. I walk Brian through my initial concepts for the gala, keeping my voice steady, despite the way my pulse jumps every time he leans closer to examine the sketches on my tablet. We'll transform the Grand Hall into a winter wonderland, I explain, swiping through the mock-ups. Ice sculptures, crystal chandeliers, snow-dusted evergreens. The lighting will make everything sparkle. Impressive. His fingers brush mine as he takes the tablet, and I pull back quickly. What about the entertainment? I'm thinking of a mix. Classical quartet during dinner, then something more contemporary for dancing. I know a fantastic jazz ensemble. Mr. Sinclair, a woman's voice cuts through our discussion. The restaurant manager approaches our table, her smile dazzling. I hope everything's to your satisfaction. Perfect as always, Claire. Brian's voice takes on that smooth, charming tone I remember all too well from that night. Claire touches at his shoulder, lingering. Your usual table is always available for you, day or night. Something twists in my stomach, definitely not the baby this time. I take a long sip of water, reminding myself that this is exactly who Brian Sinclair is. A playboy. A man who can have any woman he wants. Feeling a surge of anger, I push my chair back abruptly, the legs scraping against the marble floor. I'll be in touch when we need to discuss more details. My voice comes out cooler than the water glass I've been clutching. The baby pushes hard, as if protesting my sudden movement. I press a hand against my stomach, trying to steady us both. Jasmine, wait. Brian's voice drops low, that persuasive tone I remember all too well from that night. We haven't discussed the timeline for... My office will send over a preliminary schedule. I gather my tablet, avoiding those green eyes that seem to see right through me. We can coordinate through Joshua. I prefer to handle this personally. He stands, towering over me. The scent of his cologne, spicy and expensive, hits my senses. Over dinner, perhaps? That won't be necessary. I take a step back, needing distance. This is strictly business, Mr. Sinclair. Is it? His question hangs in the air between us. I turn away, my heels clicking against the floor as I make my escape. Each step feels weighted like I'm walking through water. Baby moves again suddenly, seeming as restless as I am. I can feel his gaze following me, burning into my back as I weave between the tables. My pulse quickens, but I don't look back. I can't. The question lingers, unspoken but heavy in the air. What happens next? I have to get out of here before I completely fall apart.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 6. Brian. From my corner office, I watch Jasmine through the glass walls of the conference room. Her team surrounds her, laptops open, papers spread across the polished table. She's wearing a loose-fitting navy dress that does little to hide her pregnancy. Something twists in my gut. The venue needs to accommodate at least 500 guests, Joshua says, scrolling through his tablet. We're looking at the Grand Plaza or the Ritz. The Grand Plaza has better acoustics, Jasmine replies, her voice carrying through the glass. And the ballroom layout works better for the silent auction stations. I lean against my desk, arms crossed. The way she commands the room, even while pregnant, is impressive. Her fingers tap against her water bottle as she speaks, a habit I noticed during our dinner. Mr. Sinclair? I turn to find my assistant Sarah holding a stack of contracts. The venue contracts need your signature. Leave them. I wave her off, my attention drawn back to the conference room. Jasmine's team nods along as she outlines the entertainment schedule. One of her assistants says something that makes her laugh, and the sound hits me like a punch to the gut. Have maintenance check the temperature in the conference room, I tell Sarah. Jasmine keeps touching her neck. It must be too warm. Yes, sir. Sarah hesitates. Should I bring them coffee? No. My response is too quick. No coffee for Miss Caldwell, water or juice only. I stride into the conference room, my tie loose from a heated discussion with investors. The familiar scent of coffee and wood polish fills my nostrils. But there's something else. Her perfume. Subtle, yet distinctive. Don't mind me, I say, waving off the startled looks from her team. Continue. I choose a seat at the far end, giving me the perfect vantage point to observe her. Jasmine's hands move with precision as she points to different sections of the floor plan. The navy dress she's wearing does little to hide her condition. My jaw tightens. The silent auction tables should line this wall, she explains to her team. We'll need proper lighting to showcase the items. Her voice is steady, professional, but I notice the slight tension in her shoulders at my presence. Good. Let her be uncomfortable. I want to see how she handles the pressure. What about the stage placement? One of her assistants asks. Here. Jasmine taps the blueprint. The acoustics will be better, and it gives us more floor space for... The dance floor should be central, I interrupt, leaning forward. It's a charity gala, not a business conference. Her brown eyes meet mine, challenging. The current layout maximizes flow and encourages mingling, which leads to higher donations. Damn, she's good. I can't help the slight smile that tugs at my lips. Proceed. I settle back, watching as she continues directing her team. Every gesture, every decision shows her expertise, but my mind keeps circling back to that small bump beneath her dress. 6 months. The timing. Her fingers tighten around the table edge, and my jaw clenches. Even from here, I can see the slight tremor in her hand. She's affected by my presence. Good. The dance floor placement. One of her assistants pipes up, breaking the tension. Should we... Keep it as planned, I interrupt, leaning forward. Miss Caldwell's layout is... adequate. The word comes out more heated than intended. Jasmine's shoulders straighten. The staging area needs proper sound equipment. I've worked with the Grand Plaza before, and their in-house system. I want external vendors. I drum my fingers against the polished table. Only the best. Her brown eyes meet mine, challenging. I have connections with top-tier audio companies. Send the proposals to Joshua. I stand, adjusting my cuffs. And Jasmine? She pauses mid-sentence, her grip on the table visibly tightening. Take breaks. You're looking tired. Her team shifts uncomfortably. Good. Let them wonder about our dynamic. Let them see how she responds to my authority. I'm perfectly fine, she says, voice clipped. But I notice how she unconsciously touches her belly, a gesture that sends heat coursing through my veins. I move closer, pretending to study the blueprint, close enough to catch her scent, to see her pulse jump at her throat. We'll discuss the rest privately. My office, after this meeting. It's not a request. From the way her fingers press harder into the table edge, she knows it too. I can't take my eyes off her. The way she leans over the blueprints, her dark hair falling forward like a curtain. That familiar gesture, tucking it behind her ear without thinking, sends a jolt through my system. 6 months ago, I watched her do the same thing across a dimly lit bar. The lighting setup needs to be perfect, she tells her team, pointing to various spots on the layout. We can't have any dark corners during the silent auction. My fingers drum against the conference table as I study her profile. The sharp line of her jaw, the determined set of her mouth. But it's her stomach that keeps drawing my attention. Even in that loose navy dress, it's obvious she's pregnant. Yet something's off about the size. What about the sound system? One of her assistants asks. Jasmine straightens and the dress pulls tight across her belly for a moment. Too small. My sister Caroline was huge at 6 months, waddling around and complaining about her feet. But Jasmine moves with the same grace she had that night at the bar. "Mr. Sinclair," Joshua's voice breaks through my thoughts. "Your input on the vendor selection. Whatever Miss Caldwell recommends." The words come out rougher than intended. "She's the expert." Her shoulders tense at my voice, but she doesn't turn around. Instead, she tucks that damn strand of hair back again, and I grip the edge of my chair. 6 months. The timing can't be a coincidence, but if it were mine, wouldn't she have told me? Unless... Is the father out of the picture? Something about that doesn't sit right. Jasmine's the type of woman who'd make damn sure any man knew if he had a kid coming. Unless... My fingers tap against the conference table as I watch her explain the layout to her team. 6 months. The timeline matches perfectly with that night. The way she moves, protective hand occasionally brushing her belly. It's familiar, reminds me of how Caroline acted with her first. "The staging area needs better lighting," Jasmine says, pointing to the blueprint. But I barely hear the words, too focused on the way her dress pulls across her stomach when she leans forward. Too small for 6 months. Or is it? The doubt gnaws at me, making my jaw clench. She turns suddenly, those brown eyes sharp with irritation. "Do you have something to say, Mr. Sinclair? You've been staring at me for the past 10 minutes. The professional tone doesn't hide the edge in her voice. Good. Let her be uncomfortable. I'm not the only one who should be feeling off balance here. I lean back, letting out a low chuckle that draws every eye in the room. "Just admiring your creativity, Miss Jasmine. That's all." The words roll off my tongue, deliberate and loaded. Her team shifts uncomfortably in their seats, sensing the underlying current between us. The space between us crackles with tension. Her jaw tightens. That small tell I remember from 6 months ago, when she was trying to maintain her composure at the bar. The memory of that night hits me like a shot of whiskey, warm and dangerous. "The staging configuration," she says to her team, voice steady despite the rigid set of her shoulders. Her fingers tap against the blueprint, creating a steady rhythm that matches my heartbeat. "We'll need to ensure proper sightlines from every angle." I drum my fingers against the armrest, watching how she deliberately avoids my gaze. The navy dress pulls across her stomach as she leans forward, and my thoughts spiral back to that same question. 6 months. The timing. What about the catering stations? One of her assistants pipes up. "We'll position them," Jasmine starts, but I cut in. "Make sure they're easily accessible." My voice carries across the table. Wouldn't want anyone overexerting themselves trying to reach the food. Her head snaps up, brown eyes blazing. The message is clear: back off. But I've never been good at backing down from a challenge. The air grows thick with unspoken words as she turns back to her team, shoulders straight, chin lifted. Pure defiance in every movement. It's the same fire I saw in her that night. Damn if it doesn't hit me just as hard now. The meeting drags late into the evening, and I watch Jasmine's team wilting like flowers in the heat. Her assistant keeps checking his phone. Another stifles a yawn. Even Jasmine's perfect posture has softened slightly, though she maintains that iron grip on her water bottle. She shouldn't have to experience stress right now. I push back from my chair, the sudden movement drawing all eyes to me. "Dinner's on me tonight. Let's call it a team celebration." The exhaustion in the room evaporates. Her junior designers exchange excited glances, and Joshua's already pulling up restaurant options on his phone. It's the least I can do to foster some teamwork. I lock eyes with Jasmine, letting a smirk play across my lips. The kind of smirk that got her attention 6 months ago at that bar. "Le cirque," Joshua suggests, but I wave him off. "The palm. I've already made arrangements." Of course I have. I've been planning this since I saw her touch her neck for the 3rd time, fighting fatigue. Her team erupts in cheers. The Palm isn't the kind of place event planners usually frequent, but Jasmine's frown deepens as she meets my gaze, those brown eyes challenging me. She knows exactly what I'm doing, using my money, my influence, to keep her close. Let her figure it out. I want her to know I can play this game too. Mr. Sinclair, that's really not necessary, she starts, but her assistant cuts her off with an excited squeal about the restaurant's famous lobster. I lean against the conference table, close enough to catch that subtle scent of her perfume. I insist.
Chapter 7. Jasmine. The laughter from my team fades as I step onto the balcony, letting the door close behind me. The city sprawls before me, a tapestry of twinkling lights against the dark canvas of night. A cool breeze sweeps across my skin, and I wrap my arms around myself, rubbing them against the chill. The noise from inside becomes a distant hum, replaced by the soft whisper of wind and the faint echo of traffic below. My baby shifts inside me, a gentle flutter that draws a small smile to my lips despite my tumultuous thoughts. "Just you and me, little one," I whisper, my hand resting on my stomach. That's all we need. The cityscape blurs as my mind wanders back to the meeting, to Brian's intense stares. The way his eyes kept drifting to my belly makes my skin prickle with unease. He couldn't know. There's no way he could guess. A shiver runs through me as another gust of wind catches my bare arms. The thin silk of my blouse offers little protection against the night air, but I can't bring myself to go back inside yet. Back to where Brian sits at the head of the table, commanding attention without even trying. The traffic below creates a soothing white noise, almost hypnotic. My shoulders relax slightly as I lean against the railing, letting the cool metal ground me. The height doesn't bother me. I've always found comfort in these moments above the city, where everything else feels small and manageable. My arms tingle from the cold as I continue rubbing them, but I welcome the sensation. It's better than the warmth that spreads through me whenever Brian's gaze finds mine. The crisp night air fills my lungs as I take deep breaths, trying to steady my racing thoughts. Below, the city stretches out like a glittering carpet, each light a reminder of the countless lives going about their evening. Behind me, the muffled sounds of my team's laughter and clinking glasses filter through the glass doors of the restaurant. "Get it together, Jasmine," I muttered to myself, gripping the metal railing. The cold seeps into my palms, grounding me. A car horn blares from somewhere below, and I catch snippets of conversation from a couple walking on the street. Their words carried up by the wind. The normalcy of it all helps calm my nerves, but I can't shake the weight of Brian's stares from earlier. The way his eyes kept drifting to my stomach during the meeting, calculating, questioning. My baby shifts inside me, as if sensing my unease. I release one hand from the railing to rest it protectively over my belly. "Sorry, little one," I whisper. "Mommy's just overthinking things again." Another burst of laughter erupts from inside, and I recognize Sarah's distinctive giggle among the chorus. My team deserves this celebration, but I can't bring myself to go back in yet. Not with Brian there, commanding attention without even trying, making the room feel smaller with his presence. Warmth suddenly envelops my shoulders, and the rich scent of expensive cologne fills my senses. I jump, my hands gripping the railing tighter as I spin around. Brian stands there, his suit jacket now draped over me, his presence overwhelming in the confined space of the balcony. "What are you doing?" The words tumble out before I can stop them. My heart hammers against my ribs, and I fight the urge to pull his jacket closer, despite the delicious warmth it provides. Brian takes a step forward, closing the already small distance between us. The city lights cast shadows across his sharp features, making his green eyes appear darker, more intense. "You looked cold," he says, his voice low and matter-of-fact. His gaze drops to my stomach, then back to my face. "Can't have a pregnant woman catching a chill, can we?" The weight of his jacket presses against my shoulders, and beneath it, my skin tingles where his fingers brushed against me, The warmth of the garment seeps through my thin blouse, carrying with it that masculine scent that's uniquely him, a mixture of sandalwood and something else I can't quite place. My baby shifts inside me, as if responding to the tension crackling in the air between us. I resist the urge to place a protective hand over my stomach, not wanting to draw his attention there again. But it's too late. I've already noticed how his eyes keep drifting downward, questioning, calculating. The sounds of the city below fade away, leaving only the sound of our breathing and the muffled laughter from inside the restaurant. I'm acutely aware of how alone we are out here, how the space seems to shrink with each passing second. The warmth of Brian's jacket presses against my shoulders, but it does little to soothe the chill that runs down my spine at his words. He knows, or at least he suspects. My heart skips a beat, the rhythm stuttering like a misstep on a familiar path. Brian's smile is easy, almost casual, as if draping his jacket over me and mentioning my pregnancy is the most natural thing in the world. But I know better. Behind that charming facade is a man who calculates every move, every word. His green eyes lock onto mine, unflinching, and I can feel the weight of his scrutiny pressing down on me like a vice. "You shouldn't be out here alone," he says, his voice low and smooth, cutting through the quiet hum of the city below. It's not exactly warm tonight. My lips part, but no words come out. I want to tell him to leave, to retreat back inside, where the noise and warmth of the restaurant would drown out this unbearable tension. But something in his expression holds me still. It's not just the smile, that infuriating, effortless smile that probably gets him whatever he wants, but the way his gaze softens slightly, like he's trying to figure me out. "I'm fine," I manage, my voice steadier than I feel. "I needed some air." He doesn't move, and his proximity is almost suffocating. The space between us is small, too small, and every inch of him seems larger than life. His broad shoulders block out the glow of the city lights behind him, casting a shadow that seems to envelop me. I grip the railing tighter, the cold metal biting into my palms, grounding me against the whirlwind of his presence. "You shouldn't have to be fine," he says, tilting his head slightly. His voice dips lower, almost conspiratorial. "You're pregnant, Jasmine. It's okay to let someone look out for you once in a while." The casual mention of my pregnancy sends a fresh wave of adrenaline through my veins. The way he says it, like it's a simple fact and not a tightly guarded secret, leaves me momentarily breathless. Does he know? Has he pieced it together? Or is this just a guess? I force a shaky laugh, my defenses snapping into place like armor. "You're awfully concerned for someone who barely knows me." The city lights blur slightly as I turn away from him, trying to collect myself. Why does he have to be so confusing? He's supposed to be a ruthless businessman, a man who bulldozes his way through life without hesitation. That's the Brian Sinclair everyone knows. The Brian Sinclair I could easily dismiss. But this version of him, the one who's calm, considerate, and somehow incredibly attentive, he's throwing me off balance in the worst way. I cross my arms tightly over my chest, trying to put distance between us. "Shouldn't you be inside, smoking, maybe?" My voice comes out sharper than I intended, but I don't care. If he wants to unsettle me, then he can deal with a little bite in return. Brian's mouth quirks into a half smile, and for a moment, the tension in the air thickens even further. "I don't smoke," he replies smoothly, his tone annoyingly calm. "I just wanted some quiet. The city view is much more attractive than the noise inside." His words, casual and confident, twist something inside me. I want to snap back, to push him away again, but I catch the faintest flicker of sincerity in his expression. It's maddening. A gust of cold air swirls around us, and tiny snowflakes begin to fall, their delicate patterns dusting the balcony in white. For a fleeting second, there's an almost magical stillness between us, the city stretching below like a sprawling snow globe. It feels peaceful, almost too peaceful. But Brian, of course, breaks the moment with his voice, sharp and deliberate as always. You know, I'm already starting to feel the Christmas spirit. My family's big on the holidays. My parents are even asking me to gift them a grandchild this year. His words hit me like a punch to the stomach. My breath catches, and before I can stop myself, my hand instinctively moves to my belly, a protective reflex I've grown used to over the past months. My mind races. Every worst-case scenario flashing before me. What if he finds out? What if he tries to take the baby from me? My knees suddenly feel weak, the weight of my fears crashing down all at once. "Are you okay?" His voice cuts through my panic, sharp with concern. He steps closer, his brow furrowing as he watches me. "Is it the baby? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No." I force the word out, shaking my head to clear the spiral of thoughts threatening to consume me. I take a step back, needing space from him. "Just keep your distance, Brian." He doesn't listen. Instead, he closes the gap between us, says in one fluid motion, his hand reaching out to grip my arm, gently but firmly. The warmth of his touch seeps through the thin fabric of my sleeve, grounding me despite myself. "Why?" he asks, his voice quieter now but no less intense. "Why do you keep pushing me away? Is it because of that night 6 months ago? Are you still affected by it?" There's frustration laced in his tone, but something else too. Something deeper, more raw. His words catch me off guard, and for a moment, I can't breathe. The pull between us is undeniable, a magnetic force that makes me want to lean into him, to feel the solidity of his presence. But I can't. I can't let him in, not like this. I yank my arm back, the cold air rushing to fill the space between us. "What we had," I say, my voice cold and steady, though my heart pounds wildly in my chest. "It was nothing, just scratching an itch, nothing special." The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I force myself to hold his gaze, daring him to challenge me. His green eyes flicker with something unreadable, and for the first time tonight, he looks almost vulnerable. Without waiting for a response, I pull his jacket from my shoulders and thrust it into his hands. "Good night, Brian." I turn on my heel and walk away, each step feeling heavier than the last. My heart feels like it's about to explode, pounding so loudly I can barely hear the muffled laughter from inside. But I don't stop. I can't. I won't look back, even as the warmth of his touch lingers like a brand on my skin. Chapter 8. Jasmine. November arrives with a flurry of activity, and I find myself buried in the details of Brian's charity gala. My office has transformed into a command center, with fabric swatches, vendor contracts, and seating charts covering every surface. The ice sculptor needs an answer by tomorrow, Sarah, my assistant, says, dropping another stack of papers on my desk. And the caterer changed their menu, again. I massage my temples, fighting back a wave of exhaustion. Tell Marco, if he changes that menu one more time, I'll personally come down there and... Miss Caldwell? Joshua's voice cuts through my threat. He stands in my doorway, immaculate as always in his tailored suit. Mr. Sinclair wants an update on the progress. Of course he does. I mutter, gathering my tablet. These weekly updates have become a dance between us, professional on the surface, but charged with something else entirely, something I refuse to acknowledge. The guest list hit 1,000, I tell Sarah. Make sure the table arrangements account for last-minute additions. You know how these society types are. My baby kicks, as if agreeing with me, and I rest my hand on my growing belly. It's harder to hide now, but thankfully, winter clothes provide decent cover. I don't want Brian asking more questions. "And the Christmas trees?" Sarah asks, following me to the elevator. 6 of them, each themed differently. Gold and crystal for the main entrance, traditional red and green for the dining area. I check my watch. Get me those ice sculpture mock-ups before 5. The elevator doors close, and I catch my reflection in the mirrored walls. 7 months pregnant, and still running the biggest event of my career. Dad always said I was too stubborn for my own good. Well, he got one thing right. The scent of pine and cinnamon wraps around me as I direct the decorators hanging crystal ornaments on the massive Christmas tree. My team works with practiced precision, transforming the hotel ballroom into a winter wonderland. The metallic clink of ornaments mingles with the soft rustle of garland being draped across archways. A little higher on the left side, I tell Mark, who's balanced precariously on a ladder. We needed to catch the light just right. My baby gives a swift kick, and I press a hand to my side. These days, she's more active than ever, especially when I'm working. Like mother, like baby. The art installation goes there. I point to the corner where 2 workers are assembling an intricate ice and light sculpture. Make sure it's positioned exactly 45 degrees from the... Playing Santa's helper, Miss Caldwell? That voice. Deep, smooth, and entirely too familiar. My spine stiffens, but I don't turn around. I don't need to. I can feel Brian's presence behind me. That unmistakable energy that seems to charge the air whenever he's near. Mr. Sinclair, I say, keeping my voice professional. I didn't expect you until the final walkthrough tomorrow. I was in the neighborhood. He moves to stand beside me, his cologne mixing with the holiday scents in the air. Thought I'd check on my investment. Everything's on schedule. I step away, pretending to adjust an already perfect ornament. The installation will be complete by tonight. I see that. Even so, I'll be working more closely with your team from now on. His deep, rich baritone carries a hint of amusement as my spine stiffens, preparing for conflict. I spin around so fast my clipboard nearly slips from my grip. What? Why? The question comes out sharper than intended, but Brian's announcement has caught me completely off guard. He steps closer, adjusting his cufflinks, a gesture I've noticed he does when he's about to take control of a situation. The success of this event is crucial for Sinclair Real Estate. I need to ensure everything is perfect. That's why you hired me. I gesture to the transformed ballroom. As you can see, everything is running smoothly. Of course. His eyes drift over the decorations before settling back on me. But I prefer a hands-on approach. My baby kicks, as if sensing my rising anxiety. I resist the urge to touch my stomach, not wanting to draw his attention there. Mr. Sinclair, I've managed events for presidents and foreign dignitaries. I think I can handle a charity gala without supervision. Brian shrugs, his expression casual, as arrogance practically rolls off of him in waves. It'll help raise awareness for the fundraiser. Plus, I'm sure you could use the extra hands. I resist rolling my eyes at his casual shrug. Of course, he'd play this off like it's no big deal. The media's been having a field day with his ruthless businessman image, especially after that Skylines project displaced dozens of families. This charity gala is his ticket to redemption, and I'm just another pawn in his PR game. Extra hands? I tap my tablet against my hip. I have a full team of professionals who know exactly what they're doing. What we don't need is a ruthless businessman getting in the way. His green eyes lock with mine, and there's a challenge in them. That's what they're calling me these days, isn't it? The baby kicks again, harder this time. I shift my weight, trying to ease the pressure. I don't pay attention to gossip, Mr. Sinclair, but others do. He steps closer, his voice dropping. And right now, public perception matters more than ever. The success of this event could make or break several upcoming projects. So I'm supposed to be your redemption story? The words slip out before I can stop them. You're supposed to be exactly what you are, the best event planner in the city. He straightens his tie, a gesture that somehow manages to be both casual and calculated. And I'm supposed to be a hands-on CEO who cares about giving back to his community. We both have our parts to play. The worst part is, he's right. This is business, pure and simple. I just wish it didn't feel so personal. Fine, I concede, gripping my tablet tighter. But my team works my way. No micromanaging. Wouldn't dream of it. The corner of his mouth lifts in that infuriating half smile. I'll just be here to observe. Brian shrugs, his expression casual. It'll help raise awareness for the fundraiser. Plus, I'm sure you could use the extra hands. The media's been having a field day with his ruthless businessman image. Especially after that Skylines project displaced dozens of families. Now he wants to play Santa's helper? Please. Extra hands? I tap my tablet against my hip. I have a full team of professionals who know exactly what they're doing. The press loves a hands-on CEO. Brian adjusts his tie, a move that somehow manages to be both casual and calculated, especially one who cares about community outreach. So that's what this is about. I scroll through my schedule, pretending his presence doesn't affect me. You're trying to clean up your image after the Skylines controversy. You've seen the headlines? His voice drops lower. Meant for my ears only. Ruthless real estate mogul destroys local businesses. Heartless developer ruins Christmas. And now you want to prove them wrong by decorating Christmas trees? By showing I care about this city. He steps closer, and I catch a whiff of his cologne. Is that so hard to believe? My baby warns me to keep my distance. I shift my weight, trying to ease the pressure. What I believe doesn't matter, Mr. Sinclair. What matters is getting this event done right. Then we want the same thing. His green eyes lock with mine, challenging. Let me help you make it perfect. The worst part is, he's right. This event needs to be flawless, and having him involved will only boost its profile. I just wish it didn't mean having him around all the time. Fine, I concede, gripping my tablet tighter. But my team works my way. No micromanaging. After a long and successful setup session, I gather my things as the last of my team heads out for the night. My back aches from standing all day, and my feet protest in these professional heels. The baby gives a gentle kick, as if reminding me to take it easier. Let me drive you home. Brian's voice carries across the empty ballroom. He stands by the entrance, keys already in hand. I'm fine. I slip my tablet into my bag. I parked a few blocks away. The morning walk does me good. It's late, Jasmine. His tone holds that commanding edge I've come to recognize. And cold. I managed just fine on my own. The words come out sharper than intended, but I need to maintain this distance. Good night, Mr. Sinclair. The click of my heels echoes through the parking structure as I make my way toward the street. The security guard nods as I pass, but I notice he's not the only one watching me. I can sense Brian's presence behind me, keeping pace at a distance. The night air hits my face as I step outside, bringing with it the smell of coming snow. My coat should feel warmer, but my skin burns despite the cold, aware of his gaze following my every move. You're still following me. I stop, but don't turn around. Making sure you get to your car safely. His footsteps draw closer. This isn't the safest neighborhood at night. I've managed on my own for months. I start walking again, faster this time. I don't need a bodyguard. Humor me. I press my lips together, focusing on my steps rather than the way his presence seems to fill the entire street. The baby kicks again, stronger this time, as if she knows her father is near. I reach my car and fish the keys from my purse, the metal cool against my fingers. Something makes me glance back. Maybe it's instinct. Maybe it's the weight of his gaze that I've felt following me this whole way. Brian stands under the streetlight, hands tucked in his pockets, cutting an imposing figure in his tailored suit. The soft glow catches the angles of his face, highlighting those sharp cheekbones and that determined jaw. He lifts one hand in a casual wave, like this is something we do. Like walking me to my car in the dead of night is perfectly normal. My baby kicks again as I slide into the driver's seat, and I press a hand to my stomach. I know, little one. I know. The leather seat creaks as I adjust it, trying to find a comfortable position. Through the windshield, I can still see him watching, waiting. I start the engine, but my hands tremble slightly on the steering wheel. The heat kicks in, warming my cold fingers, but it does nothing for the chill that runs down my spine. Brian Sinclair, ruthless real estate mogul, just made sure I got to my car safely. The same man who bulldozes entire neighborhoods for profit just played bodyguard. Why are you making this so hard? I whisper, my heart racing as I pull away from the curb. In my rearview mirror, his silhouette grows smaller until it disappears completely. But the question echoes in my mind, refusing to let go.
Chapter 9. Brian. I roll up to the event site in my Aston Martin, already dreading the PR circus I'm about to join. The massive hotel looms before me, its impressive facade giving little indication of the holiday transformation happening inside. My team insists this hands-on approach will help clean up my ruthless businessman image. Here's hoping it works. Good morning, everyone, I call out as I enter, unbuttoning my suit jacket. The space buzzes with activity. Workers hauling decorations, technicians setting up lights, the sharp scent of fresh pine mixing with sawdust. My gaze finds Jasmine immediately. She's perched on a ladder, directing the placement of an oversized wreath, her small baby bump barely visible beneath her sweater. Something tightens in my chest at the sight. The wreath needs to be higher. Yes, perfect. Her voice carries across the space, firm and assured. Now secure it properly. We can't have anything falling during the event. Mr. Sinclair, Joshua appears at my side. The press will be here in an hour for the photo op. They want shots of you helping with the setup. Right. I shrug off my jacket, rolling up my sleeves. Where do you need me? Jasmine glances down from her perch, our eyes meeting briefly before she looks away. The giant Christmas tree needs assembling, she says, her tone professional. If you're actually planning to help, lead the way. I move closer to the ladder, ready to spot her as she climbs down. Though maybe you should leave the climbing to someone else in your condition. Her eyes narrow. I'm pregnant, not invalid. I know my limits. The fire in her voice makes me want to smile, but I keep my expression neutral. Just looking out for the success of the event. Can't have the mastermind getting hurt. I clear my throat, suddenly realizing that I'm out of my element here. Order me around, Jasmine. I'm at your service, I say, letting a playful grin spread across my face. The challenge in my tone is deliberate. I want to see how she'll react to this shift in our usual power dynamic. I stand at the base of the ladder, my sleeves rolled up, ready to help. The warehouse air carries the scent of fresh pine and coffee from the crew's morning break. Watching her, I notice how she grips the ladder a bit tighter at my words. Jasmine raises an eyebrow, her lips curving into a challenging smile. Oh, really? You're going to become my laborer now? I shrug, letting my own smile widen. The warehouse lights catch the glint in her eyes, making them sparkle with mischief. If that's what you need... The words come out smoother than I expect, considering how my heart races every time she looks at me like that. Her eyes gleam as she surveys the chaos around us. Well then, she points to a stack of heavy gold ornaments. Those need to go to the second floor storage. Then the silver ones need to be sorted by size. She pauses, tapping her clipboard. Oh, and we need more coffee for the team. The good stuff from Carlos, not the break room sludge. I roll up my sleeves higher, aware of her gaze following the movement. That all? For now. She hands me a list, but I'm sure I'll think of more. I grab the first box of ornaments, their weight substantial against my arms. The metal is cool against my skin as I navigate through the bustling workspace, dodging workers and stacks of decorations. My expensive suit jacket is draped over a nearby chair, my sleeves rolled up to my elbows. From the corner of my eye, I catch Jasmine watching me, her expression a mix of surprise and something else I can't quite read. The way she bites her lower lip makes my muscles tense. Didn't expect the big boss to actually follow orders, did you? I call out as I pass her again, with another box, enjoying how her eyes track my movements. The weight is nothing. I spend enough time in my private gym to handle whatever she throws at me. She adjusts her stance, one hand resting on her hip, clipboard tucked against her chest. The day's still young, Mr. Sinclair. Let's see how long you last. She directs me to a large, imposing statue in the corner. Some ancient thing that must weigh at least 300 pounds. That needs to be moved into place. All the way across the room, please. She winks, a hint of arrogant mischief in her eyes, as she points to the beast. The challenge in her voice is unmistakable, and damn if it doesn't make me want to prove her wrong. I head in the direction of the statue, gripping the base of the massive Santa statue, my expensive dress shirt now damp with sweat. The damn thing must weigh a ton. My muscles strain as I navigate through the maze of decorations and workers. A little to the left, Jasmine calls out, her clipboard tucked under her arm. No, your other left. You know, I grunt, adjusting my grip. When I offered to help, I didn't expect manual labor. She walks over, eyebrow raised. What did you expect? To stand around looking pretty in your $1,000 suit? 2,000, I correct her, earning an eye roll. The statue's weight shifts and I readjust my stance. Though I have to admit, this is more entertaining than board meetings. Careful with that edge there, she warns as I near a display. We can't afford to replace anything. I snort. I could buy 10 of these. That's not the point. She taps her pen against the clipboard. It's about doing things right the first time. My arms burn as I finally set the statue down in its designated spot. Sweat trickles down my temple, and I can feel my shirt clinging to my back. But watching Jasmine command this chaos with such precision, it's impressive. She moves between tasks with practiced ease, her attention to detail remarkable. Perfect, she says, marking something off her list. Now we need the reindeer arranged. I shake my head, wiping my brow with my sleeve. She's running this show like a military operation, and somehow I don't mind taking orders from her. The woman knows her stuff. Hours later, I collapse onto a nearby stack of boxes, my muscles burning from hauling decorations all afternoon. My $2,000 shirt is ruined, soaked through with sweat, but watching Jasmine command this operation has been worth every penny. The warehouse hums with activity around us, though most of the heavy lifting is done. A cold sensation presses against my arm, and I look up to find Jasmine holding out a water bottle. She settles beside me on the boxes, keeping a careful distance. The scent of her perfume cuts through the pine and cardboard smell of the warehouse. I'm surprised you didn't complain once, she says, studying me with those sharp brown eyes. You're tougher than I thought. I crack open the water bottle, taking a long drink before answering. I'm a dedicated worker in everything I do. I can't help the suggestive tone that creeps into my voice, remembering that night 6 months ago. Jasmine's sudden smile catches me off guard. Not her usual professional mask, or the guarded expression she wears around me. This is genuine, reaching her eyes and softening her features. Something shifts in my chest, an unfamiliar tightness that has nothing to do with the physical labor of the day. "You know," she says, her voice lighter than I've heard it in weeks. For someone who probably has an army of personal trainers, you handled those decorations pretty well. I lean back against the boxes, trying to ignore how the curve of her neck catches the warehouse lights. I work out. Running companies isn't just about sitting behind desks. Could have fooled me with those fancy suits you wear. Her eyes dance with amusement as she takes in my ruined shirt. "These fancy suits pay your bills," I counter. But there's no bite in my words. I'm too caught up in the way her guard has dropped, even if just for a moment. "The charity event pays my bills," she corrects, absent-mindedly rubbing her belly. "You're just the guy who happened to need some good PR." That smile is still there, transforming her entire face. I find myself wanting to keep it there. It's different from the calculated expressions I'm used to seeing in my world of business deals and power plays. This is real, raw, and damn if it doesn't make me want things I have no business wanting. "Miss Caldwell." A young assistant rushes over, her tablet clutched to her chest. "The lighting crew needs your input on the main stage setup." Jasmine rises from the boxes, her professional mask sliding back into place. "Coming." She turns to me with a polite nod. "Duty calls, Mr. Sinclair." I watch her walk away, her heels clicking against the concrete floor, commanding attention from everyone she passes. The warehouse suddenly feels colder without her presence next to me. My muscles ache from the day's work, but it's not the physical strain that's bothering me. That genuine smile of hers keeps replaying in my mind. For a brief moment, she dropped her guard, shown me a glimpse of the woman behind the polished event planner facade. Damn if I don't want to see more of that side of her. The water bottle she gave me is still cold in my hand, condensation dripping onto my ruined shirt. I take another sip, watching as she gestures to the lighting rig, her voice carrying across the space with authority. Even from here, I can see how the crew responds to her leadership, jumping to follow her directions. Something's shifted between us today. That wall she keeps up, it cracked just a little. And for the first time in my life, I'm not sure what my next move should be.
Chapter 10. Jasmine. I rush through the event site's entrance, my heart racing from more than just the brisk walk from my car. Dr. Martinez's words echo in my head. "Take it easy, Miss Caldwell. Your blood pressure is higher than I'd like." The familiar buzz of activity greets me, drills whirring, ladders scraping against walls, voices calling out instructions. The scent of fresh paint and pine needles fills my nose as I weave through the organized chaos. "Where have you been?" Sarah, my assistant, materializes beside me with a tablet in hand. "The lighting crew needs your approval on the snow effect, and the caterers." I had a doctor's appointment. I check my watch. I'm only 30 minutes late. Sarah trails behind me as I stride through the event space, but I freeze mid-step. Through the maze of ladders and decorations, I spot Brian, not in his usual tailored suit, but in a fitted black Henley with the sleeves pushed up to his elbows. He's lifting boxes of ornaments, laughing at something Mark from the decoration team just said. Since when does Brian Sinclair do manual labor? I mutter, unable to tear my eyes away from the unexpected sight. The man I knew wouldn't be caught dead doing anything that might wrinkle his designer suits. "He's been here since 7, Sarah says, checking her tablet. "Already helped set up 3 Christmas trees and organized the storage room. He even brought coffee for everyone this morning." Her tone carries a hint of admiration that makes me want to roll my eyes. I watch as he hands ornaments to Lisa, one of our newer team members. She's usually shy, barely speaking above a whisper during team meetings, but she's smiling and chatting with him like they're old friends. The easy way he's charming my staff shouldn't surprise me. It's exactly how he got me into his bed that night, Miss Caldwell, Lisa waves. Her face lit up with excitement. Mr. Sinclair's been telling us about his family's Christmas traditions. Did you know they do a huge Secret Santa exchange? Everyone gets involved, even their household staff. Brian turns, his eyes finding mine with laser precision, as if he knew exactly where I was standing. A bead of sweat trails down his neck, disappearing beneath the collar of his Henley, and for a moment, I remember how those shoulders felt under my hands 6 months ago, how his muscles flexed as he moved above me. I pushed the thought away, along with the warmth spreading through my body. I can't afford to think about that night. Not now, not ever. I thought this was just for the cameras, I say, nodding to the distinct lack of PR team or photographers. Brian steps closer and my pulse quickens as the scent of his sweat, mixed with something distinctly masculine, drifts toward me. He's rolled up the sleeves of his Henley, revealing forearms corded with muscle from the morning's work. "Good morning to you too," he says, casual smile playing at his lips. "Everyone started early. We're making great progress." I force myself to look at my tablet instead of the way his shirt clings to his chest. "That's good. I'm happy with the progress." My voice comes out steadier than I feel, which I count as a win. A light touch on my arm makes me look up. Brian's green eyes sparkle with something that makes my stomach flip. So am I. I haven't felt this satisfied with work in years. He glances around at the bustling team, then back to me. "Maybe I'll even prepare a hefty bonus for everyone when this is all done." My eyebrows shoot up. The gesture is unexpected, genuine in a way that doesn't fit with the cold, calculating businessman I thought I knew. The baby kicks, as if sensing my confusion, and I resist the urge to touch my stomach. "The team would appreciate that," I manage to say, stepping back to put some professional distance between us. The warmth from his touch lingers on my arm, a reminder of boundaries I can't afford to blur. I raise an eyebrow as Brian helps Mark secure another string of lights, his movements surprisingly precise for someone who probably has never done manual labor before. "How long do you plan to keep working here?" He pauses, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. The gesture is oddly human for someone I've only seen in pristine suits making million-dollar deals. "I'll be here as long as I can, unless something more important comes up." The baby kicks, as if responding to his voice, and I press a hand to my stomach to settle the movement. "More important than running your real estate empire?" The words come out sharper than intended. Brian's green eyes lock onto mine, intensity radiating from him, even as he maintains his casual stance against the workbench. The way he's looking at me makes my stomach flutter, and not just from the baby's movements. "You think that's all this is about? Isn't it?" I gesture to the Christmas decorations surrounding us in the grand ballroom, from the half-hung garlands to the boxes of ornaments waiting to be sorted. The ruthless businessman showing his softer side just in time for the holidays. Getting some good PR shots of you helping the less fortunate. Maybe I just enjoy the change of pace. He steps closer, close enough that I catch the scent of his cologne mixed with honest sweat from hours of work. His presence is overwhelming, making it hard to maintain my defensive stance. Or maybe I have other reasons for being here. The way he says it, deep and meaningful, sends a shiver down my spine that I refuse to acknowledge. My heart skips a beat at his proximity, and I take a deliberate step back. The PR team must be thrilled. A half smile plays at his lips. They'd be more thrilled if they were actually here to document any of this. I glance around, realizing he's right. No cameras, no PR team hovering nearby. Just Brian, in his work clothes, helping my team like any other volunteer. I excuse myself from Brian's intense gaze, grateful for the scheduled food tasting with the caterers. The kitchen area is tucked away in a quieter corner of the venue, and the familiar scents of herbs and spices fill the air. "Miss Caldwell," We've prepared several options for the appetizers, Chef Robert says, gesturing to an array of beautifully plated dishes. Shall we start with the seafood selection? I nod, trying to focus on the delicate arrangement of shrimp and scallops before me. The room feels warmer than usual, and I loosen my collar slightly. The first is a citrus-glazed shrimp with... Chef Robert's voice starts to fade in and out, like a radio losing signal. Black spots dance at the edges of my vision. Could you repeat that? I grip the edge of the stainless steel counter, but it doesn't help. My vision blurs, and I struggle to stay upright. Miss Caldwell? Someone's voice sounds far away. Are you okay? The world tilts sideways, colors bleeding together like watercolors in the rain. My grip on the steel counter loosens as my knees buckle beneath me. The voices around me fade into a distant hum, like being underwater. The shrimp is paired with... Chef Robert's words dissolve into nothing. My stomach lurches, and I try to call out, but my tongue feels too heavy. The fluorescent lights above blur into streaks of harsh white. The baby kicks once, hard, as if sensing something's wrong. The floor rushes up to meet me, but instead of cold tile, I feel warmth encircling my waist. Strong arms catching me mid-fall. A familiar scent, pine and sweat and something distinctly masculine, surrounds me as my head lolls against a solid chest. Through the haze, Brian's voice pierces the fog in my mind. Jasmine, are you okay? His face swims into focus above me, green eyes wide with panic. The steady thump of his heartbeat drums against my ear. His arms cradle me, one hand supporting my back while the other cups my head. I'm fine, I mumble, trying to push away from him. My limbs feel like lead weights. Just got a little dizzy. A little dizzy? You almost cracked your head on the counter. His grip tightens when I attempt to stand. Don't move yet. The doctor said. The words slip out before I can stop them. I press my lips together, but it's too late. What doctor? Brian's voice sharpens. You were at an appointment this morning. The baby kicks again as if responding to the tension in his voice. I place a hand protectively over my stomach, avoiding his gaze. It's nothing, just routine. Routine doesn't make someone collapse. His thumb brushes against my temple. The gesture surprisingly gentle for someone known for his iron grip on the business world. What did the doctor say? Chef Robert hovers nearby, wringing his hands. Should I call an ambulance? No! I struggle to sit up straighter in Brian's arms. No ambulance, I just need a minute. Like hell you do, Brian growls. You're going to the hospital. The room spins faster, colors bleeding together. Brian's voice grows distant, as if I'm sinking underwater. My limbs feel disconnected from my body. I don't need... The words die on my tongue as darkness creeps in from the edges of my vision. The baby kicks once more, sharp and urgent against my ribs. I try to press my hand to my stomach, but my arms won't cooperate. Jasmine, stay with me. Brian's voice echoes from somewhere far away. His arms tighten around me, but I barely feel them now. The fluorescent lights above blur into a single bright streak, then fade to gray. Chef Robert's concerned face swims in and out of focus. Call an ambulance, someone shouts, the words muffled and distorted. My last conscious thought is of the baby, and then everything goes black. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 11. Brian. I burst through the hospital doors, my heart thundering in my chest. The image of Jasmine collapsing plays on repeat in my mind, her eyes rolling back, her body going limp in my arms. I barely remember the drive here, just shouting orders for someone to call an ambulance while I cradled her. "Where is she?" I demand at the nurse's station, my voice sharp enough to make the staff jump. My hands grip the counter so hard my knuckles turn white. Jasmine Caldwell. She was just brought in. Tell me where the hell she is right now. Sir, are you family? The nurse eyes me warily, taking a small step back from my intensity. Her hand hovers near the security button, but I couldn't care less about causing a scene. I'm the father of her baby. The words tumble out before I can stop them, raw and desperate. I have no idea if it's true, but right now I don't care. I need to see her. I need to know she's okay. The thought of anything happening to her or our child makes my chest constrict painfully. "Room 204, she says, pointing down the hall. Her expression softens slightly at my obvious distress. But the doctor's with her now. You'll need to wait until they're finished with their examination. I stride down the sterile corridor, the antiseptic smell burning my nostrils. Overly cheerful holiday music sounds from tinny speakers assault my ears, adding to my stress. My hands clench and unclench at my sides. I hate hospitals, hate the feeling of not being in control, but what I hate most is this gnawing fear in my gut. A doctor emerges from 204 just as I approach. Her white coat is pristine, clipboard tucked against her chest. "Are you the father?" "How is she?" I counter, dodging the question. My heart pounds against my ribs as I wait for her answer, praying everything's okay. Miss Caldwell is stable, just exhaustion and mild dehydration. She needs rest and proper nutrition. The baby's fine, but she needs to take it easier. The doctor's tone is professional but kind, and each word helps loosen the vice grip of fear around my chest. Relief floods through me, making my knees weak. I lean against the wall, letting out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Damn, I've never been this scared before. The thought of losing her is unbearable. "Can I see her?" My voice comes out rougher than intended, betraying my emotional state. The doctor nods. "In a bit. I'll do an exam shortly and come back to you with some data." She taps her pen against the clipboard, studying my face. Try to stay calm. They're both going to be fine. I peer into her hospital room, my shoes silent against the polished floor. Jasmine lies there looking smaller than usual against the stark white sheets. An IV drips steadily beside her bed, the rhythmic sound matching my pulse. She seems to be sleeping peacefully now, and although I'm itching to rush to her bedside and cradle her in my arms, she needs rest more. I shove my hands in my pockets, leaning back against the wall as I watch the rhythmic rise and fall of her breathing. The click of heels against the hospital floor makes me turn. Elaine, Jasmine's best friend, races down the hallway, her designer bag swinging wildly at her side. Her eyes lock onto me, widening as she takes in the sight of me standing outside her room like a stalker. I must look like a mess. "Is she okay? Is the baby okay?" Elaine's voice quivers with worry, her perfectly manicured hands clutching the strap of her bag, so tightly her knuckles whiten. I push off from the wall where I've been keeping my vigil, my muscles stiff from standing in one position for so long. She's fine. My voice comes out rougher than intended, and I clear my throat, trying to soften my tone for Jasmine's friend. Just overworked herself. Doctor's in there now, doing a final check. They're monitoring the baby's heart rate, but everything looks good. God, I knew she was pushing too hard. Elaine runs a hand through her hair, messing up her usually perfect curls. That woman never knows when to stop. I've been telling her for weeks to slow down with all these events she's planning. Yeah, I'm figuring that out too. The words slip out before I can catch them, and Elaine's gaze sharpens on me. I can practically see the wheels turning in her head as she processes my obvious concern for her best friend. "What are you even doing here?" she asks, her protective instinct kicking in. "Shouldn't you be at some board meeting or whatever it is real estate moguls do?" I straighten, squaring my shoulders. I was there when she collapsed. I had to see if she was okay after the ambulance rushed her here. Elaine's eyes narrow as she studies me, her head tilting slightly. "The father's not in the picture, you know." But the words hit me like a punch to the gut. My fists clench at my sides, knuckles white with tension. Of course I'd suspected. The way Jasmine guards her privacy, how she never mentions him, but hearing it confirmed ignites something primal in me. What kind of worthless piece of crap abandons their child? An innocent mother? Not in the picture? I keep my voice steady, but there's an edge to it that makes Elaine take a small step back. Did he just walk away? I don't know the details. Elaine crosses her arms, defensive. She won't talk about him, but whoever he is, he's clearly not stepping up. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead as I process this. My jaw clenches so hard it aches. I've seen too many kids growing up without fathers, seen what it does to them, to their mothers. The thought of Jasmine going through this alone, working herself to exhaustion. That's going to change, I mutter, more to myself than Elaine. What was that? I force my hands to unclench. Nothing, just thinking out loud. The doctor steps out of Jasmine's room, his white coat rustling as he moves. His eyes dart between me and Elaine before settling on my face. You can see her now. He pauses, checking his clipboard. Are you her husband? The word yes leaves my mouth before I can process the question. My heart pounds against my ribs, but I keep my expression neutral. Yes, I am. Elaine's sharp intake of breath beside me nearly makes me wince. From the corner of my eye, I catch her opening her mouth, probably to contradict me, but I shoot her a look that could freeze hell over. I listen intently as the doctor's pen scratches across her clipboard, each instruction burning into my memory. My fingers drum against my thigh, a nervous habit I thought I'd killed years ago. Jasmine needs complete rest, she says, adjusting her glasses. No more stress, and make sure she's eating properly. Fruits, vegetables, no caffeine. What about the event planning? I ask, already knowing I won't like the answer. Absolutely not. She looks up from his clipboard, her expression stern. At least, not for the next week. She needs to focus on her health and the baby's well-being. I'll handle it, I say, my tone leaving no room for argument. The doctor raises an eyebrow but continues writing. Elaine shifts beside me, clearing her throat. And what makes you think... I cut her off with a sharp look. I said I'll handle it. The doctor hands me a prescription slip. These are prenatal vitamins. Make sure she takes them with food. She pauses, studying my face. And Mr. Sinclair? Don't let her push herself too hard. Some pregnant women can be stubborn about taking it easy. Trust me, doctor, I say, pocketing the prescription. She won't have a choice. I pull out my phone, opening the Notes app as the doctor continues her instructions. My fingers move swiftly across the screen, jotting down every detail about Jasmine's care requirements. From the corner of my eye, I catch Elaine's surprised expression. Make sure she gets plenty of rest, the doctor says. And when I say rest, I mean actual rest, not working from her laptop in bed. Got it. I type that in, adding 3 exclamation points. What about her diet? Any specific requirements? Lots of protein, leafy greens, small meals throughout the day rather than 3 large ones, and absolutely no skipping breakfast. She'll follow these instructions, I say, my tone leaving no room for argument. To the letter. The doctor adjusts her glasses. She'll be fine, but you need to make sure she follows through. Some patients think they can push through exhaustion. That's not an option here. Trust me, I say, pocketing my phone. I'll take care of everything. As the doctor's footsteps fade down the corridor, Elaine rounds on me, her perfectly manicured eyebrows shooting up toward her hairline. What do you think you're doing? I lean against the wall, trying to appear casual despite the way my heart hammers against my ribs. Just helping out. She's my partner for the gala, after all. Partner? Elaine's voice drips with skepticism. Since when do you personally oversee your charity events? Since now. I pull out my phone, pretending to check messages while avoiding her piercing stare. But my mind races with questions I can't answer. Why am I here? Why did I claim to be Jasmine's husband? Why does the thought of her going through this alone make me want to punch something? You don't strike me as the type to play nurse, Sinclair. There's a lot you don't know about me. The words come out as a growl, and I force myself to take a breath. Look, the event needs her. I need her expertise. Making sure she's okay is just good business. But even as I say it, I know it's stupid. The knot in my stomach when I saw her collapse, the relief that flooded through me when the doctor said she was okay, that's not business. That's something else entirely, something that makes me distinctly uncomfortable. I've built my empire on control, on knowing exactly what moves to make and when. But this feels like free-falling without a parachute.
Chapter 12. Jasmine. I lie in the hospital bed, staring at the sterile white ceiling tiles. The steady beep of monitors and the antiseptic smell make my skin crawl. I should be at the venue, overseeing the preparations, not trapped here like some invalid. Stop plotting your escape, Elaine says from the chair beside me. You're staying put. I'm fine. I push myself up against the pillows. It was just a dizzy spell. You fainted. Brian's voice comes from the doorway. He's changed out of his work clothes into a fresh suit, but his hair is slightly disheveled, like he's been running his fingers through it. The doctor said you need rest. Since when are you two besties? I glare between them. And don't you have more important things to do than play nursemaid? Since you decided to work yourself into collapse, Elaine crosses her arms. Someone needs to knock some sense into you. The venue is being handled, Brian cuts in. I've got my best people there, following your plans to the letter. Your team knows what they're doing. I sink back against the pillows, frustrated. The baby kicks, as if agreeing with them. Traitor? This is ridiculous. I don't need to stay overnight for observation. You can and you will. Doctor's orders, Brian says, his tone brooking no argument. Deal with it. I'll stand in this doorway all night if I have to. You can't just... Watch me. He settles into the chair on the other side of my bed, pulling out his phone. I've cleared my schedule. I'm not going anywhere. I close my eyes, trying to ignore how his presence makes my pulse jump. Being stuck here is bad enough. Being stuck here with him watching over me like some protective guard dog is worse. Because deep down, a part of me likes it. And that terrifies me more than any hospital stay. The hospital sheets scratch against my skin like sandpaper, and the fluorescent lights above pierce through my closed eyelids. Everything smells too clean, too sterile, like someone's trying to mask something worse underneath. The lights are giving me a headache, I mutter, pressing my fingers against my temples. Want me to turn them off? Brian reaches for the switch over my head without waiting for my answer. No, I catch his wrist. Then you'll just sit here in the dark like some creepy stalker. He drops his hand but doesn't move away. You're impossible, you know that? Then leave. Not happening. Not for an extended period of time anyway. The baby kicks again, harder this time, and I wince. Brian notices. Of course he does. And leans forward. Are you in pain? Should I call the nurse? I'm pregnant, not dying. I shift against the scratchy sheets, trying to find a comfortable position. And stop hovering. You're making me nervous. Good. Maybe that'll keep you from trying to escape. Elaine snorts from her chair. Fat chance. I once saw her coordinate an entire wedding with the flu. She's unstoppable when she sets her mind to something. Not this time, Brian says, his voice firm. This time, she's going to rest whether she likes it or not. I want to argue, but exhaustion weighs heavy on my limbs, and the harsh lights are making my head spin. Fine, but just for tonight. Hours later, I'm trying to distract myself by focusing on the mindless chatter of the TV when the door opens. Brian strides in, carrying a paper bag that fills the room with the sweet scent of fresh fruit. My stomach growls traitorously. What are you doing back here? I thought you'd gone home. I'm still frustrated about being stuck here. He ignores my tone completely, setting the bag on the rolling table beside my bed. The expensive suit he's wearing looks out of place against the stark hospital backdrop. He starts pulling out containers, arranging them with the same precision he probably uses in business deals. The doctor said you need to eat. I brought you some fruit. I already had dinner. I gesture at the untouched hospital tray. That's not dinner. He picks up the plastic lid, covering what's supposed to be chicken and rice. This is punishment. The smell of fresh apples and strawberries wafts from one of his containers, making my mouth water. The baby kicks, clearly voting in favor of Brian's offering over hospital food. I don't need you bringing me food. Obviously you do, since you haven't touched that. He pulls the hospital tray away and slides his containers closer. Eat. Doctor's orders. You're not my doctor. No, but I was there when he gave the instructions. Eat healthy, rest, no stress. He starts opening containers. This is me, helping with all three. I watch as Brian picks up an apple from the fruit container, his movements precise and controlled. Even this simple task, he handles like a business deal, methodical, purposeful. The silver knife in his hand catches the harsh hospital lighting as he begins to peel the apple in one continuous spiral. I can cut my own fruit, I say, but my protest lacks its earlier bite. The day's events have drained me more than I want to admit. You could. He doesn't look up from his task, the peel dropping in an unbroken curl onto the napkin he spread across the rolling table. But you won't have to. His hands move with surprising gentleness as he quarters the apple, each slice perfectly even. The crisp, sweet scent fills the sterile room, making my mouth water despite myself. The baby gives an appreciative kick. Here. He offers me a piece, and I notice how his fingers, usually commanding attention in boardrooms, now handle the delicate fruit with unexpected care. Since when does Brian Sinclair play kitchen servant? Since someone decided to work herself into exhaustion, he holds the slice closer. Just eat it, Jasmine. You can go back to being stubborn tomorrow. I take the piece, trying not to focus on how his fingers brush against mine, or how the simple action feels strangely intimate in the quiet hospital room. Brian leans over me, his cologne mixing with the antiseptic hospital air as he adjusts my pillows. His movements are precise, methodical, like everything else he does. The bed shifts under his weight as he helps me sit up, and I try to ignore how the simple action makes my breath catch. There. He positions the last pillow behind my lower back. Better? I nod, not trusting my voice. His hand brushes my shoulder as he pulls away, and the touch sends a current through my skin. Here. He offers me a slice of apple, his green eyes intent on my face. Eat. Our fingers touch as I take the fruit, and my heart betrays me, skipping a beat. The apple's sweetness fills my mouth, but I barely taste it. My mind is too busy trying to understand why Brian Sinclair, notorious real estate mogul and certified playboy, is standing here in a hospital room, cutting fruit for me like some attentive husband. Why are you doing this? The question slips out before I can stop it. Because you're stubborn enough to skip meals if someone doesn't watch you. He picks up another apple slice. And right now, that someone is me. That's not what I meant. I know what you meant. He holds out the fruit. Eat first, then we can discuss my mysterious motivations. I take the slice, our fingers brushing again. This time, I can't blame my racing pulse on the hospital monitors. I watch as Brian moves to the small sink in the corner, his suit jacket discarded over a chair, sleeves rolled up to reveal tan forearms. The sound of running water fills the awkward silence as he rinses strawberries and grapes. His movements are precise, methodical, like everything else he does. The same attention to detail he uses in million-dollar deals, now focused on preparing fruit. Elaine shifts closer to my bed, her eyes narrowed as she watches him work. The mattress dips as she leans in, her voice dropping to a whisper that barely carries over the running water. Is he the father? The piece of apple in my mouth turns to sawdust. What? No! The denial comes out too sharp, too quick. My voice pitches higher than intended, making me sound defensive even to my own ears. Brian moves methodically at the sink, the water running as he prepares more fruit. The rhythmic sound almost drowns out my thundering heartbeat after Elaine's question. Almost. The doctor said this will be good for you, he says, returning with a perfectly prepared fruit salad. My fingers grip the scratchy hospital blanket. The careful way he handles everything, from the fruit to adjusting my pillows, it's too much. This isn't the cold, ruthless businessman everyone knows. Why are you doing this? Is this still part of your PR campaign? His expression hardens, jaw tightening. I'm just concerned. That's all. I don't need your concern. The words come out sharp, defensive. I don't need anyone. The hospital room feels smaller suddenly, the air thick with tension. The steady beep of the heart monitor seems louder in the silence. Elaine shifts in her chair, looking between us with a deepening frown. Jasmine, don't be so harsh, she says softly. He's just trying to help. I don't need help from someone like him. The baby kicks as if protesting my tone, but I ignore it. Brian spins abruptly away from the bed. The door clicks shut behind him, with a finality that makes my chest ache. Elaine turns to me, her eyes narrowing. Why are you like this? He's the father, isn't he? She leans closer, her voice dropping. Don't lie to me. My chest tightens, the truth pressing against my ribs like a physical weight. The monitors beep steadily, marking each second of silence as I struggle to find words. But I can't hide it anymore. Chapter 13. Jasmine. I twist the thick blanket between my fingers, my heart hammering against my ribs. The steady beep of the monitor betrays my rising pulse. Okay, I whisper, the words barely making it past my lips. Brian is the father. Elaine's gasp fills the sterile room. Her eyes go wide, and she grabs the metal railing of my hospital bed. What? When? How? Remember that charity gala 6 months ago? My voice sounds distant, even to my own ears. The one for the children's hospital? The one where you disappeared early? Elaine leans forward in her chair, her expression a mix of shock and dawning realization. You told me you went home with a headache. I did go home. I swallow hard, remembering that night. Just not alone. I run a hand through my hair, the strands tangled from hours of lying in this hospital bed. My heart feels just as knotted. It was a few months ago, a one-night stand. The words taste bitter on my tongue. It meant nothing. Elaine shifts in her chair, the plastic squeaking beneath her. Her eyes search my face, and I know she sees right through me. The steady beep of the monitor fills the silence between us. Nothing? She raises an eyebrow. The way he just took care of you doesn't look like nothing. That's just Brian being Brian. He probably has a whole PR team telling him exactly how to act. I pick at a loose thread on the blanket, avoiding her gaze. Trust me. I've seen how he operates. Oh, sure, you've got to be an expert after one night. Does he know? Elaine leans forward, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. My fingers still on the blanket. The monitor beeps faster, matching my rising pulse. I turn toward the window, watching the city lights blurred through unshed tears. No, I manage, my voice tight. And he can't know. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken questions. I can feel Elaine's eyes on me, but I keep staring out the window, counting the lights until they stop swimming. Elaine's frown deepens, her forehead creasing as she leans forward in the uncomfortable hospital chair. But why did he act like he cared if he doesn't know? It doesn't make sense. The way he took notes from the doctor, brought you food. I shift against the stiff pillows, wincing at the soreness in my back. It's all for show, Elaine. You don't know him like I do. The memory of his calculated business deals flashes through my mind. He needs good press for this charity event. What better publicity than taking care of the pregnant event planner who fainted? Right. Elaine crosses her arms. That's why he memorized your dietary restrictions and personally peeled your fruit. For the cameras that weren't here. I let out an exasperated sigh. You don't understand. Men like Brian Sinclair don't just care. Everything's a transaction to them. Maybe it's more than that. Elaine's voice softens. The way he looked at you when you collapsed, that wasn't PR. Why not give him a chance? He clearly cares about you. Because I can't. The words come out sharper than intended, and I lower my voice, conscious of the quiet hospital corridor outside. The minute he finds out about the baby, everything changes. He'll try to control everything, just like he does with his business. And I won't let that happen. You don't know that, Elaine argues, but I shake my head, cutting her off. My fingers clench into fists. I don't need him to care. I can do this on my own. The words come out sharp, cutting through the sterile air like a knife. Elaine opens her mouth to argue, but I turn away, staring at the city lights beyond the window. The constant beeping of the monitor marks each passing second of silence between us. Later that night, after Elaine finally leaves, I lie in the uncomfortable hospital bed, unable to sleep. The rhythmic beeping feels like it's drilling into my skull. Her words keep echoing in my head. Why not give him a chance? I press my hands against my stomach, feeling the slight flutter of movement beneath. We don't need him, do we, little one? I whisper into the darkness, but even as I say it, doubt creeps in like a shadow. The image of Brian taking notes from the doctor flashes through my mind, followed by the gentle way he peeled that apple. Not the actions of the ruthless businessman I've read about in the papers. My throat tightens as a new thought surfaces. What if he finds out the truth? The baby kicks, causing me to suck in a sharp breath. I've seen how Brian operates in business, how he always gets what he wants. The headlines flash through my mind. Sinclair Empire acquires another company. Business mogul's latest takeover. A wave of fear crashes over me, making my heart race fast enough to change the monitor's rhythm. He could take everything. My baby, my control, my carefully planned future. The thought makes my chest constrict. My father's voice echoed through the years, sharp and cruel. You'll do as I say, Jasmine. My house, my rules. I press my palms against my eyes, trying to block out the images. The way he'd controlled every aspect of our lives. What we wore, who we talked to, when we could leave the house. The sound of glass shattering against walls when things didn't go his way. Your mother can't do anything right, he'd say, his words slicing through the air like razors. But you'll learn, won't you, Jasmine? My hands drift to my stomach, protective. The baby kicks, sensing my distress. Brian might wear expensive suits instead of my father's work clothes, might hide his control behind business deals and charitable donations. But power is power. Control is control. I've seen how he operates in his business world, ruthless, demanding, always getting his way. I won't let that happen to you, I whispered to my baby. No one's going to control us, not even your father. The memory of Brian taking notes from the doctor, bringing me food, surfaces again. But hadn't my father been gentle sometimes too, right before he'd explode? I squeezed my eyes shut. No, I can't risk it, not with my baby's future at stake. The headlines about Brian's business takeovers flashed through my mind again. How he crushes competition, how he always wins. What would stop him from doing the same to me? The morning sun streams through Elaine's car windows as we drive home, the city passing by in a blur of glass and steel. My hands rest protectively over my stomach, the baby's movements a constant reminder of what's at stake. You want to know why I can't tell him? My voice breaks the comfortable silence. What if he's like my father? What if he tries to control everything? Elaine glances at me, navigating through the morning traffic. Your father was a monster, Jazz, but not every man is like him. You didn't see Brian at that business meeting last month, the way he shut down everyone who disagreed with him. I press my head against the cool glass of the window. He's used to getting his way. And you're not? Elaine snorts, taking a sharp turn. Girl, I've seen you reduce grown men to tears over centerpiece heights. That's different. This is about my baby. No, this is about your fear. Elaine's voice softens as she pulls up to my apartment building. She kills the engine but doesn't unlock the doors. Jasmine, you need to think this through. It's not just about you anymore. A baby needs a father, and if Brian's a good man, maybe it's worth the risk. You saw how he acted at the hospital, taking notes from the doctor like he was closing a business deal? Yeah, I did see that. Elaine turns to face me fully. I saw a man who dropped everything to take care of you, who memorized your dietary restrictions and brought you food. Does that sound like your father to you? The rest of the car ride passes in uncomfortable silence. How am I going to handle this going forward? Elaine won't let this go. And if anyone else finds out, it's bound to get back to Brian. Back at the venue later that afternoon, I move cautiously, trying to read the room. The familiar scent of coffee and printer toner fills my nose, but something feels off. The usual morning bustle has been replaced by hushed whispers and darting glances. Sarah from accounting practically jumps when she sees me, dropping her papers. Oh, Jasmine, I didn't expect you back so soon. Why wouldn't I be back? I keep my voice steady, professional, but my spine stiffens as two interns hurry past, their whispered conversation reaching my ears. Can't believe Brian Sinclair's the father. My stomach drops. The room spins slightly, but I grip my desk to steady myself. How? How did anyone find out? Did you see how he rushed her to the hospital? Karen's voice drifts from the break room. Then he pretended not to know her. Classic player move. Poor thing, someone else adds. No wonder she's keeping the baby a secret. I want to scream, to tell them they're wrong, but the words stick in my throat. My carefully constructed world is crumbling around me, and for once, I don't know how to fix it. My assistant, Mike, approaches with a stack of papers, his eyes full of sympathy. The design team needs your approval on these, but it can wait if you're not feeling up to it. I know you've got a lot to... His voice trails off as he hands me the papers, almost apologetically. I'm fine, I snap, perhaps too harshly. The whispers grow louder, and I catch another snippet. She's definitely showing now. Wonder if he'll deny it's his. My hands shake as I try to sort through the papers on my desk. The rumors are spreading like wildfire, and I can't control any of it.
Chapter 14. Brian. I push through the glass doors of the event venue, telling myself it's just another business day. 4 days have passed since I last saw Jasmine, since she practically kicked me out of her hospital room. The space buzzes with activity. Workers hanging tinsel, arranging furniture, setting up displays. But my eyes search for only one person. Mr. Sinclair! Joshua approaches with a tablet. The PR team wants to know if... Later. I wave him off, scanning the room. Where is she? My feet carry me toward her usual spot near the main stage, but she's not there. Instead, I catch fragments of whispered conversations that stop when I get too close. The workers duck their heads, avoiding my gaze like I'm some kind of corporate boogeyman. Their sudden silence speaks volumes. Did you hear about... Shh, he's right there! I clench my jaw until it aches. Rumors. Always rumors following me around like a shadow. But these seem different. More personal somehow. The way they're looking at me, stealing glances when they think I won't notice. It's setting my teeth on edge. A flash of movement catches my eye. Jasmine directing a team hanging wreaths near the back wall. She's wearing a loose cream sweater that does little to hide her growing belly, and something twists in my chest at the sight. Our child. The thought hits me like a punch to the gut every single time I see her. Why do I even care? We're not together. She's not mine. The thought sits heavy in my stomach, but I can't look away. The graceful way she moves, the authority in her voice as she corrects a wreath's placement, it draws me in like a magnet. The spacing needs to be even, she calls out. We want elegance, not chaos. Even from here, I can see the shadows under her eyes. Is she taking care of herself? Getting enough rest? The questions plague me, and I hate that they do. I shouldn't be here. This isn't about work anymore, and I know it. But I can't seem to stay away. 2 workers near the massive Christmas tree stop talking as I approach, their eyes darting away like spooked rabbits. But I catch the tail end of their conversation, the words drifting across the marble floor of the hotel lobby. Brian's the father of her baby, right? I heard they're not on good terms because he cheated on her. My steps falter. The words hit me like a physical blow, and for a moment, I forget how to breathe. What the hell? I've never cheated on anyone in my life, let alone Jasmine. The thought of it makes my blood boil. These people, spreading lies about something they know nothing about. Hey, you two. My voice cuts through the air, sharp as steel. I draw myself up to my full height, letting every ounce of my authority show. Got something to share? The 2 workers freeze like deer in headlights. My hands clench into fists as I tower over them, waiting for an answer. Well? My voice drops to a dangerous whisper. I asked you a question. One of them, a young guy with a ridiculous Santa hat perched on his dark hair, swallows hard enough that I can see his Adam's apple bob. It's just... People are talking, sir, about you and Miss Caldwell. And what exactly are they saying? The words come out as a growl, low and threatening. My jaw clenches so tight it hurts. That you're, The second worker, a scrawny kid who can't be more than 25, glances at his friend for help, practically squirming under my stare. That you're the father of her baby, but things went south because... Because what? I take a step closer, watching them both shrink back. Because you cheated on her. His voice rises at the end, making it sound like a question. The words hang in the air between us like a lit match near gasoline. Blood pounds in my ears, a thundering rhythm that drowns out everything else. My chest feels tight with rage. Who the hell started this crap? And more importantly, why are these idiots saying I'm the father? That's not something anyone should know about. I stride through the venue, my footsteps echoing with purpose. The whispers follow me like shadows, but I ignore them, searching for Jasmine. Finally, I spot her by the grand staircase, directing a team hanging crystal ornaments. We need to talk. My voice barks through the chatter. Now. She turns, those brown eyes widening at my tone. I'm in the middle of... This can't wait. I grasp her elbow, gentle but firm, and guide her toward an empty alcove. The scent of her perfume hits me, something light and floral, and it only fuels my anger. How dare anyone spread lies about us? What the hell is going on? I demand, keeping my voice low but sharp. Why are people saying I'm the father of your baby? Jasmine takes a step back, her hand instinctively moving to her stomach. What? Who's saying that? Don't play dumb. The entire venue is buzzing with it. There are even rumors that I clench my jaw, the words tasting bitter. That I cheated on you. I don't know. She shakes her head, her professional composure cracking. Maybe people saw us together and made assumptions. You've been here every day, bringing me food, taking care of me at the hospital. I run a hand through my hair, pacing the small space. This could ruin my reputation, Jasmine. Do you understand that? My company's shares are already taking hits, and now this... The irony of the situation isn't lost on me. Here I am, worried about rumors that are actually true. At least the part about being the father. Not that I know that yet. I'm sorry, Jasmine whispers, her voice barely audible above the Christmas music playing in the background. I didn't mean for this to happen. The tension coils around us like a snake. My hands itch to reach for her, to demand answers, but I force them to stay at my sides. The decorative lights cast shadows across her face, making her expression hard to read. These rumors... I rake my fingers through my hair. They could tank the whole charity event. Everything we've worked for. She takes a step back, bumping into a partially decorated Christmas tree. A silver ornament swings precariously. I know, I'll talk to the staff, make sure they understand. That's not what I want to know. The words come out harsher than intended, echoing in our little alcove. I lower my voice, leaning closer. Who's the father, Jasmine? Why isn't he in the picture? What's going on with you anyway? The question's been burning in my mind since the hospital. Since I watched her sleep, vulnerable and alone. Since I realized how much it bothered me that some asshole had walked away from his responsibilities. She stares at me, those brown eyes wide with something that looks like fear. The Christmas lights reflect in them, making them sparkle despite the tension between us. Her hand moves to her stomach, protective, defensive. That's none of your business, she says, but her voice trembles. The hell it isn't. Not when these rumors are dragging my name through the mud. I brace my hand against the wall beside her head, caging her in. Tell me. Jasmine tenses against the wall, her eyes darting away from mine like a trapped animal. I can't talk about it. The evasion in her voice, the way she shields her belly with both hands, something inside me snaps. 6 months ago floods back into my mind. That night, the heat, the passion, the way she felt in my arms. Am I the father? The words tear from my throat before I can stop them. Why am I even asking? This isn't my problem. I'm Brian Sinclair. I don't do relationships, don't do complications. But standing here, watching her pale face in the glow of Christmas lights, I need to know. No. She shakes her head, but her voice wavers. It's not you. My fingers press into the wall beside her head, leaving indents in the fresh paint. The scent of pine needles and her perfume mingles in the air between us, making it hard to think straight. You sure about that? I lean closer, searching her face for any sign of deception. Because the timing... I said no. Her chin lifts, defiant, despite her trembling lips. You're not the father, Brian. Now let me go. My eyes drift to her stomach, and something about her reaction nags at me. The way she's trying to escape. How she won't quite meet my eyes. The pieces don't quite fit. You're 5 months along, right? Jasmine's throat bobs as she swallows. Yes. Her voice barely carries over the Christmas music playing in the background. Damn, Silent Night has never felt more ironic. The silence stretches between us, thick with unspoken words. My fingers drum against the wall beside her head, and I catch the scent of her shampoo, something tropical that reminds me of that night 6 months ago. Of tangled sheets, and her skin against mine, of promises we never meant to keep. Great. 6 months. The math isn't adding up, and neither is the way she's practically vibrating with tension under my stare. I drop my hand, taking a step back. I'm sorry for what happened at the hospital. I went overboard. The words taste strange in my mouth. I rarely apologize for anything. She shifts her weight, her hands still protective over her belly. No, I was the one who was too harsh. I'm sorry. The soft vulnerability in her voice does something to my chest that I don't want to examine too closely. I nod curtly and turn away, my jaw clenched so tight it hurts. The drive home is a blur of city lights and confusion. My hands grip the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. Why do I care so much? Why can't I shake the feeling she's hiding something crucial from me? That night 6 months ago plays on repeat in my head. Her skin against mine, the way she said my name. One night shouldn't matter this much, so why does it feel like unfinished business?
Chapter 15. Jasmine. I pull my coat tighter around me as I walk through the dimly lit parking lot. December's chill seeps through my clothes, and my breath creates little clouds in the air. The suppliers took longer than expected, and now I need to head back to the event hall for those files I forgot. My heels click against the pavement as I approach the building. The security guard, Bob, tips his hat at me. Working late again, Miss Caldwell? Just need to grab something I left behind. I rub my arms, trying to generate some warmth. The suppliers were particularly demanding today. He chuckles, swiping his card to let me in. The Christmas events got everyone on edge. The vast event hall stretches before me, eerily quiet without the usual bustle of workers. Christmas decorations sparkle in the emergency lights, giant wreaths, twinkling fairy lights, and elaborate centerpieces we finished setting up earlier today. My footsteps echo in the empty space. My baby kicks, making me pause for a moment. I place a hand on my stomach, feeling the movement beneath. I know, sweetie. We'll be home soon. The thought of home makes me quicken my pace toward my makeshift office in the corner. The files should be right where I left them. On top of I freeze mid-step as I spot Brian across the hall. He's gathering papers from one of the tables, his suit jacket draped over a nearby chair. The Christmas lights cast shifting shadows across his face, making his expression unreadable. My heart hammers against my ribs. I didn't expect anyone to be here, least of all him. The baby kicks again, as if sensing my tension. Hey. The word escapes my lips before I can stop it, echoing slightly in the vast space. Brian looks up, his movement stilling. His green eyes lock with mine for a moment, before he gives a short nod. Hey. The air between us feels thick, charged with unspoken words. I shift my weight from one foot to another, hyper-aware of every small movement. The gentle hum of the heating system seems deafening in the silence. Brian returns to collecting his papers, but his movements are stiffer now, more deliberate. The rustling of paper cuts through the quiet like static. I wrap my arms around myself, partly from the cold, partly for comfort. The baby kicks again, stronger this time, making me inhale sharply. Brian's head snaps up at the sound, concern flickering across his features, before he schools his expression back to neutral. We walk toward the parking lot together, our footsteps echoing in the cold December air. The silence between us feels like a physical presence, heavy and suffocating. My baby shifts inside me, and I resist the urge to place my hand on my stomach, a habit I've developed these past months. Brian keeps a careful distance, but I can still catch the subtle scent of his cologne mixing with the crisp winter air. Well, good night, Brian says as we reach our cars, his voice controlled and professional. Good night. I watch as he slides into his sleek black Mercedes, the engine purring to life. Something twists in my chest as the distance between us grows, an ache I refuse to acknowledge. It's better this way, I tell myself. I can't get close to him. Not with his child growing inside me. I slip my key into the ignition, turning it. The engine makes a sickening sound and dies. Come on, not now. I try again, but the car only sputters weakly before falling silent. Of all the nights for this to happen, it had to be when I'm exhausted and just want to get home. Seriously? Frustration bubbles up inside me, and I slam my palm against the steering wheel. The horn blares, startling me and making the baby kick in response. I try to calm both myself and my overactive little passenger. The last thing I need is car trouble when I'm 6 months pregnant, and the temperature outside is dropping by the minute. A light tap on my window makes me jump. Brian stands there, his breath creating small clouds in the cold air. My heart skips a beat. Whether from surprise or his presence, I'm not sure. I roll down the window and the frigid air rushes in. Need help? I'm fine, I say automatically, but another failed attempt at starting the car betrays me. Brian opens my door. Pop the hood. I comply, watching as he strides to the front of my car. He leans over the engine, his expensive suit looking out of place doing car maintenance. It's the battery, he announces after a moment, closing the hood with a decisive thud. No one's going to tow it this late. I slump in my seat, exhaustion weighing heavy on my shoulders. The baby shifts restlessly, probably sensing my frustration. Great, I'll just call a cab. In this weather, Brian's voice carries that authoritative tone I remember all too well. You'll be waiting for hours. Let me drive you home. The thought of being alone in a car with him makes my pulse quicken. But as another gust of winter wind cuts through my coat, I know he's right. No cab will come quickly in this weather, and I'm too tired to argue. Okay, thanks. Brian's car is warm. The leather seats heated to perfection. The silence wraps around us, like a thick blanket as we drive through the increasingly heavy snow. The windshield wipers sweep back and forth in a hypnotic rhythm, barely keeping up with the mounting storm. I steal glances at his profile, illuminated by the passing streetlights. His jaw is set, eyes focused on the road ahead. Left here, I direct as we approach my street. The snow is getting worse, creating a white wall that even Brian's expensive headlights struggle to penetrate. We pull up to my building, just as a gust of wind rocks the car. I peer through the windshield at the near whiteout conditions, concern creeping into my voice. It's dangerous to drive right now. You should stay until the storm passes. Brian raises an eyebrow, and for a moment, I think he'll refuse. My heart pounds at the thought of him alone on these treacherous roads. Not because I care, I tell myself. It's just basic human decency. All right, he says finally, putting the car in park. Just until the storm lets up. The baby kicks again as if agreeing with the decision, and I press my lips together to hide a smile. What am I getting myself into? Brian's hand steadies my elbow as we navigate the icy path to my building's entrance. The wind whips around us, and snowflakes catch in my hair. His grip is firm but gentle, and I try to ignore how natural it feels to lean into his support. Inside my apartment, the warmth wraps around us like a blanket. I slip off my coat, watching as Brian takes in my modest living space. The silence stretches between us until my stomach decides to break it with an embarrassingly loud growl. I laugh, my hand instinctively moving to rest on my belly. Sorry, it's the baby. The corners of Brian's mouth twitch upward, his expression softening in a way I rarely see. I'm starving too. I can make noodles. I head toward the kitchen, trying to maintain some semblance of control in this surreal situation. And a great mac and cheese. That's about all I can offer. Brian follows me, his expensive shoes clicking against the tile floor. He peers into my nearly empty pantry, a smirk playing on his lips. How did you survive this long? I manage. I roll my eyes, pulling out a package of instant ramen. The baby kicks, apparently agreeing with Brian's assessment of my culinary skills. Not everyone has a personal chef, you know. Brian inspects my kitchen like he's surveying a new real estate acquisition. He opens cabinets, peers into my fridge, and pulls out random ingredients I forgot I even had. The confident way he moves around my space should irritate me, but something about his focused expression makes me bite back a smile. Half an onion, some eggs, cheese. He lifts a container, sniffs it, and sets it back down. And what appears to be week-old takeout. Hey, I've been busy. I lean against the counter, watching him continue his inventory. The baby kicks, apparently interested in his kitchen exploration. Some of us don't have time to be master chefs. Clearly, he rolls up his sleeves, exposing tanned forearms. But you're in luck. I can make a decent omelet with these ingredients, better than instant noodles. An omelet at this hour? Breakfast for dinner is a thing. He grabs a knife from my drawer, testing its edge with a slight frown. Though your knife selection leaves much to be desired. I cross my arms. Not all of us need professional-grade cutlery to make mac and cheese. No wonder you survive on takeout. His eyes meet mine, a challenge in them. Let me show you how it's done. Go ahead. I gesture to my humble kitchen. Be my guest. The corner of his mouth lifts in that infuriating half smile. Challenge accepted. The aroma of sautéed onions and spices fills my small kitchen, making my mouth water. Brian moves with surprising grace between my stove and counter, his suit jacket now draped over a chair, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. The sight of him cooking in my kitchen feels surreal, yet oddly right. Where did you learn to cook? I ask, leaning against the counter. My mom insisted all her kids learn. He flips the omelet with practiced ease. Said she wouldn't let us grow up helpless in the kitchen like our father. The baby kicks, apparently approving of the cooking smells. I press a hand to my stomach, watching as Brian sprinkles cheese over the eggs. Hungry little one? He asks, catching my movement. Always. I laugh softly, though this smells way better than my usual dinner. You mean your gourmet instant noodles? His eyes sparkle with amusement as he plates the omelet. Here, try this instead. Our fingers brush as he hands me a spoon, and I ignore the tiny spark that runs through me at the contact. The first bite melts in my mouth, perfectly seasoned and fluffy. Okay, I'll admit it. This beats instant noodles any day. High praise indeed. He starts preparing another omelet, moving through my kitchen like he belongs there. Though the bar wasn't exactly high. There's more where this came from too. Stay tuned. The domesticity of the moment strikes me, standing in my kitchen, sharing food and easy conversation. For the first time in weeks, the tension between us feels lighter, replaced by something warmer, more natural. Want some tea? I ask, already reaching for the kettle. It's decaf, and you're going to involve me in this little cooking operation in some way too. I want to learn. Sure. He glances over his shoulder, a small smile playing at his lips. As long as you promise to pay attention. No more settling for less, Jasmine, I think. Taking another bite of the delicious eggs, I could get used to this.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 16. Brian. I move through Jasmine's kitchen with practiced ease, my hands falling into familiar patterns as I chop an onion. The sharp scent brings back memories of Sunday mornings at home, Mom teaching us all her secret recipes. The knife makes quick work of the vegetables, and I can feel Jasmine's eyes following my movements. Where did you learn to cook like that? She leans against the counter, arms crossed. I figured you'd have an army of personal chefs. My mother would be offended if I hired a chef. I grab a pan from her cupboard, testing its weight. Not bad quality. Every Sunday, we'd gather in the kitchen. Mom, Dad, my sisters, and brother. All of us cooking together. Sounds nice. Her voice carries a hint of something. Longing, maybe? I tie her floral apron around my waist, not caring how ridiculous I must look in my suit pants and dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up. It was. Still is. We keep the tradition going. The oil heats in the pan and I throw in garlic and onions. The sizzle fills the kitchen with that familiar comfort food aroma. Outside, the storm rattles the windows, but in here it's warm and cozy. I'm impressed, Jasmine admits, watching as I stir the vegetables. The ruthless Brian Sinclair, domestic god. I laugh, adding more ingredients to the pan. There's a lot you don't know about me. The garlic and onions release their fragrance, filling the small space between us. For a moment, I forget about the complications, the rumors, the tension. It's just us, the sound of cooking, and the storm outside. Jasmine steps beside me at the counter, grabbing a knife and another onion. I can help. I'm not completely useless in the kitchen. I watch as she positions the onion, her grip on the knife all wrong. The blade wobbles dangerously close to her fingers with each awkward slice. My chest tightens at each near miss. For someone who plans events down to the minute, your knife skills are deeply disturbing. I set down my own knife. You're going to lose a finger. I've managed this far. She continues her precarious chopping, the pieces coming out in uneven chunks. The knife slips, and I catch her wrist before disaster strikes. Her skin is warm under my fingers, and for a moment, we both freeze at the contact. I step behind Jasmine, close enough that my chest brushes against her back. Her hair carries a subtle scent of jasmine. Fitting. I reach around her, covering her hands with mine to guide the knife. Like this, I murmur near her ear, adjusting her grip on the handle. Keep your fingers tucked in. My hands dwarf hers as I demonstrate the proper motion, rocking the blade in smooth, controlled cuts. She tenses against me, and I can feel her pulse racing where my fingers rest against her wrist. The onion forgotten, she draws in a shaky breath. I can handle a knife, she protests, but her voice lacks conviction. Clearly. I guide her through another slice, slower this time, though I prefer my event planners with all their fingers intact. Her laugh comes out breathless. Always the businessman. The storm rattles the windows, but in here the kitchen feels like another world, one where there aren't rumors or complications or secrets between us, just the steady rhythm of the knife, the warmth of her body against mine, and the memory of that night 6 months ago that I can't seem to shake. She shifts, and I realize I've stopped moving, lost in thought with my hands still wrapped around hers. The knife sits idle on the cutting board. Brian? Her voice is barely a whisper. The sound of my name on her lips sends a jolt through me. I need to step back, maintain distance, but my body refuses to move. Her brown eyes meet mine, and the kitchen suddenly feels too small, too intimate. Her breath catches, a small sound that echoes in the space between us. I'm still holding her hands, still pressed against her back, and every instinct screams at me to step away. But I can't move. She breaks first, turning back to the cutting board. The onions are making my eyes water. I release her hands and step back, grateful for the excuse. The loss of contact leaves me oddly cold. Right. The onions. She moves to lean against the counter, folding her arms across her chest as she watches me return to the stove. The vegetables sizzle as I add them to the pan, filling the silence with familiar cooking sounds. You seem like you grew up in a happy family. Her voice is soft, almost wistful. I nod, unable to stop the smile that tugs at my lips as memories of home flood back. I did. My parents are still together, crazy in love, actually. The vegetables sizzle in the pan as I stir them. I have 2 sisters and a brother. We're close. Jasmine's smile fades, her fingers tracing patterns on the counter. I had a complete family, too. She pauses, and something in her voice makes me still my movements. But not a happy one. My dad was abusive. It was better when he wasn't around. The wooden spoon in my hand stops mid-stir. The kitchen suddenly feels colder, despite the heat from the stove. The storm outside seems to grow louder in the silence that follows her words. My chest tightens as I watch her. She stands straight, chin up, but her arms wrap around herself like armor. I'm sorry, I say softly, setting the spoon down. I didn't know. The words feel inadequate against the weight of her confession, but they're all I have. The distance between us, barely 3 feet of kitchen tile, suddenly feels like miles. Jasmine shrugs, her shoulders dropping as she stares at the counter. It's fine. It was a long time ago. My eyes drift to her stomach, watching how her hand unconsciously rests there, protective. Something in my chest tightens at the sight. Well, now, you have your own family. The knife slips in her grip, a flash of silver against skin. I move before I can think, my hand shooting out to grab hers. The blade clatters to the counter. Hey, be careful! My voice comes out sharper than intended, rough with concern. Her palm is small in mine, delicate despite the strength I know she possesses. I turn her hand over, fingers tracing each line, each curve searching for any sign of injury. Her skin is soft, warm against my callous touch. Jasmine pulls her hand away, and the warmth of her touch lingers on my skin. I'm fine. I was just startled by what you said. Her gaze drops to her stomach, and a soft smile transforms her face. The sight hits me in an unexpected way. She looks peaceful, content. But you're right. I have my own family now, and I'll do everything I can to protect my baby. Something in her words, in the fierce determination behind them, stirs an unfamiliar feeling in my chest. I watch as she absently strokes her belly, the gesture so natural, so protective. The storm outside fades to white noise as I take in the scene before me. Jasmine in her kitchen, bathed in warm light, planning a future for her child. You're going to be a great mother, Jasmine. The words come out before I can stop them, but I mean every syllable. Despite everything, the rumors, the tension between us, her stubborn independence, I've seen how she handles everything life throws at her, how she carries herself with grace and determination. I turn back to the stove, stirring the vegetables with more focus than necessary. The domesticity of the moment catches me off guard. Me cooking in her kitchen, the storm raging outside. This unexpected glimpse into who she really is beneath all those carefully constructed walls. The spices sizzle in the pan, filling the air with their rich aroma. But I can't shake the image of her smile when she touched her stomach. The way her eyes softened, showing a side of her I've never seen before. The kitchen seems to shrink with each passing second, the space between us charged with something I can't name. The sound of the simmering pan fades against the thundering of my pulse. Jasmine stands close, too close, her brown eyes fixed on mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. The food's going to burn, she whispers, but doesn't move away. Let it! My voice comes out rough, deeper than usual. The spices fill the air around us, but all I can focus on is the subtle scent of her perfume, the way her lips part slightly as she draws in a shaky breath. I lean in, drawn by some force I can't resist. My hand finds the counter behind her, boxing her in. Her breath warms my skin, and I watch as her eyes dart to my mouth, then back up. Brian. The way she says my name, half warning, half invitation, sends electricity down my spine. The storm rattles the windows, but in here, time seems to stand still. The space between us crackles with tension, with possibility, with 6 months of denied attraction and unspoken words. I move closer, my face inches from hers now. Her pulse jumps visibly at her throat, matching the rapid beat of my own heart. She doesn't back away, doesn't break eye contact. Instead, she tilts her chin up slightly, defiant even now. Tell me to stop, I murmur, close enough that my breath stirs the curls framing her face. But she doesn't. She just stares up at me, her brown eyes filled with a mix of desire and something that looks almost like fear. A loud hiss from the pot on the white TV shatters the moment, and I jerk back from Jasmine, my heart hammering against my ribs. The rich aroma of soup has turned sharp with the threat of burning. Damn! I stride to the stove, grabbing the pot handle. Steam billows up as I give it a quick stir, checking T-hat nothing stuck to the bottom. The soup's ready. We should eat. Right. Jasmine's voice sounds breathless behind me. I'll get some bowls. I keep my eyes fixed on the pot, listening to her move around the kitchen, opening cabinets. The clink of dishes provides a welcome distraction from what almost happened, what I almost let happen. The storm continues to rage outside, but in here the air feels thick with unspoken words and interrupted possibilities. I focus on ladling the soup into the bowls she sets beside me, careful not to let our hands brush. It smells good, she says, and I can hear her trying to sound normal, casual, like we weren't just about to kiss in her kitchen. Thanks. I clear my throat, still not looking at her. Let's hope it tastes as good as it smells.
Chapter 17. Jasmine. I sit at my small dining table, watching as Brian places the steaming bowl of soup in front of me. The aroma hits me first, rich, savory, with hints of herbs I can't even name. My stomach growls again, louder this time. "Try it," he says, taking the seat across from me, his green eyes watching me intently. I dip my spoon in and take a bite. The flavors explode on my tongue. Tender vegetables, perfectly seasoned broth, and something else I can't quite place. A perfect blend of herbs and spices dances across my taste buds. My eyes widen in genuine surprise. After his cocky attitude all day, I hate to admit he's good at anything. But this is actually amazing. I take another spoonful, unable to help myself. The warmth spreads through my chest, comforting and rich. What's in this? Secret family recipe. He leans back in his chair, looking entirely too pleased with himself, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. My mom taught me how to make it. Been perfecting it for years. Your mom clearly knows what she's doing. The warmth of the soup spreads through me, and I realize how hungry I've been. I can't remember the last time I had a home-cooked meal like this. That's because you live off instant noodles. His green eyes dance with amusement. Which, by the way, isn't the best diet for... He stops himself, but I know what he was going to say. For the baby. The silence stretches between us for a moment, broken only by the sound of spoons against bowls and the storm raging outside. Well, I say, focusing on my soup, I guess I should thank you for saving me from another night of crappy pasta. Brian chuckles, watching me devour another spoonful. I told you, I'm not just a pretty face. Careful there, your ego might not fit in my apartment. But I can't help smiling as I take another bite. The flavors dance across my tongue. Rich broth, tender vegetables, and something else that makes it taste like comfort itself. It reminds me of those rare peaceful moments from childhood, before everything fell apart. The wind howls outside, rattling my windows. Brian stands and walks to peer through the glass, his broad shoulders tensing as he takes in the weather. The snow falls in thick sheets now, creating a white wall that obscures everything beyond my third-floor window. "It's getting worse," he says, frowning. "I don't think I'll be able to leave anytime soon." My spoon clatters against the bowl as I process his words. The thought of Brian staying here, in my space, makes my heart race. It's too intimate, too dangerous. But I can't exactly kick him out into a blizzard. "The couch is comfortable enough," I offer, trying to keep my voice neutral. At least, that's what Elaine tells me when she crashes here. He turns back to me, and something in his green eyes makes my breath catch. "The couch will be fine, if it comes to that." I shrug, trying to appear nonchalant even as my heart races. "You can stay a while longer. I can make us some hot chocolate." A few minutes later, we settle on my worn leather couch, mugs warming our hands. The fireplace casts a soft glow across the room, and Mariah Carey's "All I Want for Christmas" plays softly from my Bluetooth speaker. Brian's eyes sweep across my living room, taking in the small details, my collection of mystery novels, the throw blanket my grandmother knitted, the potted plants lining the windowsill. His gaze lingers on the glass doors leading to the balcony. "You have a nice balcony," he says, nodding toward the snow-covered space outside. "Really quaint. The view must be amazing in the summer." I smile, remembering peaceful mornings spent there. It's my favorite part of the house. I love sitting out there with a book and a cup of tea. The memory of lazy Sunday mornings, reading in my wicker chair, makes me long for warmer weather. Sometimes I watch the sunrise. The city looks different then, quieter. The marshmallows in my hot chocolate have melted into a sweet foam, and I take another sip, savoring the warmth. Brian's presence beside me feels both unsettling and oddly comfortable, like a puzzle piece that shouldn't fit but somehow does. The fire crackles, casting dancing shadows across my living room walls. I sink deeper into the couch cushions, letting the warmth seep into my bones. It really is my favorite spot. Sometimes I bring a blanket out there and just watch the city wake up. Brian takes another sip of his hot chocolate. I can picture that. Peaceful morning, steam rising from your teacup. Exactly. I smile, remembering those quiet moments. Though lately, this little one has been waking me up way before sunrise. I rest my hand on my belly, feeling a gentle flutter beneath. Early riser already? Takes after their mother, I bet. The conversation flows easily now, the earlier tension melting away like the marshmallows in our cocoa. We talk about nothing and everything. Favorite books, childhood memories, the most disastrous events we've ever planned. His laugh is rich and warm, nothing like the cold businessman I'm used to seeing. My eyelids grow heavy as the storm continues its assault outside. The fire's warmth wraps around me like a cocoon, and I find myself fighting to keep my eyes open. The baby seems to have settled down too, lulled by the peaceful atmosphere. "You're falling asleep," Brian says softly. "No, I'm not." I stifle a yawn, just resting my eyes. The cushions are so soft and the fire is so warm. I lean back, telling myself I'll just rest for a minute. Just 1 minute. My head tips forward as exhaustion takes over, but before I can fall, a warm hand catches me. Brian's palm cradles the back of my head, steadying me. His touch sends tingles down my spine, and I force my heavy eyelids open. "You really are tired," he says, his voice low and gentle. I try to sit up straight, but my body betrays me with another yawn. "I'm fine, just comfortable." The baby seems to agree, staying unusually still and peaceful. Brian's fingers brush against my temple, tucking a stray curl behind my ear. The tender gesture makes my breath catch. "Maybe I should go," he says, his green eyes soft in the firelight. I can't have the owner of the house falling asleep on me. I blink slowly, my gaze meeting his intense green eyes. "You can't drive in this storm." My voice comes out more intimate than intended, barely a whisper above the howling wind outside. His hand remains on my head, fingers threading gently through my hair. The warmth of his touch spreads through me, making it hard to think straight. He leans closer, and my breath catches in my throat. The space between us crackles with tension, alive with possibility. The baby kicks suddenly as if sensing my racing heart. I press a hand to my stomach, the movement grounding me in reality. Brian's eyes follow the motion, his expression softening. "I know I should leave," he murmurs, his voice low and husky. His fingers trace a path from my hair to my cheek, leaving trails of heat in their wake. But I don't want to. The fire pops loudly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across his face. We're so close now I can smell his cologne, a subtle mix of cedar and something uniquely him. It reminds me of that night 6 months ago, when one moment of weakness changed everything. His thumb brushes across my bottom lip, and I can't help the small gasp that escapes me. "Brian," the warning in my voice sounds weak even to my own ears. The storm rages outside, but in here, time seems to stand still. His face hovers inches from mine, his breath warm against my skin. The moment stretches between us, charged with unspoken desire and dangerous possibilities. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the crackling fire and my thundering heartbeat. Brian's face moves closer, his breath warm against my lips. Every rational thought screams at me to pull away, but my body refuses to listen. I can feel the heat radiating from him, smell that intoxicating cologne that's uniquely his, and my knees go weak. His hand cups my cheek, thumb tracing my jawline with a gentleness that contradicts everything I know about this ruthless businessman. Jasmine. His voice is rough, barely a whisper, but it sends shivers down my spine. The way he says my name, like a prayer and a curse wrapped into one, makes my resolve weaken further. I should stop this. I need to stop this. Everything I've worked for, all my plans for independence, are balanced on this knife's edge. But when his lips finally meet mine, soft and questioning, all my carefully constructed walls crumble. The kiss is nothing like our heated encounter 6 months ago. This is slow, deliberate, as if he's trying to memorize every moment. And God help me, I'm letting him. The kiss deepens, and a small sound escapes my throat. His fingers thread through my hair, pulling me closer as his other hand slides down my back. My skin tingles wherever he touches, sparks of electricity racing through my body. I grip his shirt, anchoring myself as the kiss grows more demanding. His tongue traces my bottom lip, and I open to him without hesitation. He tastes like hot chocolate and desire, and something uniquely Brian that I remember from that night 6 months ago. The world outside disappears. The storm, the fundraiser, all my carefully laid plans fade away until there's nothing but this moment. Nothing but Brian's hands on my skin, his lips moving against mine, the heat building between us. His mouth trails down my neck and I gasp, arching into him. Brian, the baby kicks again, a sharp reminder of everything at stake, but even that can't break through the haze of desire as Brian's lips find mine again, hungry and insistent.
Chapter 18. Brian. I guide Jasmine down the hallway, our lips never breaking contact. Her hands fumble with my shirt buttons while I pull at her sweater. My fingers trace the soft curve of her stomach, and I feel her tense slightly. You're beautiful, I whisper against her mouth. Every inch of you. She draws back, her brown eyes searching mine. Brian. Shh. I kiss her again, deeper this time, and she melts against me. My shirt falls to the floor, and her sweater follows. The feel of her skin against mine sends electricity through my veins. Which way? I ask between kisses. Left. Her breath catches as I trail kisses down her neck. Second door. We stumble through the doorway, moonlight spilling through the window, casting shadows across her bed. Her hands run down my chest, setting my skin on fire. I've never wanted anyone like this before. Wait. She pulls back slightly, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Are you sure about this? Instead of answering, I capture her lips again, walking her backward until her legs hit the bed. Her fingers thread through my hair, pulling me closer. We fall onto the mattress together, and I break the kiss to look at her. I've never been more sure of anything, I say, and mean it. My hands glide over Jasmine's skin, tracing every curve, every dip. Her body responds to my touch, arching against me. The moonlight streaming through the window highlights the gentle swell of her stomach, making her look ethereal. God, you're perfect, I whisper against her collarbone, trailing kisses down her neck. Her fingers dig into my back, sending sparks of pleasure pain through my body. Brian. Her voice is breathless, needy. It drives me wild. I run my fingers along her sides, memorizing every inch of her. Her breath hitches when I hit a sensitive spot just below her ribs. I smile against her skin, filing away that reaction for future reference. Sensitive there? I murmur, doing it again just to hear that little gasp. Her nails scrape down my back in retaliation. Shut up and kiss me. I comply, capturing her lips with mine while my hands continue their exploration. The heat between us intensifies with each touch, each kiss. Her skin is like silk under my fingertips, addictive in a way I've never experienced before. She moans softly when I find another sensitive spot, and the sound sends electricity straight through me. Her fingers tangle in my hair, pulling me closer as my lips work their way down her neck again. "Brian, please!" The desperation in her voice matches the fire burning through my veins. I hold myself above her, drinking in every detail. The moonlight streaming through the window casts shadows across her beautiful skin, making her look ethereal. My fingers trace the curve of her hip, and she arches into my touch. "You're so amazing," I murmur against her neck, nipping gently at the sensitive spot below her ear. Her hands slide down my back, nails digging in just enough to make me groan. "Only for you," she whispers, and something inside me ignites at those words. I capture her lips again, deeper this time, more demanding. Her legs wrap around my waist, pulling me closer. The heat between us is scorching, consuming. Every touch, every kiss feels like electricity coursing through my veins. Jasmine's body moves against mine, her skin like silk under my fingertips. The moonlight streaming through her window casts an ethereal glow across her curves, highlighting every perfect inch of her. Her breath catches as I trace the swell of her stomach, and something inside me shifts, breaks open. "You're incredible," I whisper against her neck, meaning every word. My hands can't stop exploring her body, memorizing every dip and curve. I trail my fingers across the swell of her bosoms, mesmerized by how her skin feels like warm silk against my calloused hands. Her breathing quickens, chest rising and falling rapidly under my touch. Every brush of my fingertips draws a soft gasp from her lips. "Brian." Her voice is husky, needy in a way that makes my blood run hot. I trace the curve of her chest, watching as she arches into my touch. Her reaction is intoxicating. The way she moves, the little sounds she makes. I've never felt this level of desire before. "Please," she whispers, her nails digging into my shoulders. Her hips move against mine, desperate for more contact. "Take me. Now." The raw need in her voice nearly undoes me. My control hangs by a thread as I explore her body, memorizing every curve, every spot that makes her shudder. Her skin is impossibly soft under my rough hands, a contrast that drives me wild. "Tell me what you want," I murmur against her collarbone, needing to hear her say it again. "You," she gasps, arching beneath me as my fingers find a particularly sensitive spot. "I want you." Her body trembles under my touch, responding to every caress with increasing urgency. The moonlight streaming through the window highlights the perfect curves of her chest, making her look like a goddess beneath me. She arches into me. "Brian." The way she says my name drives me wild. I capture her lips again, drowning in the taste of her. Her fingers thread through my hair, pulling me closer, and I groan into her mouth. "I need you," she breathes. Those words shatter what's left of my control. I've had my share of women, but none of them compare to this. To her. The way she responds to my touch, the little sounds she makes. It's addictive. I can't get enough. Her nails rake down my back as I trail kisses along her collarbone. "Please," she moans, and I smile against her skin. "Patience," I murmur, but I'm barely holding on myself. Every move she makes sets my blood on fire. This is different from that night 6 months ago. That was pure passion, raw need. But this feels like coming home, like finding something I didn't even know I was missing. Jasmine is everything I didn't know I needed. In this moment, with the two of us here together, I can't imagine anyone else in my life but her.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I capture her lips again, pouring every ounce of pent-up desire into the kiss. 6 months of wanting her, dreaming about her, all exploding in this moment. Tell me what you need, I demand, though I can barely think straight myself. Her brown eyes lock with mine, dark with desire. You. Only you. Chapter 19. Brian. The buzzing of my phone pierces through my peaceful sleep. I groan, reaching blindly for the nightstand while keeping my other arm wrapped around Jasmine's warm body. Her head rests on my chest, her breathing soft and even against my skin. The steady rise and fall of her breath matches the gentle thrum of my heartbeat. I squint at the bright screen, canceling the call without checking who it is. All I want is to stay here, breathing in the subtle scent of her shampoo, feeling the weight of her body against mine. These quiet moments with her are rare and precious, and I'm not ready to let reality intrude just yet. The phone starts vibrating again. Joshua's name flashes on the screen, along with the time. 6:45 a.m. My VP of Operations never calls this early unless something's wrong. Damn it, I grumble, careful not to wake Jasmine. She stirs slightly, nuzzling closer into my chest, her hand sliding across my ribs in her sleep. The movement sends a wave of warmth through me, making it even harder to answer the call. Every fiber of my being wants to chuck the phone across the room and pull her closer, but I know better than to ignore Joshua twice. I glance down at her peaceful face, memorizing how she looks in this moment, completely relaxed, trusting, vulnerable. It's a side of her I've never seen before, and it makes something in my chest tighten. The phone continues its persistent buzz. Joshua wouldn't call twice this early unless it was important, but for the first time in my life, I'm tempted to ignore work completely. Damn it, I mutter again, thumb hovering over the answer button. This better be good, Joshua. My jaw clenches as I finally swipe to accept the call, already dreading whatever crisis has emerged at this ungodly hour. Joshua, what's wrong? I keep my voice low, watching Jasmine's peaceful face. She shifts slightly but doesn't wake, her dark lashes fluttering against her cheeks. My fingers itch to trace the curve of her jaw, but I force myself to focus. Sir, there's an emergency with the Skyline project. The contractors found structural issues that could compromise the entire East Wing. They need immediate approval for the changes. His voice carries that edge of barely contained panic that I've come to recognize from years of working together. Damn. I pinch the bridge of my nose, already feeling a headache building. The Skyline project is worth millions. I can't afford any major setbacks. How bad? Bad enough that they've halted construction. The team's already gathering. There's a shuffle of papers on his end. They're saying if we don't address this now, we could be looking at a complete redesign of the support system. I ease myself from under Jasmine, careful not to disturb her. She makes a small sound of protest in her sleep, reaching for the warmth I'm taking away. The sight makes my chest tighten. Give me 20 minutes. I'll head straight there. I hang up and search for paper, finding a notepad tucked away in her kitchen drawer. My pen hovers over the crisp white page as I try to find the right words. Everything I want to say feels too big for a simple note, too complex to capture in a few hastily scrawled lines. How do you tell someone they've completely upended your world? Finally, I write. I didn't want to leave, but I had to. I'll see you later. I have something important to tell you. The words feel inadequate, but they'll have to do. Back in her bedroom, I lean down and press my lips to her forehead, breathing in her scent, a mix of vanilla and something uniquely jasmine that makes my chest ache. My hand drifts to her stomach, resting there for a moment, feeling the slight warmth through her thin sleep shirt. The connection I feel to both of them catches me off guard, hitting me with an intensity I wasn't prepared for. I want this, all of it. Her, the baby, a family. Even if the child isn't mine biologically, I want to be its father. The thought should terrify me, but instead it feels right. I'll be back, I whisper, though she can't hear me in her peaceful sleep. We need to talk about us, about everything. I force myself to step away before I'm tempted to crawl back into bed with her. The morning dissolves into a blur of raised voices and frantic presentations. The Skyline project's structural issues threaten to delay construction by months, possibly years. Numbers flash across screens. Architects gesture wildly at blueprints, and my head pounds with each passing minute. We need to reinforce the entire east wing, Thompson, our lead architect, explains, gesturing at the complex diagrams spread across the conference table. The soil composition. I hold up my hand, silencing him mid-sentence. My thoughts keep drifting to Jasmine, to this morning, to everything I need to tell her, to the way she looked sleeping peacefully in my bed. Give me the bottom line. 6 months minimum delay, $20 million in additional costs. Thompson shifts nervously, his fingers tapping against his tablet as he awaits my response. The room falls silent, waiting for my reaction. A dozen pairs of eyes fix on me, anticipating the explosion. Usually, this kind of setback would send me into a calculated rage. I demand alternatives, tear apart their methodology, make someone's career flash before their eyes. Today, I just checked my watch. 11:30. Half the damn day gone, and I'm still stuck in this damn meeting when I should be sorting things out with Jasmine. We'll resume after lunch, I announce, standing up. Everyone take an hour to collect their thoughts and come back with solutions, not problems. Joshua's mouth drops open. But sir, we never break for 1 hour. My tone leaves no room for argument. As I gather my things, I catch snippets of whispered conversations. Did he just... Since when does Brian Sinclair take lunch breaks? Maybe he's sick. Let them talk. For the first time in my career, something matters more than work. Someone matters more. I need to see Jasmine. Need to tell her what I realized this morning. The project can wait. I stride toward the door, already loosening my tie. Joshua scrambles after me, clutching his tablet. Sir, the contractors are waiting for... Handle it! I toss him my keys, and have someone bring my car around. I'm heading to the event venue. The look of shock on his face would be amusing any other time. Today I barely notice it as I head for the elevator. I have something more important to say, and I've waited long enough. Back at the hotel, I burst through the ballroom doors, my tie askew and breath coming fast. The usual bustle of preparation fills the space, but no sign of Jasmine directing it all. Where's Jasmine? I grab the nearest worker by the shoulder, probably harder than necessary. The young man startles. Miss Caldwell? She fainted about an hour ago. They took her to Metropolitan General. I'm already running before he finishes speaking. My heart pounds against my ribs as I sprint to my car, keys fumbling in my shaking hands. Jasmine. The baby. The image of her collapsing makes my stomach twist. The drive to the hospital is a blur of honking horns and cursing at red lights. I barely remember parking before I'm racing through the emergency entrance, nearly colliding with a nurse. Jasmine Caldwell's room? My voice comes out rough, desperate. She was brought in an hour ago. The nurse checks her computer. Room 342, third floor. I'm already moving, taking the stairs 2 at a time because waiting for the elevator isn't an option. My legs burn as I reach the 3rd floor, but I don't slow down until I reach room 342. My hand freezes on the door handle as voices drift through the thin wood. Through the door, I hear Elaine's voice, tight with frustration. You need to tell Brian the truth, Jasmine. He deserves to know. My hand grips the doorknob, knuckles white against the metal. The hallway suddenly feels too narrow, the fluorescent lights too bright. My heart pounds against my ribs, each beat echoing in my ears. How can I tell him? Jasmine's voice comes through, soft and broken. After all this time, how do I tell him that he's the father of my baby? The words hit me like a physical blow. My vision narrows to a pinpoint, blood rushing in my ears. The baby, her baby, my baby. 7 months ago, that night, everything clicks into place. Her evasiveness, the small belly, the way she keeps pushing me away. All this time she's been carrying my child. My world spins as Jasmine's words echo through the hospital door. The fluorescent lights overhead suddenly seem too bright, too harsh. The baby, her baby, my baby. 7 months of lies and evasion crystallize into perfect clarity. Without thinking, I push the door open. The hinges creak, announcing my presence before I can speak. Jasmine sits propped up in the hospital bed, her face pale against the stark white sheets. Elaine stands beside her, hands frozen mid-gesture. I'm the father of your baby? My voice comes out quieter than I intended, but it carries through the silent room like a thunderclap. Jasmine's brown eyes widen, her hand instinctively moving to protect her stomach. Our child. The gesture hits me like a physical blow. All this time she's been carrying my child, keeping this secret. Brian, her voice trembles. How long have you? Long enough. My fingers grip the doorframe, needing something solid to anchor me as everything I thought I knew shifts beneath my feet. 7 months, Jasmine. 7 damn months you've been carrying my child, and you didn't think I deserved to know. Elaine takes a step toward the door. I should go. Stay. The word comes out as a command, my business voice taking over as I struggle to maintain control. I think we all need to have a conversation about why everyone seems to know about my child except me. Chapter 20. Brian. I step into the hospital room, my pulse thundering in my ears. The machines beep steadily, their rhythm almost mocking my rising frustration. Jasmine looks up at me, her eyes wide, and I feel the air shift between us. Jasmine, I say, my voice sharper than intended. Am I the father of your baby? The question slices through the sterile quiet, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Her hands tremble as she grips the thin hospital blanket, twisting it between her fingers. The silence stretches, and every second feels like a lifetime. Yes, she finally whispers, her voice so soft I almost miss it. It was that night, a few months ago. The world tilts, and I have to steady myself against the metal rail of her bed. Anger, confusion, and something I can't even name churn inside me. I clench my jaw, trying to contain the storm of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. Why didn't you tell me? My voice is harsh, but the hurt seeps through despite my best efforts. When I asked you before, when I've been here, caring for you and the baby, why lie to me? She flinches, her eyes darting away from mine. The sight makes my chest tighten, but I refuse to back down. I deserve answers. We deserve answers. Her voice falters and she looks like she's about to crumble. Tears glisten in her eyes and she takes a shaky breath. I was scared. Scared you wouldn't want the baby. That you'd want me to get an abortion. Her words hit me like a gut punch, and my grip on the bed rail tightens. What made you think I wouldn't want my own child? Her arms wrap protectively around her stomach, and the movement guts me in ways I didn't know were possible. She's protecting our baby from me, like I'm the danger here. People talk, Brian, she says, her voice cracking. Everyone says you're a ruthless businessman, a playboy. The stories about how you handled the Skyline project, how you displaced those families. Her words cut deeper than they should, and I feel the familiar sting of anger rising. Gossip, rumors, that's what she's based this on? The damning tabloids? So that's how you see me? Based on gossip and tabloid headlines? My voice is low, dangerous, but I can't stop the words from spilling out. I was afraid. Her voice breaks and I see her crumble in front of me. Afraid you'd ask me to get rid of it or try to control me, like those families who lost everything because of your decisions. I step back like I've been struck. Her words echo in my mind, a painful reminder of the person I've worked so hard not to be. Is that who she thinks I am? You really think I'd do that to my own child? My voice cracks with emotion, raw and unfiltered. To you? She presses her palms against her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. The sight of her crying should disarm me, but it only fuels my frustration. Does she really think I'd abandon my child? That I'd treat her the way her father treated her? Didn't you see the real me, Jasmine? My voice rises, filled with desperation I didn't know I had. The man who cooked for you, who drove you home, who carried you to the hospital, wasn't that me? Her sobs grow louder, and I feel like the worst kind of monster for making her cry. But I can't stop. I need her to understand, to see the truth about me. About us. I didn't know what to believe, she says, her voice broken. Her hands clutch the hospital blanket, her knuckles white. I was so afraid. Her words hang in the air, and I feel something inside me snap. I'm not like your father, Jasmine. My voice is loud, too loud, and the bed rail creaks under my grip. I would never hurt you or the baby. The moment the words leave my mouth, I see her crumble completely. Tears stream down her face, and the hospital monitor picks up her racing pulse. The sound makes my stomach twist. I've pushed her too far. The silence that follows is suffocating. My anger drains as I watch her cry, the weight of my words settling heavily between us. Her hands tremble as she presses them to her stomach, protecting the baby as if shielding it from me. I step forward, my hand instinctively reaching out. I want to comfort her, to fix the damage I've done. But before I can touch her, Elaine steps into my path, her expression firm. You should go, Brian, she says, her voice steady but low. This isn't good for Jasmine or the baby. Her words hit me like a bucket of cold water. I glance down at Jasmine, her body curled into herself, and my chest aches. I've been so caught up in my own emotions. I didn't stop to think about hers, about the toll this is taking on her. I swallow hard, forcing myself to step back. My jaw tightens as I fight the urge to stay, to keep pushing for answers. But Elaine is right. I can't keep doing this. Not now. Not like this. I nod stiffly, my shoulders tense. My eyes meet Jasmine's one last time, and the pain in her tear-filled gaze shatters something deep inside me. She looks so small, so vulnerable, and I feel like the villain in this story. Without another word, I turn and leave the room, the door clicking shut behind me. The sound feels final, like the closing of a chapter I wasn't ready to end. As I walk down the hospital corridor, the weight of the revelation presses down on me like a lead cloak. I'm the father of the baby of the woman I love. The thought hits me square in the chest, stealing my breath. Love. It's a word I haven't dared to use, even in my own head, but there it is, sharp and undeniable, clawing its way to the surface. My chest tightens, and I can barely think past the storm of emotions raging inside me. Anger, betrayal, guilt. But beneath all of that, there's something deeper. Something that scares me more than anything else. I want to be part of Jasmine's life. I want to be part of my baby's life. But how the hell can we move forward after this? Can she ever trust me? Can I even get past this? My footsteps echo in the empty corridor, each one heavier than the last. Every moment we've spent together over the past few weeks replays in my mind. The way she smiled when she thought I wasn't looking. The quiet strength she carried even when she was clearly struggling. And now, the image of her crying, clutching her stomach, protecting our child as if I were a threat. That image will haunt me. When I push through the hospital doors, the cold air slams into me, biting and sharp. Snow whirls around me, but I barely feel it. My thoughts churn as violently as the storm. She was scared of me, afraid I'd try to control her, afraid I'd ask her to get rid of our baby. The words still echo in my head, louder than the wind howling around me. Is that who I am to her? Is that who I've become? I stop at the edge of the parking lot, staring out into the swirling snow, my breath fogging in the icy air. How do I fix this? How do I prove to her that I'm not the man she thinks I am? My parents flash in my mind, my father's steady hand, my mother's unconditional love. I grew up with stability, with people who stood by each other no matter what. For the first time in my life, I want to give that to someone else. To Jasmine. To our child. The need is so strong it's almost physical, tightening my chest until I can barely breathe. The reality of fatherhood crashes over me like a tidal wave. I want to be there for everything. The first steps, the late-night feedings, the bedtime stories. I want to teach our child to cook on Sunday mornings, the way my mom taught me. I want to show them the world, to give them everything. And I want to do it with Jasmine by my side. But her words hit me again, hard and unrelenting. I was afraid you'd ask me to get rid of it or try to control me. I clench my fists, my nails biting into my palms. God, it hurts, but I can't even blame her. She's been through hell, and maybe she sees me as part of that now. The ruthless businessman, the playboy, the man who gets what he wants no matter the cost. But that's not who I am. Not anymore. Not when it comes to her. Not when it comes to our baby. The snow crunches under my shoes as I walk to my car, the headlights barely cutting through the blizzard. I slide into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turn white. My heart pounds as questions swirl through my mind, each one sharper than the last. Can I prove to her that I'm different? That I can be the man she needs me to be? The storm rattles the car, but I sit in the silence, staring out at the snow-covered windshield. I can't let this be the end. I won't. Jasmine needs time, and I'll give her that. But I'm not walking away. I can't. She's scared, and I get that. Hell, I'm scared too. But I'll fight for her. For us. For the life we could have together. I'll prove to her that I'm not like the man who hurt her. That I'll never be like him. I take a deep, steadying breath and start the engine, the rumble breaking the quiet. The snow is relentless, but my mind is calm now, focused. One thing is crystal clear. I'm going to fight for Jasmine and our baby, whatever it takes.
Chapter 21. Jasmine. The ceiling tiles blur together as I stare at them, their stark white edges softening under the fluorescent glow. The walls of the hospital room feel like they're closing in, the sterile smell of antiseptic clinging to everything. I try to focus on the steady rhythm of the machines beside me, but even that feels oppressive, a constant reminder that I'm still here, stuck, exhausted. I close my eyes, but it doesn't help. His voice echoes in my mind, sharp and demanding. Am I the father of your baby? The raw pain in his tone, the way his green eyes searched mine for answers I couldn't give, it's all too much. The memory of Brian standing there, his powerful frame rigid with tension, his fingers curled into tight fists at his sides, won't leave me alone. My throat tightens, my chest aches, and the weight pressing down on me feels unbearable. I press my hands to my stomach, hoping to anchor myself in the one thing that still makes sense. My baby. The tiny life growing inside me is both my greatest joy and my deepest source of turmoil. Every kick, every flutter reminds me of the impossible situation I'm in, trapped between truth and consequences. A soft kick beneath my palm pulls me back from the edge. The movement is a reminder, a gentle nudge from within that I'm not alone in this, no matter how much it feels like I am. "It's just you and me," I whisper, my voice breaking in the silence. "That's all that matters right now." My hand trembles as I caress my swollen belly, drawing comfort from the steady rhythm of life beneath. It's strange how this tiny being, not even born yet, has become my anchor in a storm of uncertainty. The phone on the tray table beside me buzzes again, its faint vibration cutting through the quiet. I don't have to look to know who it is. Brian's name has flashed across the screen too many times today already. I can't bring myself to answer. The very thought of hearing his voice sends my heart racing, not with excitement, but with a confusing mix of guilt, fear, and something deeper I can't name. I can't deal with him right now, not like this. The doctors know not to let him in. I made sure of that. No visitors unless I give the okay. I need space, time to think, to breathe. The confrontation in this very room still feels fresh, every word etched into my mind. The raw emotion in his voice, the betrayal in his eyes, it's too much to process all at once. I run my hands through my hair, a habit I've had since childhood when things get overwhelming. It's not like me to feel this out of control, this vulnerable. I'm used to being the one calling the shots, making things happen on my terms. But right now, in this sterile hospital room with its beeping monitors and antiseptic smell, I feel anything but in control. My phone vibrates again on the table, another missed call adding to the growing list. The world outside can wait. Right now, I just need silence. The baby shifts again, rolling gently beneath my hand. The movement brings a fresh wave of guilt, sharp and unrelenting. I'm supposed to be strong for both of us, but right now, I feel like I'm barely holding it together. The phone buzzes again, insistent this time. I pick it up, my fingers hovering over the screen. His name flashes in bold letters, and my chest tightens. For a moment, I consider answering. What would I even say? Would he still be angry? Or would he try to soften his tone, to coax me into talking? I can't handle either. The door to my hospital room bursts open, the scent of fresh roses and lilies filling the sterile air. I turn my head to see Elaine sweep in, her usual flair intact even in this gloomy setting. She carries a massive bouquet, the blooms so vibrant they look out of place in the washed-out grays and whites of the room. "Guess who's been camping out in the hallway for hours?" she says, her voice lightly teasing as she sets the flowers on the bedside table. The way she arranges them, carefully angling each bloom, tells me she's building up to something. My stomach clenches, a familiar tension coiling through my body. I know the answer before she says it, but I keep my expression neutral, refusing to give away how much this information affects me. I don't want to know. Elaine turns, her hands planted firmly on her hips, giving me that look, equal parts exasperation and affection. The one she's perfected over years of dealing with my stubbornness. Brian. He's been here every day, waiting. It's like something out of a bad romantic comedy, only with more brooding and fewer boomboxes. She shakes her head, dark curls bouncing with the movement. That man hasn't moved from that plastic chair except when the nurses threaten to call security. I roll my eyes and shift against the pillows, wincing at the sharp pain that shoots through my side. I can't deal with him right now, not after everything that's happened. You can't avoid him forever. Elaine sighs as she pulls up the chair beside my bed, the metal legs scraping against the linoleum floor. He's not just going to disappear, Jazz. You know how persistent he can be. I turn my head to the window, watching the gray clouds roll across the sky. The light snow taps against the glass, matching the heaviness in my chest. My fingers twist in the thin hospital blanket as memories of our last encounter flood back. I'll talk to him, I say, my voice quieter now, defeated. Just not now. I need time to figure out what I'm going to say. Elaine doesn't press me, though her silence speaks volumes. She's trying to help, but even she can't untangle the mess in my head. The weight of everything, the truth, Brian's reaction, the baby, it's all too much. I grab my phone from the tray table, needing a distraction. Scrolling through mindless notifications usually helps me escape, even if just for a moment. But as soon as the screen lights up, my breath catches in my throat. A breaking news alert dominates the notifications, my name and Brian's plastered across the screen beneath a glaring headline. My heart sinks as I read the words out loud. CEO Brian Sinclair abandons pregnant lover. Scandal erupts ahead of major fundraiser. My hands tremble as I scroll through the article, each vicious word cutting deeper than the last. The rumors are brutal. Some paint me as a gold digger, scheming to trap Brian into responsibility. Others accuse him of abandoning me and the baby, a ruthless businessman prioritizing his image over his family. I swallow hard, forcing myself to keep reading. My name and Brian's are plastered across every headline, accompanied by photos of him leaving the hospital and stock images of me from events I've planned in the past. The captions are scathing. The pregnant planner scandal, Sinclair empire in crisis, lover and legacy at odds. Look at this, I say, holding the phone out to Elaine. My voice cracks, the words heavy on my tongue. It's everywhere. My hand trembles slightly, betraying the rage building inside me. These vultures don't know a damn thing about me or Jasmine. Elaine's jaw tightens as she leans in, her sharp eyes scanning the screen. Her face darkens as she reads, her usual composure replaced by simmering anger. Shit, she mutters, her voice low. This could ruin everything. The fundraising event, Brian's reputation, everything you've worked for. She straightens up, adjusting her blazer with quick, agitated movements. I can see the wheels turning in her head, already calculating damage control scenarios. After 15 years as my best friend, she knows exactly how fast this kind of scandal can spiral out of control. Her words hit me like a hammer. The fundraising event, the one I've poured so much of myself into, now tainted by this scandal. And Brian, whatever I think of him, he doesn't deserve this. A pang of guilt twists in my chest, sharp and unwelcome. I never wanted this for him. For us. Who leaked this? Elaine's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. She throws her hands in the air, pacing the small hospital room. My mind races, trying to piece together how this could have happened. Whoever leaked this, whatever their reasons, it doesn't change the reality of my situation. The storm outside is nothing compared to the one brewing inside me. We can figure that out later, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. Right now, I have to think about what this means for my baby's future. Elaine stops pacing, her gaze softening as she looks at me. We'll fix this, Jazz. You're not alone in this. I nod, but her words feel hollow against the weight of everything pressing down on me. The world has seen a fractured version of my truth, but the full picture is still hidden in the shadows. I can't focus on what they think or what Brian feels. All I can do now is protect my child. I turn back to my phone, deleting the endless notifications flooding in. Each beep and buzz feels like an accusation, a reminder of how far this has spiraled out of my control. My hands still shake, but I force myself to take a deep breath, steadying my resolve. I'll figure this out, I murmur to myself, more a promise than a statement. My child's future depends on it.
Chapter 22. Brian. I sit at my desk, surrounded by stacks of paperwork and files that demand my attention. The scent of freshly brewed coffee lingers in the air, but I barely register it as my pen scratches across a contract. Days of missed work have turned my usually organized desk into chaos, and I'm trying to claw my way out of the backlog. The muffled sounds of the office hum in the background, a phone ringing, keyboards clicking, conversations blending into white noise. Just as I finish signing a document, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes in the hallway outside my office, followed by the unmistakable click of heels against marble. Before I can react, the door swings open with a force that makes the blinds shudder against the window panes. My mother, Brianna, strides in, her presence filling the room like a storm rolling in. Her tailored cream suit is immaculate as always, not a wrinkle in sight, and her silver statement necklace catches the fluorescent light. But her piercing green eyes, so much like mine, flash with unmistakable anger, the kind I haven't seen since I told her I was moving out at 18. Behind her, my sisters Beatrice and Burley trail in, their expressions a mix of curiosity and barely contained amusement. They hover near the doorway like spectators at a tennis match, probably hoping for some prime family drama to dissect over their weekly brunch. I resist the urge to roll my eyes at their synchronized head tilts. Some things never change, even in your late 20s. "Brian!" my mother snaps, planting herself in front of my desk, arms crossed. Her tone is sharp, commanding, the voice of a woman who has spent decades running both a family and a household with iron precision. Is it true? The way she says his name makes my stomach clench. Of course, she'd zero in on that detail first, like a heat-seeking missile targeting its prey. Mom's always had a talent for getting straight to the heart of any situation, especially ones I'd rather avoid discussing. I blink, setting my pen down. What's true? Beatrice, the eldest of my sisters, strides forward, her heels clicking against the floor with purpose. Without a word, she thrusts her phone in my face, the screen glowing with a headline that makes my stomach drop. Brian Sinclair abandons pregnant lover. Scandal rocks business world. Beneath the headline is a photo of me leaving the hospital, my face etched with tension. Another image shows Jasmine, her hand protectively cradling her stomach. And then the subheadlines, each one worse than the last. CEO's personal life in tatters. Billionaire's betrayal uncovered. How the hell did this get out? My voice comes out low and sharp, though I'm not sure who I'm asking. I grab the phone from Beatrice's hand, scrolling through the article as my pulse pounds in my ears. The accusations are vile, painting Jasmine as a gold digger and me as a heartless playboy who shirked responsibility. Each word feels like a knife twisting in my gut. I've dealt with the tabloid nonsense before, but this crosses every line. My jaw clenches so hard it hurts as I read the anonymous source quotes, claiming I offered hush money to keep the pregnancy quiet. I toss the phone onto the desk, the screen face down as if I can shut out the noise. My mother doesn't budge, her gaze boring into me. "Well?" she demands, her tone softening slightly, but still laced with the authority only a mother can wield. "Is it true? Are you the father of her baby?" I sigh, dragging a hand through my hair. My fingers catch on the strands, tugging slightly as I try to gather my thoughts. "Yes," I admit, my voice heavy with the weight of this mess. "I'm the father, but the rumors are complete nonsense. I didn't abandon her." The words taste bitter in my mouth, like acid burning my tongue. How dare they paint me as some heartless bastard who'd walk away from my own child? Brianna folds her arms, one perfectly arched brow rising in that way only mothers can manage. The look that makes you feel like you're 5 years old again, caught with your hand in the cookie jar. "Then what happened, Brian? Because everyone's talking about it, and these stories don't appear out of thin air." "Someone must have leaked it," I say, my frustration bubbling just beneath the surface. My fingers drum against the table as I try to maintain my composure. "Probably someone trying to sabotage the fundraiser, or my business. God knows I've made enough enemies in this industry." "Sabotage," Beatrice presses, leaning forward with that intense look she gets when she's trying to solve a puzzle. Who would benefit from this? "Plenty of people," I snap, standing abruptly. My chair scrapes against the hardwood floor, the sound loud in the tense silence. The weight of their stares makes my skin crawl as I begin to pace. Rivals, competitors. Hell, maybe even someone from inside my own company who wants me to fail. The event planning world is cutthroat, and not everyone's happy about my success, especially given how quickly I've risen to the top. The words come out harsher than I intend, and I immediately regret the outburst. Beatrice's expression softens, the tension around her eyes easing as she watches me pace like a caged animal. My whole body is wound tight with frustration, shoulders rigid beneath my blazer. "Jasmine," she says gently, stepping closer and reaching out as if to touch my arm. I dodge her attempt at comfort, not ready to be soothed. "Have you considered talking to someone about this? A professional investigator, maybe?" The suggestion hits me like a blow to the chest, and I drop back into my chair, scrubbing a hand down my face. Have I considered hiring someone? Of course I have. The truth is, I've been cycling through every possible option since the moment I discovered the sabotage, but admitting I need outside help feels too much like admitting defeat. My reputation, everything I've worked so hard to build, is balanced on a knife's edge. I messed up, I admit, my voice quiet and strained in the stillness of the room. I said things I shouldn't have, and now she shut me out. But I love her, guys. The words tumble out before I can stop them, raw and vulnerable, leaving me feeling exposed in a way I rarely allow myself to be. My heart pounds against my ribs as I finally voice the truth I've been fighting. I love her, and I'm going to fix this. I have to. I want to be in her life, in our baby's life. I can't imagine not being there for either of them. My mother smiles softly, the kind of smile that holds both pride and understanding. There's a knowing glint in her eyes that makes me wonder if she saw this coming all along. She steps back, letting me continue, giving me the space to work through my thoughts like she's done since I was a kid trying to figure out my place in the world. I pause, searching for the right words. She's amazing, strong. She's been through hell, but she's still so kind, so resilient. She's beautiful, not just physically, though she is, obviously. It's everything about her. The way she cares, the way she lights up when she talks about the things she loves. I exhale, running a hand through my hair again. She's the best person I've ever known. A beat of silence passes, and then Mom bursts into laughter. Beatrice cracks a grin, and Burley follows, her soft giggles filling the room and bouncing off the walls like a musical echo. The sound grates on my already frayed nerves. "What?" I snap, my frustration flaring as I cross my arms over my chest. They're acting like this is some kind of joke, and I'm not in the mood to be the punchline. Beatrice wipes at the corner of her eye, shaking her head as she tries to catch her breath. "Oh, you've got it bad." She looks at me like she knows something I don't, which only irritates me more. Burley grins, her expression teasing but warm, like she's genuinely happy for me despite my obvious discomfort. Like rom-com levels of bad, the kind where the girl swears she'll never fall for the guy, and then boom, head over heels. My mother chuckles softly, her eyes twinkling with that knowing look she's perfected over the years. She reaches over and squeezes my hand. "You're in love, darling. It's about time." Her words hit me like a punch to the gut, because deep down, I know she's right. A sheepish grin tugs at the corners of my mouth despite the tension in my chest. "Yeah," I admit, leaning back in my chair. "I am. And I'm going to make sure she knows it." Beatrice steps forward, her teasing grin fading into something more serious. "You better, Brian. If you screw this up..." She trails off, but the warning is clear. "I won't, I promise. I can't." The sound of my office phone ringing cuts through the moment, jarring and insistent. I glance at the caller ID and recognize it as one of my PR reps. Another reminder of the chaos waiting outside this room. Go, my mother says, gesturing to the phone. Handle your business, but don't forget what matters most, Brian. I nod, the weight of her words settling in my chest. As I pick up the phone, my mother and sisters file out of the office, their voices fading as they leave me alone once again. The line clicks, and the voice of my PR rep fills my ear, launching into damage control strategies and media responses. But my thoughts are elsewhere, on Jasmine, on our baby, on the life I want to build with them. This isn't just about fixing my reputation. It's about fixing everything I've broken, and I'll do whatever it takes to make that happen.
Chapter 23. Jasmine. The cold air wraps around me like a second skin as I step out of the hospital, my breath forming small clouds in the brisk winter afternoon. My coat feels insufficient against the biting chill, and I pull it tighter around me, trying to keep the warmth from escaping. Elaine stands beside me, her presence grounding even in silence. She doesn't speak, but the way her shoulder brushes against mine is enough to remind me I'm not alone. The sound of approaching traffic fills the air as we wait for the car, my mind swirling with 100 thoughts, none of them comforting. Jasmine, a familiar voice says softly, cutting through the noise. I turn, my heart stuttering in my chest. Brian stands a few feet away, his hands gripping a bouquet of white lilies. He looks tired. The dark circles under his eyes and the tension in his jaw tell me he hasn't been sleeping. His coat hangs loosely on his frame, and for a moment, he seems less like the commanding CEO I've known and more like a man on the verge of breaking. Elaine nudges me gently, her eyebrows raised in a silent question. I nod, barely registering her retreat as she moves away, giving us space. What are you doing here, Brian? I told you I needed some time. Brian takes a hesitant step forward, his voice quieter now. Jasmine, we need to talk. My heart clenches, and for a moment, I want to tell him no, to push him away and bury everything we've been through in the cold winter air. But I can't, not when his eyes hold a vulnerability I've never seen before. Fine. My voice is steady even though I don't feel it. Let's talk. I don't wait for him to respond, turning toward the small hospital garden just a few steps away. The path is lined with bare trees, their branches swaying gently in the wind. Patches of frost glisten on the ground, and the faint scent of pine lingers in the air. Brian follows, his footsteps crunching softly against the snow. When we reach the middle of the garden, I stop, crossing my arms tightly over my chest. The distance between us feels like a chasm, but I don't move closer. I can't. He steps into the weak sunlight filtering through the clouds, the bouquet trembling slightly in his hands. I'm sorry for what I said. He begins, his voice low but earnest. I never meant to hurt you. His words hang in the air, fragile and uncertain. I press my lips together, my heart pounding painfully in my chest. I want to be part of your life, he continues, his green eyes locking onto mine, and our baby's life. The sincerity in his voice makes my breath catch, but I force myself to stay calm. The cold wind brushes against my cheeks, grounding me. I won't let my emotions take over. Not now. Why now, Brian? I ask, my voice sharper than I intend. Is it because of the scandal? Do you need me to clean up your image? Brian's eyes widen, his face a mixture of shock and something else. Hurt, maybe? No. His voice is forceful, almost pleading. It's not about the rumors. I love you, Jasmine. I've been in love with you for a while now. Our night, everything, it wasn't just a mistake. The words hang in the cold air between us, heavy with a sincerity that makes my heart skip a beat. For a split second, I want to believe him, to let his words wrap around me and drown out the fear, the doubt. But I can't. Love might feel good in the moment, but it's not always enough. It's never been enough. I shake my head, forcing the warmth his confession sparks deep inside me to cool. Love isn't enough, I say, my voice steady even though my insides churn. He looks at me, confusion clouding his green eyes. What do you mean? I step back slightly, crossing my arms as the cold wind bites at my skin. I don't need a man who's going to bulldoze his way through life, ruining things for others. My tone hardens, sharpening into the edge I need to protect myself. I've seen what your Skyline project is doing, Brian. People are going to lose their homes. You're destroying a sanctuary for animals. How can I believe you're not ruthless when you're willing to do that? His face pales, the color draining so quickly it almost looks like the wind has stolen it. Clearly, he didn't see this coming. I take a step closer to Brian, the cold air stinging my cheeks as I look up at him. My voice drops, low but unwavering. If you want to prove that you're not the man the rumors say you are, stop the project. Find a way to help the people you're displacing. Make a real difference. His green eyes widen, his lips parting as if to respond, but no words come. For once, Brian Sinclair, the man who always has the perfect comeback, the confident answer, is speechless. I let the silence stretch between us, the icy breeze swirling around us, biting at my exposed skin. I need him to feel the weight of this, to understand that this isn't just about us or our baby. It's about who he is at his core, the kind of man he chooses to be. If you won't, I add, my voice sharpening like a blade, then there's no place for you in my life. His expression shifts, a flicker of something raw and unguarded crossing his face. Hurt, desperation, maybe even regret, but I don't let myself dwell on it. I can't afford to. I've spent too much time protecting myself to let my resolve waver now. Before he can recover, before he can try to talk me out of it, I turn on my heel and walk away. The crunch of my boots against the frost-covered path is the only sound in the otherwise still garden. My heart aches with every step, a dull, gnawing pain that spreads through my chest, but I force myself to keep moving. Don't look back, Jasmine. Don't you dare look back. Every fiber of my being screams at me to turn around, to see if he's still standing there, if he's coming after me, but I don't. I keep my eyes fixed ahead. The hospital's glass doors gleaming under the gray winter sky like a beacon. I reach the edge of the hospital garden, my steps faltering as the wind cuts through me. The hospital's glass doors gleam under the gray winter sky, a reminder of the warmth waiting inside, but it feels so far away. My mind replays my words to Brian over and over again. He won't do it. No man would give up that much for me. The thought lodges itself in my chest like a thorn, sharp and unyielding. I push through the hospital doors, the warm air rushing over me in a comforting wave. Elaine stands near the entrance, her coat buttoned tightly, her face lined with concern. When she spots me, she raises a hand in greeting, but her expression shifts as she takes in my face. "You okay?" she asks as I approach. I nod, though the tightness in my throat makes it impossible to speak. The truth is, I'm not okay. My heart feels like it's been wrenched out of my chest and stomped on, but I don't have the energy to explain any of that. Not right now. Elaine opens the passenger door of her car, and I slip inside, grateful for the heated seats. I stare straight ahead, refusing to look back. I can feel his eyes on me, even though I haven't turned around. I know he's still standing there in the cold, watching me leave. If I see his face, dejected, hurt, it might just break me. The engine hums to life, and Elaine glances at me before pulling away from the curb. The hospital grows smaller in the rearview mirror, but the ache in my chest only deepens. The first tear slips down my cheek, and I wipe it away quickly, hoping Elaine won't notice. But of course she does. "Jasmine." Her voice is soft, laced with concern. She reaches over, placing a warm hand on my arm. Do you want to talk about it? I shake my head, my lips trembling as I struggle to keep the flood of emotions at bay. I can't, I manage to choke out. My voice barely above a whisper. Elaine doesn't push, but her fingers squeeze my arm gently, a silent reminder that she's here for me. The tears come faster now, sliding down my cheeks and soaking into my scarf. I press my palm to my stomach, seeking comfort in the gentle flutter of the baby's movements. I wanted to be strong, to show Brian that I could stand my ground, but now, sitting here in the quiet of Elaine's car, all I feel is emptiness. What if I was wrong? What if I pushed him too far? What if he doesn't come back? I swipe at my tears angrily, trying to pull myself together, but the ache in my chest refuses to subside. Elaine's hand remains steady on my arm, a small but comforting presence. You're stronger than you think, Jazz, she says softly, her eyes flicking between me and the road ahead. Whatever happens, you've got this. I nod, but her words feel hollow against the weight of my emotions. The car rolls to a stop at a red light, and I catch a glimpse of myself in the side mirror, eyes red and swollen, cheeks streaked with tears. I barely recognize the woman staring back at me. As the light turns green, Elaine's hand leaves my arm, and the car glides forward. I lean my head back against the seat, closing my eyes against the onslaught of thoughts swirling in my mind. The image of Brian's pale face, the look of shock and hurt in his eyes, refuses to fade. The car ride is quiet, save for the occasional sniffle I can't quite suppress. Elaine doesn't say anything more, and for that I'm grateful. The silence feels heavy but necessary, like a blanket that allows me to process everything that's just happened. When we finally pull up in front of my apartment building, Elaine cuts the engine and turns to me. Her eyes search mine, her expression full of concern. Do you want me to come up? No, I say quickly, my voice still shaky. I just need to be alone for a bit. Elaine hesitates, but she nods. Okay, but call me if you need anything, all right? I mean it, Jazz. I force a small smile, the effort draining what little energy I have left. I will. Thanks, Elaine. I step out of the car, the cold air hitting me like a slap. Pulling my coat tighter around me, I make my way to the front door of my building, my boots crunching against the frost-covered pavement. As I climb the stairs to my apartment, the weight in my chest only seems to grow heavier. When I finally step inside, I lock the door behind me and lean against it, letting out a shaky breath. The silence of the apartment feels deafening, amplifying the thoughts I've been trying so hard to suppress. I slide down to the floor, wrapping my arms around my knees. The tears come again, hot and uncontrollable, as I press my face into my hands. The baby shifts, a gentle reminder of the life growing inside me, and I cling to that thought like a lifeline. It's just us now, I tell myself. We'll figure it out. We have to.
Chapter 24. Brian. I sit at the head of the boardroom table, my mind a million miles away from the droning voices around me. The leather chair feels unusually uncomfortable today, like it's made of thorns instead of premium Italian hide. Mr. Sinclair, the environmental impact report for Skyline shows significant concerns in 3 key areas. The media coverage is getting worse by the hour, another board member cuts in, slamming his hand on the polished mahogany. We need damage control before the shareholders start jumping ship. Their voices blend into white noise as Jasmine's words echo in my head, sharp and clear as the moment she first said them. Stop the project. Find a way to help the people you're displacing. Damn her for making me question everything I've worked toward, for making me see beyond the profit margins and stock prices to the actual human cost of my decisions. I loosen my tie slightly, feeling the weight of the decision pressing down on my chest. The Skyline project represents years of work, millions in investment. My reputation as a businessman who never backs down from a deal is on the line. The profit margins on this project are unprecedented, someone says, sliding charts across the polished table. But all I can think about is Jasmine's face when she challenged me. The way her eyes held mine, daring me to prove I'm not the ruthless bastard everyone thinks I am. Those deep brown eyes cut straight through my carefully constructed facade, making me question decisions I'd always made without hesitation. She has this way of stripping away all my defenses, leaving me raw and exposed in a way no other woman ever has. Mr. Sinclair, your thoughts on proceeding with the demolition schedule? I drum my fingers on the table, my frustration growing by the minute. The thought hits me hard. Am I really willing to give it all up for her? For us? For our child? Brian, Joshua leans in, his voice low. We need your decision on this. The room falls silent, all eyes on me. Years ago, this would have been an easy choice. Business is business. But now, I straighten in my chair, my jaw tight. The man I was 6 months ago wouldn't have hesitated, but I'm not that man anymore. My phone buzzes again, the 5th time in the last hour. Mom, probably, or maybe Beatrice. They've been calling nonstop since dawn, but I can't deal with their concerns right now. Not when my entire world hangs in the balance. The leather armrest creaks under my grip as I try to focus on the projector screen. Numbers, charts, profit margins. They used to mean everything. Now they're just shapes swimming before my eyes while Jasmine's words echo in my head. Mr. Sinclair? Someone prompts from my left. I wave them off, my jaw clenching as my phone vibrates again. The choice seems impossible. My empire or my family. The life I built or the life I could have. If I may, Thompson clears his throat from the end of the table. There's an obvious solution to handle this PR nightmare. I lift my gaze to meet his, noting the calculated gleam in his eyes. We spin it against the girl. Paint her as an opportunist trying to trap you for your money. Thompson leans forward, his voice dropping conspiratorially. It would take the heat off the project entirely. The public loves a gold digger story. My knuckles whiten as I grip the armrest harder, rage building in my chest. The thought of anyone painting Jasmine as a villain makes my blood boil. We could leak some compromising information, Thompson continues, oblivious to my mounting anger. Make her look. My fist slams against the table, cutting him off mid-sentence. The room falls silent and I realize I'm standing, though I don't remember getting up. My palm stings from the impact, but I barely notice it. The rage coursing through my veins drowns out everything else. Are you out of your goddamn mind? I growl at Thompson, who shrinks back in his chair. Jasmine is the mother of my child. I won't let you drag her name through the mud just to save this project. The silence in the boardroom is deafening. Papers stop rustling. Coffee cups freeze halfway to lips. Even the usual hum of the air conditioning seems muted. I straighten to my full height, adjusting my tie as I scan the faces around the table. Henderson won't meet my eyes. Robert suddenly finds his tablet fascinating. Only Joshua looks at me with something like understanding. I've made my decision. My voice carries the weight of finality. I'm withdrawing from the Skyline project, effective immediately. My hands flatten against the polished mahogany table as I lean forward, my shoulders tense with barely contained fury. But sir, the shareholders... Thompson starts, his voice climbing an octave higher than usual. Can take it up with me personally. I meet each board member's gaze in turn, daring them to challenge me. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife, and I can see the dollar signs evaporating in their eyes. Tough luck. If they think I'll sacrifice Jasmine's reputation for their bottom line, they clearly don't know who they're dealing with. This meeting is over. I straighten my jacket, already planning the damage control I'll need to implement before the market opens tomorrow. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. These people have never seen me back down from a deal before, but they've never seen me in love before either. Shocked gasps and frantic whispers ripple through the boardroom like a wave. Henderson's coffee cup clatters against his saucer, and Thompson's mouth hangs open like a fish out of water. I straighten my tie, a strange sense of peace settling over me despite the chaos I've just unleashed. "You can't be serious," Robert sputters, his face turning an interesting shade of purple. "The shareholders will revolt." I lean forward, planting my palms on the cool mahogany surface. I've never been more serious in my life. My voice carries the weight of absolute certainty. And there's one more thing. Joshua looks up from his tablet, his eyebrows raised in question. The room falls silent again, waiting. Tomorrow morning, I'm stepping down as CEO. The words feel right as they leave my mouth, like I'm finally choosing the correct path after years of walking the wrong one. "Joshua, schedule a press conference. Make it early. I want this done before the markets open." "Jesus Christ!" someone mutters from the far end of the table. "The press conference will be at 7 a.m., he confirms, his voice steady amidst the growing murmurs of disbelief. I straighten up, adjusting my cuffs. The weight of years of ruthless decision-making lifts from my shoulders. For the first time in my career, I'm not choosing profit over people. And it feels damn good. Joshua stares at me like I've grown a second head. His tablet slips from his fingers, clattering onto the polished mahogany table. "You're serious?" I lean back in my chair, a strange sense of calm washing over me. The weight of years of ruthless decisions lifts from my shoulders, replaced by absolute certainty. Dead serious. "But the company will survive without me." I loosen my tie, the silk sliding smoothly through my fingers. "I've spent 15 years building an empire, Joshua. 15 years of being the ruthless bastard everyone thinks I am. And now you're just walking away?" His voice carries a mix of disbelief and something else, maybe respect. "Not walking away. Choosing what matters." The image of Jasmine flashes in my mind. Her strength, her determination, the way she challenges me to be better. I know what I want now, and it's not this. Joshua picks up his tablet, his professional mask slipping back into place. But I catch the slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Well then, I guess we better start drafting that press release." "Make it good," I say, standing up. "Make it clear that this is my choice. No one forced my hand. Even Jasmine. Especially Jasmine." I straighten my jacket. "She didn't ask me to give up the company. She asked me to be a better man. There's a difference." I stride out of the boardroom, my footsteps echoing through the suddenly silent hallway. The weight of 15 years of ruthless decision-making slides off my shoulders with each step. "Mr. Sinclair!" Joshua hurries after me, his tablet clutched to his chest. "What should I tell the press when they start calling?" I pause by the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in the cityscape below. The Skyline project would have changed that view forever. Now it'll stay exactly as it is, complete with that animal sanctuary Jasmine wants to protect. Tell them the truth. I loosen my tie further, the silk smooth against my fingers. Tell them Brian Sinclair finally grew a conscience. They won't believe it. I don't give a damn what they believe anymore. The freedom in those words tastes sweet on my tongue. Draft the press release. Make it clear that this is my choice. My decision to be better. Joshua studies me for a moment, then nods. You know, in all the years I've worked for you, I've never seen you smile like this. I hadn't realized I was smiling. The expression feels foreign on my face, but right, like I finally shed a mask I've been wearing for too long. That's because I've never felt like this before. I check my watch. Still enough time to catch Jasmine before she leaves the venue. Cancel my meetings for the rest of the day. I have somewhere more important to be. Already done, sir. Joshua's knowing smile tells me he understands exactly where I'm headed. For the first time in my career, I walk away from a deal without regret. Because some things are worth more than money, like the chance to prove to Jasmine that I can be the man she needs me to be.
Chapter 25. Jasmine, my phone buzzes for the 100th time today, and I swipe it silent without looking. The fundraising event is 6 days away, and my desk looks like a paper factory exploded on it. Guest lists, seating arrangements, vendor contracts, they're all competing for my attention. Miss Caldwell, Sarah pokes her head in, her usually neat brown hair looking frazzled at the ends, a sure sign we're all feeling the pressure. The florist called. They're saying the white poinsettias might not arrive in time. I massage my temples, fighting off the headache I can feel building. These last-minute changes are exactly what I don't need right now. Tell them to substitute with red ones and double-check the lighting crew's arrival time for tomorrow's setup. Already done. She hesitates, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. I know that look. It never means anything good. Also, there's another reporter asking for a comment about, no comment. As always. The words come out sharper than intended, but Sarah just nods, used to my tone by now. She's been fielding these calls for weeks, and I'm grateful she handles them with such grace. These vultures can smell a story, and apparently my personal life is their favorite meal ticket lately. Through the window, snowflakes drift lazily past, a stark contrast to the chaos inside. The office hums with activity, phones ringing, keyboards clicking, the occasional burst of laughter from the break room. Christmas music plays faintly from someone's desk. Probably Mike's. He's been in full holiday mode since Thanksgiving. I shift in my chair, trying to find a comfortable position. The baby kicks as if protesting my long hours at the desk. I know, I murmur, rubbing my belly. Just a few more minutes. You should take a break, Sarah says, still lingering in the doorway. Doctor's orders, remember? I wave her away impatiently, turning to answer a conference call that's been waiting for me for the last 15 minutes. And regarding the venue capacity, I pause mid-sentence as the office falls silent. The usual buzz of activity dies away, replaced by the shuffle of feet and whispered voices. Through my office window, I see my team crowding around the wall-mounted TV. Sarah stands frozen in my doorway, her tablet forgotten in her hands. I'll have to call you back, I tell the vendor, ending the call. Brian's face fills the screen, commanding attention even through the pixelated broadcast. His green eyes are intense, his jaw set with determination, as he faces the sea of reporters. My heart skips a beat, and the baby gives a small kick, as if sensing my sudden tension. What is he doing? The microphones capture the soft rustle of his papers, the clearing of his throat. The room holds its collective breath. I'm here to announce that the Skyline project is officially canceled. Brian's voice rings clear and confident through the speakers. Instead, I'll be compensating the affected families and donating part of the land to create an animal sanctuary. My hands grip the edge of my desk, steadying myself as the words sink in. The air leaves my lungs in a rush. He actually did it. He chose. Sarah turns to me, her eyes wide. Miss Caldwell, are you okay? I can't find my voice to answer. On screen, Brian continues to speak, but the words blur together as my vision swims with unshed tears. My heart pounds against my ribs as Brian continues speaking, his voice carrying the same authority it always has. But now there's something different in it, something raw and honest. I'm also stepping down as CEO of Sinclair Real Estate. I need to focus on what truly matters in life. The office erupts in gasps around me. Sarah drops her tablet with a clatter, but I barely register the sound. The world narrows to Brian's face on the screen, to those green eyes that seemed to look right through the camera and into my soul. His expression softens, and a small smile plays at the corners of his mouth. Jasmine, if you're watching, I want you to know that I love you. More than anything, you've shown me what it means to love selflessly. I want to spend the rest of my life proving that to you. The baby kicks hard, as if responding to its father's voice. I press my hand against my stomach, trying to steady myself against the wave of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. Did he just... Sarah whispers, but her voice fades into the background noise of my thundering heart. The man on screen, this man who just gave up his empire, his control, everything he's worked for, is not the ruthless businessman everyone feared. He's the man who cooked me dinner, who caught me when I fell, who waited outside my hospital room for hours just to make sure I was okay. Oh my God, I breathe, gripping the edge of my desk as my knees go weak. Tears blur my vision as Brian's words echo through the office. My hand trembles against my belly, feeling our child move beneath my palm. The weight of his sacrifice, his empire, his control, everything he's built, crashes over me like a tidal wave. He actually did it, Sarah whispers from somewhere to my left. He gave it all up. I stand abruptly, my chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound that cuts through the stunned silence. My coworkers turn from the TV to stare at me, their eyes wide with recognition as they connect the dots. The room spins slightly, and I grip the edge of my desk. The Christmas music still plays softly in the background. An oddly cheerful counterpoint to this moment that's turning my world upside down. Miss Caldwell? Sarah takes a step toward me, concern etched on her face. Do you need some water? I shake my head, unable to form words as I watch Brian on screen. His green eyes seem to pierce right through me, even through the television, carrying the same intensity they had that night in my kitchen when he held me close. The entire office stands frozen, all eyes darting between me and the screen, where Brian continues his press conference. Their stares burn into me, full of questions I'm not ready to answer. What are you waiting for, girl? Sarah says excitedly, clapping her hands as she jumps up and down. Go get him. The entire room bursts into excited cheering as I grab my coat, my hands shaking as I fumble with the buttons. Sarah's right. I need to see him. Now. Your bag? Sarah calls after me, holding out my purse. And don't forget your phone. I rush toward the elevator, my heart urging me to move faster. The metal doors slide closed too slowly, and I jab the lobby button repeatedly. Come on, I mutter, watching the numbers tick down. My heart pounds against my ribs, matching the frantic rhythm of my thoughts. He gave up everything, his company, the project, his reputation, all because I challenged him to prove himself. The elevator dings at each floor, the sound echoing my racing pulse. 3, 2, 1. Miss Caldwell, the security guard stands as I rush past. There are reporters outside. I don't care, I call back, pushing through the revolving door into the cold December air. I barely feel the chill as my eyes scan the street for the first available vehicle. I have to get to Brian. The sidewalk is crowded with holiday shoppers, and I weave between them, one hand protectively over my belly. Snowflakes catch in my hair, melting against my heated skin. I need to see him. I need to tell him that I was wrong, that I love him too, that I'm sorry for doubting him. I get into my car, hands trembling slightly as I turn the key in the ignition. I look over my shoulder and pull out into traffic, my heart pounding against my ribs. Sinclair Real Estate Headquarters is my destination, and although I don't know what will happen when I get there, I know that it's time to speak my truth too. No more running, no more hiding behind my walls. The city blurs past my window, Christmas lights twinkling through the falling snow like 1,000 tiny stars. Holiday music drifts faintly from a nearby storefront as I wait at a red light, I pull out my phone, my fingers hovering over Brian's number, but I quickly tuck it away. No, this needs to be face to face. He deserves that much, especially after everything he's done, everything he's sacrificed. He actually did it, I whisper, pressing my hand against my belly as our baby kicks, strong and insistent. As if agreeing with me, he gave up everything, the words catch in my throat as the reality of his choice sinks in. Brian Sinclair, the man who always had to be in control, had let it all go. For me. For us. The thought makes my eyes sting with unshed tears as I press down harder on the accelerator. The memory of his green eyes, so intense even through the television screen, makes my heart race. This is the same man who cooked in my kitchen, who held me through the night, who waited outside my hospital room for hours. Not the ruthless businessman everyone painted him to be, but someone who would sacrifice his entire empire just to prove his love. The baby kicks again, stronger this time, as if agreeing. I smile, rubbing small circles on my stomach. You knew all along, didn't you? You knew your daddy was a good man. Traffic crawls forward at a snail's pace, and my heart pounds with each passing second. The words he said keep echoing in my head. I want to spend the rest of my life proving that to you. God, I was so wrong about him. So wrapped up in my fears that I almost missed seeing the truth. That sometimes love means taking a leap of faith. That sometimes the scariest choices lead to the most beautiful outcomes. I need to see him. Need to tell him that I love him too. That I'm sorry for doubting him. That he's already proved everything I need to know.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Jasmine. My knuckles whiten against the steering wheel as I approach Sinclair Real Estate. The baby kicks, sensing my nervous energy, and I press a hand to my stomach to soothe both of us. We're almost there, I whisper, though my voice trembles. We're going to see your daddy. The early evening shadows stretch across the street as I turn by the park. Snowflakes dance in my headlights, and then my breath catches. His black Mercedes appears on the opposite side of the street, the sleek vehicle unmistakable even in the gathering dusk. Our cars slow simultaneously, crawling to a stop as our eyes lock through the windshields. My heart pounds against my ribs as I recognize his silhouette behind the wheel. We pull over in perfect synchronization, like we're performing some elaborate dance, two cars mirroring each other's movements in the quiet street. My hands shake as I turn off the engine, and the sudden silence feels deafening. The baby shifts inside me, as if sensing the magnitude of this moment. Before I can even process what I'm doing, I'm out of the car, my boots crunching against fresh snow, the icy air hitting my face and making me realize just how warm I'd been in my heated car. Brian emerges from his car, in one fluid motion, his tie loose and his hair slightly disheveled, so different from his usual polished appearance. He crosses the distance between us in long strides, and then his arms are around me, pulling me close. His warmth envelops me, and I breathe in his familiar scent. Our breath mingles, invisible puffs in the cold air, and then his lips crash against mine. The kiss is desperate, urgent, filled with all the words we haven't said. His hands cup my face, and I grip the lapels of his coat, pulling him closer. I pull back from the kiss, my hand still gripping his jacket like an anchor. My heart races as I stare up at him, hardly daring to believe this is real. The snow falls softly around us, catching in his dark hair. I can't believe you really did it. My voice trembles, and I tighten my grip on his jacket, needing to feel him solid and real beneath my fingers. Brian cups my face in his hands, his touch gentle as his thumb brushes away a tear I hadn't even realized had fallen. His green eyes lock with mine, filled with an intensity that steals my breath. "I'd do anything for you," he says, his voice steady and sure. "For us, for the baby." His hand drops to my stomach, warm even through my coat. "I love you, Jasmine. So much." The conviction in his voice, the tenderness in his touch, it breaks something loose inside me. A smile spreads across my face, and the words I've been holding back tumble out before I can stop them. "I love you too." The baby kicks against his palm, as if agreeing, and Brian Allen's eyes widen with wonder. The pure joy on his face makes my heart soar, and I know in this moment that everything, all the fear, all the doubt, was worth it to get here. The Christmas lights around the park suddenly flicker to life, bathing us in a warm golden glow. Behind Brian, the massive Christmas tree sparkles with green and red lights, like something straight out of a holiday card. The baby moves again, gentler this time, as if settling in to enjoy the moment. "Look at that timing," Brian whispers against my hair. "Even the universe is celebrating with us." I laugh, but the sound catches in my throat as I notice the growing crowd around us. People have stopped to watch, their faces lit with genuine joy. Some are even recording with their phones. "Brian," I murmur, hiding my face against his chest. "We have an audience." The scattered applause starts somewhere to our left, spreading through the small gathering like a wave. A child's delighted giggle rings out, followed by more laughter. "Kiss her again," someone calls out. The crowd picks up the chant, their voices mixing with the holiday music playing from the park speakers. Brian pulls back just enough to look at me, his green eyes dancing with amusement. His thumb traces my jawline, and that familiar spark of electricity shoots through me. "Well," he says, his voice low and intimate despite our audience, "I guess we have to give the people what they want." Before I can respond, his lips capture mine in a slow, deliberate kiss that makes my toes curl in my boots. The crowd erupts in cheers and applause, but I barely hear them. In this moment, it's just us. Me, Brian, and our baby, finally together under the twinkling Christmas lights. Reluctantly, we pull apart, both laughing as our fingers remain intertwined. The weight that's been pressing on my chest for months finally lifts, replaced by a lightness I'd forgotten existed. "Want to take a walk?" Brian asks, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. The park looks magical right now. I nod, unable to stop smiling. "Lead the way, Mr. Former CEO." "That's going to take some getting used to." He tugs me closer as we join the crowd strolling through the park. Though I have to say, unemployment feels pretty good right now. The scent of fresh pine from the decorated trees mingles with the crisp snow in the air. A nearby vendor's hot cocoa stand sends waves of sweet chocolate aroma drifting our way, making my stomach growl. "Someone's hungry," Brian said, pressing a kiss to my temple. "The baby has your appetite." I pat my belly with my free hand. always wanting the expensive stuff. Well then, we can't disappoint. He steers us toward the cocoa stand. 2 hot chocolates, extra whipped cream. An elderly couple passes us, the woman smiling warmly. "You two make such a lovely pair," she says, then winks at me. "And congratulations on the little one." "Thank you," we say in unison, then catch each other's eyes and laugh again. The simple joy of walking hand in hand, of being together without secrets or fears between us, fills me with a warmth that has nothing to do with the hot chocolate. The Christmas lights twinkle above us, and for once, I let myself simply enjoy the moment. The hot chocolate warms my hands through my gloves, and a mischievous idea strikes me. I tug at Brian's arm, grinning up at him. "Sing me a carol," I demand playfully, my eyes twinkling. Brian's green eyes widen and he nearly chokes on his hot chocolate. "You're going to make me sing in front of all these people?" "Yep." I pull out my phone, already opening the camera app. The screen reflects the twinkling Christmas lights above us, creating a perfect backdrop. He lets out a dramatic sigh, but I catch the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "The things I do for you." Then, without warning, he launches into Jingle Bells with such exaggerated enthusiasm that I almost drop my phone. His deep voice carries through the park, drawing attention from nearby couples and families. A group of children stops to watch, their faces lighting up as Brian adds theatrical hand gestures to his performance. My shoulders shake with laughter as I try to keep the phone steady. I didn't know the former CEO of Sinclair Real Estate had pipes. "There's a lot you don't know about me," he says between verses, then jumps right back into the song, adding a little shimmy that makes me laugh even harder. The sound of harmonized voices drifts through the crisp evening air, and I spot a group of carolers approaching, their red and green scarves swaying as they walk. My fingers tighten around my phone, still recording Brian's antics. "Oh, look, backup singers." Brian's eyes light up with mischief. He jogs over to the carolers, who pause their singing to stare at him in surprise. "Mind if I join?" He flashes that devastating smile of his, and the group leader, a woman in a festive Santa hat, breaks into a grin. "We're about to start 'We Wish You a Merry Christmas.' Know it?" "Who doesn't?" Brian winks at me over his shoulder. I shake my head, laughing as I steady my phone. The baby kicks excitedly as the carolers begin to sing, Brian's deep voice blending perfectly with their harmonies. He's actually good, really good, and the gathering crowd seems to agree. "Is that Brian Sinclair?" I hear someone whisper. "The one from the news?" "Singing Christmas carols?" Another adds in disbelief. Brian catches my eye and adds an exaggerated bow to his performance, making me giggle. The carolers seem delighted by his enthusiasm, and soon they're all swaying together like old friends. "Now, bring us some figgy pudding," Brian belts out with extra gusto, drawing cheers from the onlookers. "Your dad's quite the performer," I whisper to my belly, feeling another excited kick in response. Who would have thought the former CEO of Sinclair Real Estate would be spreading Christmas cheer in the park with a group of carolers? The song ends with a flourish, and the crowd breaks into applause. Brian takes another theatrical bow before making his way back to me. "This is definitely going viral," I tell him, stopping the recording. "Good." He pulls me close, pressing a kiss to my temple. "Let them see the real me." The baby kicks again, as if dancing along to Daddy's impromptu concert, and I press my free hand to my stomach. A small crowd has gathered now, some people pulling out their own phones to record. Brian doesn't seem to mind anymore. If anything, the audience eggs him on. Brian guides me toward the massive Christmas tree in the center of the park, its lights casting a warm glow that dances across the fresh snow. My breath catches as I take in the sight, Thousands of twinkling lights spiraling up into the darkness, making the night seem less cold somehow. "This reminds me of something," Brian says, pulling me closer. His hand rests protectively over my stomach, and the baby responds with a gentle kick. "What's that?" "The first time I saw you. You were directing your team, arranging lights just like these." His voice drops lower, intimate. "You looked so beautiful, so in control. I couldn't take my eyes off you." I lean back against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "And now I never want to look away." His lips brush against my temple. "I love you, Jasmine. You and our baby." The words still send a thrill through me. Our baby. I turn in his arms, tilting my face up to his. The lights reflect in his green eyes, making them sparkle with an almost magical quality. "I love you too," I whisper. And then his mouth captures mine in a kiss that makes my knees weak. His arms tighten around me, steady and sure, as the world fades away until there's nothing but us and this perfect moment under the Christmas tree. I rest my head on his shoulder afterward, breathing in the crisp winter air, mixed with his familiar scent. Despite the December chill, I've never felt warmer.
Chapter 27. Brian. I stand behind Jasmine, watching her fumble with her keys. The joyous energy from the park still tingles through my body. But now something else takes over. A different kind of electricity that makes my skin prickle with awareness. "Need help with that?" I ask, stepping closer. The scent of her perfume mingles with the crisp winter air that clings to our clothes. "I've got it," she says, but her hands shake slightly as she tries the wrong key again. The metallic jingle echoes in the quiet hallway. I place my hand over hers, steadying it. "Let me." She turns to face me, her back against the door. Our eyes lock, and suddenly the hallway feels too small, too warm, despite the December chill we just escaped. "Brian?" Her voice is barely above a whisper. "Yes?" I lean in closer, drawn by the way she says my name. "I still can't believe what you did today. Giving up everything." "Not everything." I brush a strand of hair from her face. "I gained what matters most." The keys slip from her fingers, landing with a soft clink on the floor. Neither of us moves to pick them up. My hand finds its way to her waist, and I can feel her pulse racing beneath my touch. "The baby just kicked," she whispers, placing her hand over mine and moving it to her stomach. The gentle flutter against my palm sends a jolt through my entire body. This is real. This is happening. Everything I gave up today was worth this single moment. The second the door clicks open, I pull Jasmine into my arms, my lips finding hers with a passionate urgency that makes my head spin. She gasps against my mouth, her fingers tangling in my hair as we stumble into her apartment. "Wait," she breathes, but her hands are already pushing my jacket off my shoulders. It hits the floor with a soft thud. "Can't," I murmur against her neck, drinking in the sweet scent of her perfume. My fingers fumble with the buttons of her coat. "Need you now." She kicks off her heels while I toe off my shoes, neither of us breaking contact for more than a second. The apartment is dark, but I don't care. All I can focus on is the warmth of her skin under my palms, the way she arches into my touch. "Brian," she whispers. My name on her lips sends electricity down my spine. I pull back just enough to look at her, my hands framing her face. Her eyes shine in the dim light filtering through the windows, and I've never seen anything more beautiful. "You're everything," I tell her, my voice rough with emotion. "Everything I never knew I needed." She answers by pulling me down for another kiss, deep and demanding, and I'm lost in her all over again. I guide Jasmine down the hallway, my hands working the buttons of her blouse while her fingers tug at my tie. The silk slides free with a whisper, Let me help you with that, I murmur, reaching for her skirt zipper. Her fingers thread through my hair as I trail kisses down her throat. The fabric of her blouse falls away, revealing smooth skin that I've dreamed about for months. Brian, her voice catches as my hands slide lower. I need. Tell me what you need. Instead of answering, she wraps her arms around my neck. Pick me up? I hesitate, eyeing her pregnant belly. Are you sure? Yes. Her eyes sparkle with challenge. I'm not made of glass. Carefully, I lift her and she wraps her legs around my waist. The weight of her in my arms feels right. Perfect. Her belly presses between us, a reminder of the miracle we've created together. Bedroom now, she whispers against my ear, pointing. I carry her, lavishing kisses with each step. Her hands work the buttons of my shirt, pushing it off my shoulders. The need to have her closer overwhelms me, but I force myself to move slowly, mindful of her condition. Stop thinking so hard, she says, nipping at my ear. I want you. The moment stretches between us, heavy with tension and the promise of something far more intense than anything we've shared before. My hands grip her hips, pulling her closer as my mouth crashes into hers with a force that our breath. Jasmine arches into me, and the world dissolves into a blur. Our bodies mesh with an otherworldly quality, bringing with them all of the emotions that I've been holding in for so long. Yes, she breathes, her body trembling with anticipation. Please, Brian. There's no more waiting for me now. I push her back into the mattress, and my hands are no longer gentle. They're commanding, claiming her with a fervor that sets my nerves on fire. I surrender completely to the moment, giving her what she's been begging for. And it's everything. You want it, Jazz? You got it, baby. You have all of me. She gasps in anticipation of what comes next. Never have I felt so unabashedly open and unashamed to share myself with someone. Jasmine is the one that I've been waiting for my whole life. My gasps of pleasure match Jasmine's as we become a liquid tangle of limbs, skin, and passion that knows no bounds. Our world narrows to this. Hands, mouths, the feeling of me inside of her, filling the void I didn't even realize I had. Every touch, every movement is raw, electric. I feel like I'm coming apart at the seams, and for the first time in what feels like forever, I want to. I need to.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Jazz, I love you, baby. I love you, I love you. She pants in response as we race toward ecstasy together. For the first time in days, there's no fear, no guilt, only peace, a fleeting but precious reprieve from everything we've endured. I pull Jasmine closer, her head resting on my chest as our breathing returns to normal. The soft glow from the streetlights filters through her curtains, casting shadows that dance across her skin. My fingers trace lazy patterns on her shoulder. I can't believe you gave up everything today, she murmurs, her hands splayed across my chest. Not everything. I press a kiss to her temple. I gained what matters most. She shifts, propping herself up on an elbow to look at me. But your company, your position, just titles, power, things I thought I needed. My hand slides to her belly, feeling the gentle movement beneath. This is what I need. You, Our baby. Our baby, she echoes, placing her hand over mine. That still feels surreal to say. I chuckle. Tell me about it. One night changed everything. For the better? Definitely for the better. I tilt her chin up, meeting her eyes. I love you, Jasmine Caldwell. Both of you. She smiles. That brilliant smile that first caught my attention months ago. I love you too, Brian Sinclair. Even if you are a terrible carol singer. Hey, that performance in the park was Oscar-worthy. Grammy-worthy, you mean? She laughs, snuggling closer. But I loved it anyway. The world outside fades away as I hold her, the sound of her breathing and the occasional car passing by the only sounds breaking the peaceful silence. For the first time in my life, I feel completely at peace, completely whole.
Chapter 28. Jasmine. The morning sunlight streams through the wide windows of Brian's family home, casting golden patches across the granite countertops. I perch on a bar stool, watching his sisters Beatrice and Burley move around the kitchen with practiced ease. The smell of cinnamon and nutmeg fills the air, making my mouth water. Want to help with the potatoes? Beatrice asks, handing me a peeler. Sure, I can handle that. I take it, determined to prove I'm not completely useless in the kitchen. Just don't blow anything up, Burley teases, stirring something that smells divine. Brian told us about your cooking adventures. He did not, I protest, carefully peeling the first potato. The baby kicks, as if agreeing with Burley's assessment of my culinary skills. 10 minutes later, smoke rises from the pan, where my attempted contribution sits burning. The acrid smell makes me wrinkle my nose. I'm hopeless, I mutter, laughing as Beatrice rushes to rescue what's left of the potatoes. Give me a 1,000-person event to plan, and I'm your girl. Ask me to boil potatoes, and suddenly I'm lost. It's genetic, Burley says, bumping my shoulder with hers. Brian couldn't cook either until Mom forced him to learn. Said no son of hers was going to survive on takeout. The warmth in their voices, the easy way they include me in their morning routine, it makes my chest tight with emotion. This is what family feels like, I realize. Not the cold control I grew up with, but this. Laughter over burnt potatoes and shared stories in a sun-filled kitchen. Beatrice rests her hand on my shoulder, her smile warm and reassuring. Don't worry about the potatoes. You should have seen Brian when he first started cooking. He was a disaster. Really? I lean against the counter, grateful for the distraction from my culinary failure. Oh my God, wait till you see this. Burley disappears into the living room, returning with a leather-bound photo album. Mom documents everything. I can't help the laughter bubbling up as I stare at the first photo. There's tiny Brian, wearing nothing but a Santa hat, his bare bottom facing the camera with what can only be described as proud defiance. My sides hurt from laughing. Oh my God, I wheeze, wiping tears from my eyes. Did he really think that was a good idea? Burley flips through more pages, each photo more ridiculous than the last. He was a menace, but he thought he was the coolest kid in the house. Look at this one. He tried to convince Mom that underwear was optional for family photos. I had a valid argument. Brian's deep voice comes from behind me, making me jump. His arms wrap around my waist, his chin resting on my shoulder as he peers at the photos. It was summer. It was hot. You were 6, Beatrice counters, pointing to another photo. And this continued until you were 8. I lean back against Brian's chest, still giggling as I take in more photos of his childhood antics. His warmth seeps through my sweater, and his hands rest protectively over my stomach. I can't believe you're showing her this, he says, but I can hear the smile in his voice. I was going for a specific aesthetic. Yeah, Burley snorts. It was called Drive Mom Crazy. The aroma of roasted turkey and fresh bread fills the air as everyone begins carrying dishes to the dining room. My mouth waters at the sight of sweet potato casserole topped with perfectly toasted marshmallows. Come with me, dear. Brianna takes my arm, steering me away from where I'm trying to help carry plates. You need to rest those feet. I can help, I start to protest, but she cuts me off with a gentle squeeze of my arm. Nonsense. You're carrying my grandchild. Your only job is to sit and enjoy the meal. She guides me to a plush armchair at the head of the table, complete with a small ottoman tucked underneath. This is your special spot, she says, helping me settle in. We've had this chair for generations. Every expectant mother in our family has sat here for holiday meals. My throat tightens at her words. The chair is worn smooth with age, the fabric soft against my skin. To think of all the mothers who sat here before me, all part of this family's history. Up you go, Brianna says, lifting my feet onto the ottoman. Perfect timing, too. Brian's about to bring out his famous stuffing. Famous for being store-bought, you mean? Beatrice calls out as she passes with a bowl of cranberry sauce. I heard that. Brian's voice carries from the kitchen. And I'll have you know I made it myself this time. Did you remember to take the price tag off? Burley asks innocently. I laugh, sinking deeper into the chair as their playful bickering continues around me. The baby gives a gentle kick, as if sensing my contentment. The rich aroma of roasted turkey and herbs fills the dining room as we gather around the table. I can't help but chuckle as Brian insists I try his mother's special gravy. You need to try Mom's special gravy, he says, carefully spooning portions onto my plate. It's practically illegal how good it is. His fingers brush against mine as he passes me the basket of rolls, sending tingles up my arm. I thought you were the family chef? I tease, raising an eyebrow. Oh, he wishes, Beatrice chimes in, reaching for the mashed potatoes. Mom's still the queen of this kitchen. Remember when he tried to recreate her pot roast? Burley adds, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Dad wouldn't let him live that down for months. I laugh, sinking deeper into my chair as I take in the warm, familiar banter. Brian may be a successful businessman, but when it comes to the kitchen, he's clearly still a novice compared to his mother's expert touch. I can't help but find his enthusiasm endearing, even as his sisters playfully tease him. Brian shakes his head, but I catch the smile playing at his lips. The recipe said 3 hours. Not on high heat, his sisters chorus together, clearly having heard this story many times. The fire department thought it was very creative, Brianna adds, passing me a bowl of green beans. They'd never seen a pot roast quite that charred. I laugh, watching Brian pile more food onto my plate. His touch is gentle, almost reverent, as he makes sure I have enough to eat. The baby kicks, as if appreciating his attention. At least I didn't try to barbecue in the living room, Brian counters, looking pointedly at Burley. That was one time. The warmth of their laughter, the easy way they share these memories, it wraps around me like a blanket. Brian's hand finds mine under the table, squeezing gently. I squeeze back, feeling truly at home for the first time in years. The rich aroma of apple pie and vanilla ice cream fills the air as Brianna passes around dessert plates. My mouth waters at the sight of the perfectly golden crust, steam rising from the freshly baked pie. Here's an extra scoop for my grandbaby, Brianna says, piling ice cream onto my plate. Mom, you're going to give her a sugar rush, Brian protests, but his hand squeezes mine under the table. Hush, Beatrice waves him off. Remember when you ate an entire pie by yourself? I was 12. You were 22, Burley corrects, causing another round of laughter to erupt. I take a bite of the pie, letting the warm spices and cool vanilla melt on my tongue. The baby kicks, clearly enjoying the treat as much as I am. Brian's thumb traces circles on my palm, and I lean into his warmth. Looking around the table, I see Brianna showing Jordan a photo on her phone, both of them grinning. Beatrice and Burley are engaged in a heated debate about whose turn it is to host New Year's, their voices rising and falling with playful accusations. My chest tightens with emotion. All my life, Christmas meant quiet dinners alone or strained silence at my father's table. But here, surrounded by laughter and love, watching Brian's family become mine, I realize this is what Christmas should be. "You okay?" Brian whispers, noticing my expression. I nod, squeezing his hand. Perfect. This is perfect. Brianna leans forward, her eyes twinkling as she reaches across the table to pat my hand. "You should stay with us after the fundraising event. We'd love to have you." The warmth in her voice catches me off guard. I glance at Brian, who gives me an encouraging nod, his green eyes soft with affection. My throat tightens with unexpected emotion. "That's right," Beatrice chimes in, scraping the last bit of ice cream from her bowl. "You haven't even seen the infamous Sinclair Christmas morning traditions yet." "Or Brian's collection of embarrassing holiday sweaters," Burley adds with a wicked grin. Brian groans. "Those were gifts that you still wear," Jordan points out, causing another round of laughter to ripple around the table. I watch them, this family that's opened their arms to me without hesitation. The baby kicks as if adding their own vote of approval. "I'd love to," I say, surprising myself with how much I mean it. "Thank you." Brian's hand finds mine under the table, his thumb tracing small circles on my palm. The simple gesture grounds me, reminding me that I'm not alone anymore. "Perfect." Brianna claps her hands together. "We'll set up the guest room, unless..." She trails off, looking between Brian and me with raised eyebrows. "Mom," Brian warns, but there's no heat in his voice. I laugh, feeling more at home than I ever expected to be. The fear of letting people in, of losing control, it seems smaller now, surrounded by the warmth of genuine family love.
Chapter 29. Brian. The soft strains of classical music drift through the grand ballroom, mingling with the murmur of conversation and the gentle clink of champagne glasses. I adjust my bow tie, scanning the room filled with Seattle's elite, but my mind is only on one person. Then I see her. Jasmine glides through the entrance, and my breath catches. The flowing pink gown she's chosen hugs her curves perfectly, the fabric draping elegantly over her growing belly. Our child. Her hair falls in soft waves around her shoulders, and there's a confidence in her stride that makes my heart race. "Damn," I whisper, unable to take my eyes off her. "You're staring," Joshua mutters beside me, amusement clear in his voice. "Can you blame me?" I watch as she pauses to speak with one of the event coordinators, her hands moving gracefully as she gives last-minute instructions. Even now, she's in complete control of every detail. "Go talk to her," Joshua says, giving me a gentle push. "Stop making googly eyes from across the room like a teenager." I shoot him a look. "I don't make googly eyes." "Sure, boss. Whatever you say." I start moving through the crowd, my focus entirely on Jasmine. She spots me approaching, and the smile that spreads across her face makes everything else fade away. The lights from the crystal chandeliers catch the subtle shimmer in her dress, making her glow. I weave through the crowd, ignoring the greetings and attempts at small talk from the elite guest list. My focus narrows to Jasmine as I cross the ballroom floor. The pink gown she's wearing catches the light with each graceful movement, and my throat tightens at the sight of her. She's directing one of the waiters when I reach her side. Her hand rests protectively over our child, a gesture that makes my heart skip. I lean in close, my lips nearly brushing her ear. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," I murmur, meaning every word. My voice comes out rough with need, betraying emotions I usually keep locked down tight. The warmth of her skin, the subtle scent of her perfume. It takes everything in me not to pull her into my arms right here. The urge to claim her in front of everyone at this damn party is almost overwhelming. She turns to face me, those brown eyes sparkling with mischief. A playful grin tugs at her lips as she straightens my bow tie. Her touch is light, precise, but it sets my blood on fire. "And you're the most dashing man here." Her fingers linger on my chest for a moment before dropping away. The loss of contact is physical pain, the teasing lilt in her voice. The way she looks at me now, it's everything I never knew I wanted until her. I catch her hand in mine, unable to stop myself from touching her. Her skin is soft against my calloused palm, and the simple contact sends electricity racing through my veins. No other woman has ever affected me like this, made me lose control with just a touch. I stand back watching Jasmine work her magic. The donations keep rolling in, each announcement drawing appreciative murmurs from the crowd. She's transformed this ballroom into something extraordinary. The ice sculptures catch the light just right. The orchestra hits every perfect note. And even the timing of the servers seems choreographed to perfection. "Another $1 million for the Children's Hospital," Joshua announces, showing me his tablet. "We've doubled our target." "Of course we have." I can't keep the pride from my voice. "Look who organized it." Jasmine catches my eye from across the room where she's directing the cleanup of a minor champagne spill. Even in crisis management mode, she radiates confidence. The way she handles every detail, every challenge, it's breathtaking. "Mr. Jackson wants to book her for his daughter's wedding," Joshua mentions. "And the mayor's office called about the spring charity gala." I nod, unsurprised. She'll have her pick of clients after tonight. "Your girl's going places," Joshua says with a knowing smile. "She already was." I watch as Jasmine gracefully navigates through the crowd, stopping to chat with key donors. I just get to be along for the ride. The sight of her in her element, commanding attention without demanding it, makes my chest tight. She's built this success herself, brick by brick. Tonight isn't just a triumph for the charity. It's proof of everything she's capable of. And damn if that doesn't make me love her even more. I guide Jasmine through the crowd, my hand resting protectively at the small of her back. The fundraiser's been a success, but all I can focus on is the way she fits perfectly against me. "You've outdone yourself," I murmur, watching another group of donors write substantial checks. "We've outdone ourselves," she corrects, leaning into me slightly. The subtle weight of her against my side sends electricity through my veins. We pause near one of the elaborately decorated archways, and suddenly the crowd around us erupts in cheers and whistles. Jasmine looks up, confusion crossing her features, and I follow her gaze. "Mistletoe, of course." "Well," someone from the crowd calls out, "it's tradition." "Can't disappoint our donors," I say with a smirk, turning to face her. My hands find her waist, drawing her closer. Jasmine's eyes sparkle with amusement. "Is that what you're calling it?" "Just following protocol, Miss Event Planner." The crowd's cheering grows louder as I lean down, capturing her lips with mine. The kiss is gentle, tender, everything I want to show her about us, about our future. Her fingers curl into my lapels, and for a moment it's just us, lost in each other. When we part, the applause is deafening. Jasmine's smile is radiant, and I can't help but steal another quick kiss. "Show off," she whispers against my lips. "Only for you." I guide Jasmine through the glass doors onto the terrace, my arm wrapped protectively around her waist. The December air nips at our skin, but I pull her closer, sharing my warmth. "Cold?" I murmur against her ear. She shakes her head, leaning into me. "Not with you here." The rest of our guests filter out behind us, their excited chatter mixing with the distant sound of the orchestra inside. The city sprawls before us, a canvas of twinkling lights against the dark sky. From up here on the terrace, the traffic below looks like ribbons of red and white, weaving through the steel and glass towers. The air carries the faint scent of expensive perfume and champagne from the party. 1 minute to midnight, someone calls out from the doorway, their voice carrying over the buzz of anticipation. Jasmine shivers slightly against me, and without hesitation, I shrug off my jacket, draping it over her shoulders. The silk lining still holds my warmth, and I adjust it carefully around her. She starts to protest, but I silence her with a kiss, my hands sliding up to cup her face. Damn, I love how perfectly she fits against me, like she was made for my arms. Can't have our star event planner catching a cold. Always trying to take care of me, she teases, pulling the jacket tighter around herself. That's my job now. The countdown begins, voices rising in unified excitement. I turn Jasmine to face me, my hands resting on her belly where our child grows. 10, 9, 8. Thank you, I whisper, just for her ears. For what? For giving me everything I never knew I wanted. 3, 2, 1. The sky erupts in a brilliant display of colors, but I can't take my eyes off Jasmine. The fireworks paint her face in shifting hues of gold and red, her brown eyes reflecting the sparkling lights above. Happy holidays, baby, she whispers against my lips. I pull her closer, kissing her deeply as the fireworks continue to paint the sky behind us. The cheers of our guests fade away, and for a moment, it's just us. Just this perfect moment. My heart races as I watch the fireworks paint the sky in brilliant colors, but nothing compares to the way Jasmine glows in my arms. The crowd around us cheers, champagne glasses clinking, but all I can focus on is her warmth against me. Then suddenly, Jasmine tenses. Her hand flies to her belly and her eyes go wide. Oh my God, Brian, my water just broke. The world stops. My breath catches in my throat as I look down at her, my heart hammering against my ribs. What? Now? No, next week, she snaps, gripping my arm with surprising strength. Yes, now! The fireworks continue overhead, but I barely notice them anymore. My mind races through everything I need to do. Hospital, doctor, bag. Damn it, the bag. I've planned for this moment 1,000 times in my head, but now that it's here, my thoughts are scattered like confetti in the wind. Get it together, Sinclair. She needs you. Where's your hospital bag? I ask, already reaching for my phone to call my driver. My hands are steady, but my pulse is going wild. At home, she winces, leaning into me, her body trembling. I didn't think... Her fingers dig into my arm, and I can feel her nails through my suit jacket. A contraction. Already. Damn. Joshua! I call out, and he appears instantly at my side. Get the car. Now! But the event... Jasmine starts to protest. Can wait! I wrap my arm around her waist, supporting her weight. Our baby can't... Joshua returns with remarkable speed, the car already running. I help Jasmine into the back seat, my hands shaking slightly despite my attempt to stay calm. The contractions, I say, sliding in beside her. How far apart are they? She grabs my hand, squeezing hard enough to make me wince. Far enough that if you start timing them instead of getting us to the hospital, I'll kill you. Right. Hospital first, everything else second. Our child is coming, now. Chapter 30. Brian. I grip the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white, weaving through traffic like a man possessed. The city streets blur past us, streetlights painting streaks across my windshield. My heart pounds against my ribs as I glance at Jasmine beside me. Even now, she maintains that iron control I've always admired, though her face has gone pale. It's too early, I mutter, pressing harder on the gas as we approach a yellow light. The baby's not due until January. Tell that to your child, Jasmine says through gritted teeth, her hand tightening on the door handle as another contraction hits. Apparently, they've inherited your need to control everything. I can't help but laugh, though it comes out strained. You're really making jokes right now? Would you prefer I scream? Point taken. I swerve around a slow-moving car, earning a honk that I barely register. The speedometer creeps past 80, and I grip the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turn white. How are you so calm? She takes a deep breath, her free hand resting on her belly. One of us has to be, and you look like you're about to have a heart attack. Her voice stays steady, controlled, like we're discussing the weather instead of racing to the hospital. I'm perfectly fine, I lie, checking the GPS. 5 more minutes to the hospital, the longest 5 minutes of my life. My throat feels tight, and every second that ticks by seems to stretch into eternity. Your eye is twitching. It is not. Another contraction hits, and Jasmine's calm facade cracks slightly as she grabs my arm. Her fingers dig into my skin, and I can feel the tremor in her grip. To hell with this. Screw the traffic laws, I decide, hitting the gas harder and weaving between cars like I'm in a street race. This baby's not waiting for red lights. The hospital's fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across Jasmine's face as the nurses wheel her toward the delivery room. Her pink gown, so elegant moments ago, is now rumpled and damp with sweat. I grip her hand, matching her quick breaths with my own. I want to be there with you, I say, my voice rougher than intended, thick with emotions I'm not used to showing. The thought of her facing this alone tears at my chest. Damn it, I've never felt this helpless in my life. Another contraction hits, and Jasmine's grip threatens to crush my fingers. I don't dare pull away. Let her break every bone, if it helps. When it passes, she shakes her head, dark curls sticking to her forehead. Sweat glistens on her skin under the harsh hospital lights. I don't want you to see me like this, she manages through clenched teeth. Like what? Strong? Beautiful? Bringing our child into the world? I lean closer, letting my free hand brush those damp curls from her face. Every protective instinct I possess screams at me to do something, anything, to ease her pain. Like a sweaty mess who's about to curse you into next week. She tries to smile, but pain twists it into a grimace. Her attempt at humor, even now, hits me right in the gut. This woman is something else, fighting to maintain her dignity even as she battles through labor. I lean down, pressing my lips to her forehead, breathing in the familiar scent of her perfume mixed with hospital antiseptic. You'll never be anything but beautiful to me. Her eyes meet mine, softening for a moment before another contraction hits. She waves me away with her free hand. Go. Wait outside. Waiting room. I mean it. I hesitate, but the look in her eyes tells me this isn't a battle I'll win. Some things never change. She still needs to face certain challenges on her own terms. I squeeze her hand one last time before letting go, watching as they wheel her through the double doors. The moment they swing shut, leaving me alone in the corridor, I've never felt more helpless in my life. I pace the waiting room like a caged animal, my fingers raking through my hair for the 100th time. The pristine hospital walls close in with each turn, and the tick of the clock echoes like a hammer in my skull. Every minute that passes feels like an eternity, and the knot in my stomach tightens with each step. Brian, sit down before you wear a hole in the floor. My father's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. I catch his worried expression from the corner of my eye, but I can't stop moving. I can't! Another turn. Another sweep of my hands through my hair. She's been in there for hours. My voice comes out rougher than intended, betraying the fear I'm trying desperately to control. The same fear that's had me climbing the walls since they wheeled Jasmine away. and pacing won't make it go faster. Dad stands, catching my arm mid-stride. His grip is firm as he steers me toward a chair. Breathe, son. The concern in his eyes reminds me of all the times he's talked me down from the edge. But this feels different. This time, everything I care about is behind those double doors, and I'm powerless to do anything. But wait. What if something's wrong? The words tumble out before I can stop them. What if... Your mother was in labor with you for 15 hours. He squeezes my shoulder. This is normal. I drop into the chair, leg bouncing uncontrollably. 15 hours? Christ. And you turned out fine. Dad's mouth quirks up, more or less. Before I can respond, the door opens. The doctor emerges, her surgical cap slightly askew, but her tired smile makes my heart stop. Congratulations, she says. You have a healthy baby boy. I stand, but my legs feel like lead. A boy. The word echoes in my head, surreal and overwhelming. In all these months, through all the preparations and worry, I never even thought to ask about the gender. My father's hand claps my back, but I barely feel it. A son. I have a son. The nurse guides me into Jasmine's room, and my heart nearly stops. She's peacefully sleeping, and next to her in a tiny bassinet is the most beautiful blue bundle I've ever seen. Go meet your son, the nurse says softly, closing the door behind her. I move closer, my legs unsteady. The bundle shifts, and I catch my first glimpse of his face. My breath catches in my throat. He has Jasmine's eyes, those same deep brown eyes that I fell in love with, now peering up at me with innocent curiosity. He's so small, I whisper, afraid to speak too loudly. His little hand breaks free from the blanket, and his fingers wrap around my thumb with surprising strength. Those tiny fingers, so delicate yet gripping with such determination, make my heart clench in my chest. I reach down, hesitating for a moment, wondering how the hell I'm going to hold him. My son, my precious son. What if I hurt him? What if I do it wrong? Instinct takes over, and I scoop him up in my arms, holding him close and breathing in his sweet scent. That new baby smell. I never knew anything could smell so perfect. I can't take my eyes off him. Every tiny movement, every little sound he makes fascinates me. The weight of him in my arms feels right, like this is exactly where I'm meant to be. His chest rises and falls with each breath, and I find myself matching his rhythm. For a man who's built an empire on control and power, I'm completely at the mercy of this tiny human who's barely an hour old. And for the first time in my life, I don't mind surrendering that control one bit. This is the best Christmas ever, I whisper, gently rocking him. His eyes, Jasmine's eyes, start to drift closed, and my heart swells with a love so intense it takes my breath away. I lean over Jasmine's hospital bed, watching her eyes flutter open. Her curls spread across the stark white pillow, and even with dark circles under her eyes, she's the most beautiful sight I've ever seen. My heart swells as I press a gentle kiss to her lips. Thank you, I whisper, my voice rough with emotion. For our son, for everything. She blinks up at me, her brown eyes glazed from the anesthesia. A lazy smile spreads across her face, and she reaches up to touch my cheek, her movements clumsy. You're the most handsome man I've ever seen, she slurs slightly, her fingers patting my face. Your wife is so lucky. I brush a stray curl from Jasmine's face, unable to hold back my chuckle at her drug-induced confusion. Her brown eyes are slightly unfocused, but they still captivate me just as they did the first time we met. The steady beep of hospital monitors provides a gentle backdrop to this surreal moment. I am your husband, I tell her, my thumb tracing the curve of her cheek. The word husband still feels new on my tongue, but right. Her eyes widen comically, and she gasps like I've just revealed the greatest secret in the world. Really? The word comes out in an adorable whisper, so different from her usual confident tone. She peers up at me through heavy lids, her expression a mix of wonder and disbelief. Then kiss me if it's true. My heart swells at her childlike challenge. Even drugged and exhausted from labor, she's still my Jasmine, always testing, always making sure. I lean down, my lips meeting hers in a gentle kiss. She tastes of mint chapstick and something uniquely her, and I pour every ounce of love and promise into that simple contact. The kiss is brief, mindful of her condition, but when I pull back, her smile could light up the entire hospital. You really are my husband, she sighs contentedly, her fingers finding mine and intertwining them.
Chapter 31. Jasmine. Brian's in his element, entertaining our friends with his favorite story. The spring breeze carries the scent of blooming flowers in the garden, and I can't help but smile as he cradles our son, Jordan, named after his father. She looked right at me and said I was the most handsome man she'd ever seen. Can you believe that? Brian's voice carries across the garden, full of pride and amusement. He bounces Jordan gently, our son's tiny fingers wrapping around his thumb. Completely forgot that I was her husband. How many times are you going to tell that story, Brian? I call out, shaking my head but unable to keep the laughter from my voice. Our friends, mostly couples from Brian's family circle, laugh along with us. Elaine catches my eye from across the table and winks, knowing how much I secretly love hearing him tell it. The memory of that night still makes my heart skip a beat, even 3 months later. The way he looked at me in that hospital room, like I was his entire world. The pure joy in his eyes when I asked him to kiss me. I watch him now, this man who gave up his empire for me, who cradles our son like he's made of precious glass. And I know I made the right choice in letting him into my heart. Elaine slides into the seat next to me, her eyes dancing with that familiar mischievous glint. The garden party's chatter fades into background noise as she leans in close. Come on, she nudges my arm, nodding toward Brian, who's still entertaining our guests with the hospital story. Brian's waiting for you. I roll my eyes, adjusting Jordan in my arms. He's too busy being the center of attention. Look at him. He's in his element. Please, Elaine scoffs, reaching over to tickle Jordan's tiny foot. He's been stealing glances at you every 30 seconds. I've been counting. You have not. Want a bet? She grins, settling back in her chair. Watch, 3, 2, 1. Right on cue, Brian's eyes find mine across the garden, his smile softening into something more intimate. Even after all these months, that look still makes my stomach flip. See? Elaine's voice drips with satisfaction. God, you two are still sickeningly sweet. Who would have thought the ruthless Brian Sinclair would turn into such a softie? He's not a softie, I protest, but can't help smiling as Brian makes silly faces at Jordan while telling his story. He's just completely whipped, Elaine suggests helpfully. I was going to say evolved. I stand up from my seat next to Elaine, feeling that familiar warmth in my chest as I watch Brian with our son. My steps are measured, careful, as I make my way across the garden to them. The evening casts long shadows across the grass, and the scent of jasmine flowers fills the air. And then, Brian saying to our gathered friends, she looked at me with those beautiful brown eyes. Aren't you guys getting tired of this yarn? I interrupt, reaching for Jordan. Brian grins, transferring our son into my arms with practiced ease. Jordan immediately gurgles, his tiny fingers grasping at my necklace. It's a classic, Brian defends, his hand settling on the small of my back. Plus, look how happy it makes everyone. I'm about to respond when the garden lights flicker and die, plunging us into sudden darkness. The chatter around us falls silent, replaced by confused murmurs. Jordan whimpers in my arms, and I pull him closer to my chest. My heart stutters as I scan the darkened garden, trying to make sense of what's happening. Brian, what? Before I can process what's happening, a soft mechanical hum fills the night air. My eyes adjust to the darkness, and I see them. Dozens of tiny lights rising from behind the garden trees. No, not lights. Drones. Jordan coos in my arms, his tiny fingers reaching toward the glowing shapes as they dance through the sky. The choreography is mesmerizing, each drone moving with perfect precision until they form a shimmering golden ring above us. Brian, what is this? I whisper, but he's no longer beside me. The ring of drones shifts, transforming into letters that take my breath away. Will you marry me, Jasmine? My hand flies to my mouth as I stare up at the glowing letters in the sky. Jordan coos in my arms, reaching toward the shimmering display, but I can barely process what I'm seeing. The drones dance above us, spelling out those life-changing words. I turn, my heart hammering against my ribs, to find Brian on one knee beside me. The garden lights flicker back on, casting a soft glow over his face. His green eyes lock with mine, filled with an intensity that takes my breath away. Brian. His name comes out as barely a whisper. I know we didn't start this traditionally, he says, pulling out a small velvet box. But nothing about us has ever been traditional, has it? Jordan squeals, his tiny hands grasping at the air between us. Brian reaches up to touch our son's hand before meeting my eyes again. From that first night, to the fundraiser, to Jordan's birth, every moment with you has shown me what really matters in life. You challenged me to be better, to see beyond myself. He opens the box, revealing a stunning diamond ring. So what do you say? Want to make an honest man out of me? I can hear Elaine's excited squeal somewhere behind us, but my focus remains on Brian's face, on the vulnerability and love I see there. My hands tremble as I adjust Jordan in my arms, barely able to believe this is happening. The world blurs around me as tears spring to my eyes, everything fading except Brian kneeling before me. That sparkling ring catching the garden lights. Jordan squirms in my arms, his tiny fingers still reaching for the dancing drones above us. My voice catches in my throat. This man who gave up his empire for me, who cradles our son like he's made of precious glass, who learned to cook just to make me smile, he's actually proposing. You're taking an awfully long time to answer, Brian says, his confident smile wavering just slightly. Should I be worried? I hear Elaine's encouraging whisper from somewhere behind me. Say something, girl. Jordan chooses that moment to grab my necklace, tugging hard enough to snap me back to reality. The garden comes into focus again, our friends waiting with bated breath, the drone still spelling out those life-changing words above us. And Brian's green eyes fixed on mine, filled with a vulnerability I've never seen before. You're really willing to put up with my terrible cooking forever? I managed to say, my voice trembling. Brian's smile widens. I'll teach you. Eventually. Maybe in the next decade or so. And my stubbornness? Already survived the worst of it, haven't I? A tear slips down my cheek as I look at him. This man who broke through every wall I built, who showed me that love doesn't mean losing myself. Yes, I whisper, my voice catching in my throat. Jordan squirms in my arms as tears blur my vision. Finding my strength, I say it again, louder this time. Yes. Brian's eyes light up, and he rises from his knee with that confident grace I've come to love. His hands are steady as he takes the ring, a stunning oval diamond set in platinum, and slides it onto my finger. The weight of it feels perfect, like it belongs there. Come here, he murmurs, pulling me and Jordan into his arms. His lips find mine, soft yet demanding, and I melt into him. Careful not to squish our son between us, the garden erupts in cheers and applause. I can hear Elaine's distinctive whistle cutting through the noise and Brian's sister's excited squeals. Jordan joins in with his own happy gurgle, his tiny hands patting Brian's chest. "Took you long enough to answer," Brian teases against my lips. "I thought I was going to have to send up more drones." "You're never going to let me live that down, are you?" "Not a chance." His green eyes sparkle with mischief. "It's going in my next speech at the wedding." The crowd surrounds us now, voices overlapping with congratulations and demands to see the ring. Brian keeps his arm around my waist, holding me close as if he's afraid I might change my mind. Above us, the drones burst into a dazzling display of light, transforming from the proposal message into a shower of golden stars that rain down through the dark sky. Brian pulls me closer, his lips finding mine again with a tenderness that makes my heart skip. "Show off," I murmur against his mouth, feeling his smile. "Only the best for you." His hand cups my face, thumb brushing along my cheekbone. Though I have to admit, getting all those drones synchronized was harder than any real estate deal I've ever made. Jordan squeals between us, his tiny hands reaching up toward the light show. The golden sparkles reflect in his eyes. "Look at that, buddy," Brian says, taking Jordan's small hand in his. "Pretty cool, right? Your dad's got some moves." Elaine's voice carries over the crowd. "Are you two done being disgustingly cute yet? Some of us want to celebrate." The garden erupts in laughter, and Brian's sisters rush forward, pulling me into a group hug while being careful of Jordan. The ring catches the light from the drones, sending tiny rainbows dancing across my son's fascinated face. "Welcome to the family," Brianna says, tears in her eyes as she hugs me. "Though you've been part of it since the moment you gave me this beautiful grandson." I lean into Brian's side as our friends and family surround us with congratulations. The drones painting the night sky with streams of golden light. His arm tightens around my waist, and I know that this moment, this man, this life we're building is everything I never knew I needed.
Chapter 32. Brian. Through the trees, sunlight dances across the transformed animal sanctuary. The place I once planned to demolish has become a fairy tale setting for my wedding. Strings of twinkling lights weave through branches like captured stars, and flowers in every shade of pink and white line the aisle where I'll soon watch Jasmine walk toward me. "Getting cold feet yet?" Joshua adjusts my tie, grinning at my obvious nerves. "Never." I smooth down my jacket, catching a glimpse of a deer watching curiously from the tree line. "But if you don't stop messing with my tie, I might strangle you with it." My mother appears, dabbing at her eyes. The flowers look perfect. Jasmine would be proud of how this turned out. She should be. She planned most of it herself. I catch sight of our son in my sister's arms, dressed in a tiny tuxedo that matches mine. "How's my little man doing?" "Perfect, as always," Beatrice says, bouncing him gently, though he might steal the show in this outfit. A soft breeze rustles through the leaves, carrying the scent of wildflowers. Who would have thought that my biggest real estate failure would become the setting for the happiest day of my life? The animal sanctuary stretches out behind the seating area, a testament to how Jasmine changed not just my priorities, but my entire worldview. 5 minutes, Joshua announces, checking his watch. "Ready to make an honest woman out of her?" I straighten my shoulders, taking my place at the altar. I've been ready since the day she told me I was the most handsome man she'd ever seen while high on anesthesia. I stand at the altar, my hands clasped in front of me to hide their slight tremor. Jasmine's touch is everywhere, in the delicate flower arrangements, the perfectly positioned chairs, even the way the light catches the crystal decorations hanging from the trees. My mother bounces our son on her knee in the front row, and he lets out a delighted giggle that echoes through the space. The sound draws my attention to his tiny, perfect form. He catches my eye and waves his chubby hand, making my heart swell. "Dada," he calls out, earning gentle chuckles from the guests. A cardinal lands on a nearby branch, its red feathers bright against the white flowers. The breeze carries the sweet scent of wildflowers, and somewhere in the distance, a woodpecker taps out a rhythm, but I barely register any of it. My mind is fixed on the moment Jasmine will appear. "You're going to wear a hole in that platform if you keep shifting," Joshua whispers from beside me. "Shut up," I mutter, but there's no heat in it. I can't take my eyes off the flower-lined aisle where she'll walk toward me. The string quartet begins to tune their instruments, and my pulse quickens. Soon. She'll be here soon, and this sanctuary, the place that changed everything between us, will witness one more miracle. The string quartet shifts into the wedding march, and every head turns toward the entrance. My heart stops. There she is, a vision in white, her dress flowing around her like a captured cloud. Our son squeals, "Mama!" from my mother's arms, breaking the reverent silence and making several guests chuckle. Jasmine's smile brightens at his voice, but her eyes find mine and lock on. The rest of the world fades away. The sanctuary, the guests, even the music becomes distant background noise. There's only her, gliding toward me with that grace that first caught my attention all those months ago. "Holy shit," Joshua whispers beside me. She looks incredible. I can't even respond. My throat's too tight with emotion as I watch her approach. The sunlight filtering through the trees creates a natural spotlight, catching the delicate beating on her dress and the shimmer of her veil. With each step she takes, memories flood through me. Her fierce independence when we first met, her determination to do everything alone, the way she challenged me to be better. Now, here she is, choosing to share her life with me. She reaches the altar and her father places her hand in mine. Our fingers intertwine naturally, like they've done 1,000 times before. Through the gossamer veil, I can see tears shining in her eyes, matching the ones I'm fighting back. The look we share says everything. All our struggles, our journey, our love. I squeeze her hand gently and she returns the pressure, grounding me in this perfect moment. The officiant's voice fades into a gentle hum as I stare into Jasmine's eyes through her veil. My son's occasional happy squeals from the front row ground me in reality, reminding me how perfect this moment is. The sunlight streaming through the trees catches on her dress, making her glow like some ethereal being. Joshua shifts beside me, a subtle reminder that it's my turn to speak. I take a deep breath, my voice steady despite the hurricane of emotions in my chest. "Jasmine." Her name falls from my lips like a prayer. My hands tighten around hers, drawing strength from her touch. From the moment you crashed into my life, I knew things would never be the same. A soft breeze rustles the flowers around us, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers. Our son lets out another delighted giggle, and I catch the way Jasmine's lips curve up at the sound. "You've given me more than I ever thought I deserved. Love, a family, and a home." My thumb traces small circles on her hand, a gesture that's become second nature. "I promise to stand by you through everything, to love you, to protect you, and to cherish you always." My voice doesn't waver, even as emotion threatens to close my throat. The woman before me changed everything. My priorities, my world, my heart. In her eyes, I see our future, bright and beautiful as the morning sun streaming through the sanctuary's trees. My heart swells as Jasmine's eyes glisten with tears. Her fingers tighten around mine, grounding me in this perfect moment. The sunlight streaming through the sanctuary's trees catches on a tear that escapes down her cheek, making it sparkle like a diamond. "Brian," she begins, her voice trembling with emotion. "You've shown me what it means to love without limits." Our son lets out a happy gurgle from my mother's arms, making Jasmine's smile widen. Her thumb traces circles on my hand, mirroring my earlier gesture. You've been my rock, my partner, and the father of our beautiful son. Her voice grows stronger with each word, filling with conviction. I promise to love you, to laugh with you, and to build a future with you, full of joy, adventures, and a whole lot of love. The breeze rustles through the sanctuary, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers. A pair of blue jays land on a nearby branch as if nature itself has come to witness our promises. The way Jasmine's eyes lock with mine makes my chest tight with emotion. In them, I see everything we've been through, every struggle, every triumph, every moment that led us here. The sunlight catches on her engagement ring, sending prisms of light dancing across her white dress. My heart races as I realize this is really happening. This incredible woman is about to become my wife. The gold band feels cool against my fingertips as I slide it onto Jasmine's finger. My hands don't shake. Years of high-stakes business deals have trained me well, but my heart pounds against my ribs like it's dancing. With this ring I thee wed, I say, my voice carrying across the sanctuary. Jasmine's eyes shine as she takes my ring from Joshua. Her fingers brush against my skin, sending electricity racing up my arm as she slides the band into place. With this ring I thee wed, she echoes, her voice steady and sure. Our son lets out a delighted squeal from my mother's arms, his tiny hands clapping together in pure joy. The sound breaks through the formal atmosphere, and suddenly the whole crowd erupts into applause. "Dada! Mama!" he calls out, bouncing on my mother's knee, his enthusiasm infectious. Looks like someone approves, I whisper to Jasmine, making her laugh. The applause continues, mingling with our son's happy clapping. The sunlight catches on our matching rings, and I can't help but marvel at how perfectly they reflect the golden afternoon light. Joshua clears his throat beside me, clearly fighting back tears despite his earlier jokes about maintaining his tough guy image. Save the waterworks for the reception, man, I mutter, making him snort. The crowd's enthusiasm only seems to fuel our son's excitement. He's practically dancing now, showing off his newfound clapping skills to anyone who'll watch. My mother can barely keep him still, but her face shows nothing but joy as she watches us. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. I lift Jasmine's veil, my hands steady despite the thundering of my heart. Her brown eyes shine with unshed tears, and the smile on her face makes my chest tight with emotion. I love you, I whisper just for her ears. I love you too, she breathes back. I cup her face in my hands and lean down, pressing my lips to hers. The kiss is soft, tender, filled with all the promises we've just made. Her hands rest on my chest, and I can feel her smile against my mouth. A chorus of cheers erupts around us, led by our son's excited squealing. "Dada mama!" The sanctuary comes alive with sound, birds singing in the trees, a distant wolf howling. Even the deer at the tree line seem to be watching. A fox darts past the back row of chairs, its red coat bright against the green grass. "Look," Jasmine murmurs against my lips, nodding toward the animals. I think they approve. Of course they do, I say, pulling her closer for another kiss. This is their home now, thanks to you. The string quartet starts playing again, and somewhere in the crowd, Joshua whistles loudly. I break the kiss, resting my forehead against hers. Ready to start forever, Mrs. Sinclair? Her answering smile is brighter than the sunlight streaming through the trees. More than ready?
Chapter 33. Jasmine. The moonlight spills through the window, bathing the room in a soft silvery glow. My heart still races from the whirlwind of the day as I stand by our bed, my wedding dress pooling around my feet like liquid starlight. Mrs. Sinclair, Brian says from behind me, his hand sliding around my waist. I still can't believe you're finally my wife. I lean back against his chest, watching our reflection in the window. The sanctuary's lights twinkle in the distance, reminding me of the magical ceremony we just shared. I can't believe you turned that place into our wedding venue. Only the best for you. His lips brush my neck, though I have to admit, seeing that baby deer peek through the flowers during our vows almost made me lose it. You? I laughed, turning in his arms. I'm the one who almost ruined my makeup trying not to cry. You looked perfect. His thumb traces my cheek. You still do. The sound of crickets filters through the window, mixing with the distant calls of nocturnal animals. It's perfect. This moment, this night, this man who changed everything I thought I knew about love and trust. What are you thinking about? Brian asks, his voice soft. How wrong I was. I play with his tie, loosening it. About not needing anyone. About being able to do everything alone. You could have, he says, but I'm glad you let me in. The moonlight catches his wedding band as he cups my face, and my heart skips. Sometimes I still can't believe this is real. That the man who fought so hard for us is finally my husband. Brian moves toward me with deliberate steps, his green eyes darkening with an intensity that makes my breath catch. The moonlight streaming through the window casts shadows across his face, highlighting the sharp angles of his jaw. His fingers trace along my bare shoulders, leaving a trail of electricity in their wake. You're trembling, he whispers, his voice rough with desire. It's cold, I lie, knowing full well it's his touch that makes me shiver. He chuckles, the sound low and intimate. Let me warm you up then, Mrs. Sinclair. My skin tingles where his hands rest, and I lean into his touch. I like the sound of that name. Good. His thumb traces my collarbone. Because you're stuck with it now. Stuck with you, you mean? I tease. But my voice wavers as his hands slide down my arms. Forever. He pulls me closer, his breath warm against my ear. Any complaints? I shake my head, unable to form words as his fingers trail up my spine. The delicate lace of my wedding dress suddenly feels too constraining, too much of a barrier between us. His touch is gentle but possessive, each caress a reminder of how far we've come, from strangers to lovers, to parents to this, husband and wife. The thought makes me dizzy with happiness. What's going on in that beautiful mind of yours? He asks, his hand still in on my shoulders. Just thinking about how much has changed, I manage to say, my voice barely above a whisper. I gasp as his hands move lower, stroking my skin with sensuous circles, making it hard to speak. The silky fabric of my negligee whispers against my skin as I curl into Brian's side. His cotton t-shirt is soft under my cheek, and I breathe in his familiar scent, a mix of his cologne and something uniquely him. Comfortable? He asks, his fingers trailing up and down my spine. I trace patterns on his chest. Much better than that wedding dress. Beautiful as it was, I couldn't breathe properly in it. Brian chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. I noticed, especially during the vows when you kept fidgeting. Hey, I propped myself up on my elbow to look at him. I wasn't fidgeting, I was adjusting. Right, his green eyes sparkle with amusement. And I suppose that wasn't you trying to scratch your back during the ring exchange? The lace was itchy. I defend myself but can't help laughing. At least I didn't almost drop the ring like someone I know. His hand catches mine, bringing it to his lips. That was strategic. Had to make sure everyone was paying attention for the big moment. Sure it was. I roll my eyes, but my breath catches as he kisses each of my fingers, lingering on my wedding band. The moonlight streaming through our window casts shadows across his face, highlighting the sharp line of his jaw. His thumb traces circles on my palm, sending shivers down my spine. "Cold?" he asks, his voice dropping lower. "No," I whisper, unable to look away from his intense gaze. "Definitely not cold." His hands slide down my sides, pulling me closer. "Good, because I plan to keep you very warm tonight, Mrs. Sinclair." The way he says my new name makes my heart race. I lean in, my lips barely brushing his. "Promise." Brian leans down, and his lips capture mine in a passionate kiss that makes my toes curl. His hand cradles the back of my head, fingers tangling in my hair, as he deepens the kiss. The moonlight bathes us in its silvery glow, casting shadows across his sharp features. "Mrs. Sinclair," he murmurs against my mouth, and I can hear the smile in his voice. I like the sound of that. My heart skips at the way he says my new name, possessive and tender all at once. His other hand slides down my back, pulling me closer until there's no space between us. The silk of my negligee whispers against his chest, and I can feel the steady thrum of his heartbeat matching mine. "Say it again," I whisper, my fingers tracing the strong line of his jaw. His green eyes darken as he looks down at me, filled with a mixture of love and desire that takes my breath away. "Mrs. Sinclair," he repeats, his voice dropping lower, rougher. His thumb brushes across my bottom lip. "My wife." The words send a shiver down my spine. After everything we've been through, all the misunderstandings, the secrets, the fear, here we are, together, married. The thought makes me dizzy with happiness. "Your wife," I agree, pulling him down for another kiss. His lips are soft against mine, but there's an urgency building between us that makes my skin tingle with anticipation. I laugh softly, threading my fingers through Brian's dark hair. You'd better get used to it. The strands feel like silk against my skin, and I can't help but marvel at how different he looks now. Relaxed, happy, so far from the controlled businessman I first met. Get used to what exactly? His fingers trace lazy patterns on my bare shoulder. Being the luckiest man alive, already there. Smooth talker. I tap his chest playfully. I meant being stuck with me. No more bachelor pad, no more leaving wet towels on the floor. "That was one time," he protests, pulling me closer. "And if I remember correctly, you're the one who knocked it down when you were trying to..." Details. I press a finger to his lips, fighting back a grin. The moonlight catches his wedding band as he captures my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. "Speaking of details," he murmurs against my skin, "have I mentioned how beautiful you look today?" Only about 15 times. The memory of our wedding makes my heart flutter. Though I think the baby deer stole the show. Brian's laugh rumbles through his chest. "That wasn't planned, you know. Though I should have expected some gatecrashers at an animal sanctuary wedding." "It was perfect," I whisper, snuggling closer. Everything was perfect. The night wraps around us like a cocoon, filled with soft whispers and passionate touches. As the intensity of our night gives way to sweat, limbs, and ecstasy, I find myself wishing it could last forever. He kisses me softly and then caresses my cheek. "Brian, my husband," I sigh, my eyes meeting his with an intensity that takes my breath away. There is nothing to say. There is only the feeling of us together, perfect. This is where we're meant to be. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I curl into Brian's side, my body still tingling from our passionate union. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my bare shoulder, and I can't help but marvel at how different this feels. Not just the physical intimacy, but the emotional connection that comes with being his wife. "What's going on in that head?" Brian asks, his voice husky. "Just thinking about how far we've come." I prop myself up on my elbow, studying his face in the moonlight. From me trying to keep you at arm's length to this, he catches my hand, pressing a kiss to my wedding ring. Worth the wait. Even with all my stubbornness, especially with your stubbornness. His green eyes sparkle with amusement. Though I could have done without the part where you made me prove myself by giving up a multi-million-dollar project. I laugh softly. You did that all on your own. Best decision I ever made. His expression turned serious. Well, second best. Marrying you tops the list. Smooth talker. I lean down to kiss him, but he catches my face in his hands, holding me still. I mean it, Jasmine. I promise to spend every day showing you that letting me in was the right choice. My heart swells. And I promise to never shut you out again. I trace his jaw with my finger. You and our son are everything to me. We're going to have an amazing life together, he whispers against my lips. The three of us. I know, I reply, believing it with every fiber of my being.
Chapter 34. Brian. I hold my son's tiny hand, marveling at how his eyes light up at every new sight. Disneyland buzzes around us, a kaleidoscope of color and sound that makes him squeal with delight. His grip tightens as Mickey Mouse walks past, waving at the crowd. "Daddy, Mickey!" He points with his free hand, bouncing on his toes. "Wanna say hello?" I ask, already knowing the answer. His enthusiastic nod makes me laugh. Jasmine appears beside us, a cotton candy in her hand. "I thought we said no sugar before lunch?" Says the woman with pink fluff in her hand. I tease, pulling her close for a quick kiss. "That's different. I'm an adult." "Debatable." I dodge her playful swat, lifting our son onto my shoulders as we make our way through Main Street. The castle looms ahead, sparkling in the California sun. "Mickey!" Our son calls out again, his small hands patting my head excitedly. "Careful up there, champion," I say, steadying him. "We'll see Mickey soon enough." Jasmine threads her arm through mine, and I catch the smile on her face. "What?" "Nothing," she says, but her eyes are soft. "Just thinking about how different you are from the Brian Sinclair I first met." "Better or worse?" "Definitely better. Though I miss the suits sometimes." I raise an eyebrow. "Really? I could always wear one to bed." "Not in front of the baby." She laughs, covering our son's ears even though he's too busy watching a parade approach to pay attention to us. The music swells around us, and I pull my family closer, savoring this moment of pure joy. Who would have thought that the happiest place on earth would feel even happier with them by my side? A parade of Disney characters marches past us, the music swelling through Main Street. My son's grip on my hand tightens as he bounces on his toes, his eyes wide with wonder. The afternoon sun catches his dark curls so much like his mother's, and I can't help but smile at his excitement. "Look, Daddy, it's Woody!" He points frantically at the cowboy character leading the parade. "And Buzz!" His voice rises with each exclamation, pure childhood magic in every word. I squeeze his small hand, watching his face light up with each new character that passes. The joy radiating from him reminds me of how much my life has changed. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been caught dead in a theme park. Hell, I used to schedule business calls during my niece's birthday parties. Now here I am, wearing Mickey Mouse ears and not giving a damn who sees me, because my son's happiness means more than any power meeting ever could. Can we follow them? He tugs at my hand, practically vibrating with excitement. Sure, champ, but stay close. Jasmine walks beside us, her fingers brushing against mine as we navigate through the crowd. The contact sends a familiar spark through me, even after all this time. Remember when you said you'd never be caught dead in a place like this? She smirks up at me, her brown eyes dancing with amusement. I was young and foolish then. I catch her hand in mine, intertwining our fingers. Besides, how could I deny our little man his first Disney experience? Our son squeals again as Mickey Mouse joins the parade, drawing another round of excited jumping and pointing. Mickey's here! I see him, buddy. I lift him onto my shoulders for a better view, his small hands immediately gripping my hair for balance. Easy on the hair up there. Sorry, Daddy. He giggles, not sorry at all as his attention returns to the parade. Jasmine's hand finds mine again as we follow the parade, her thumb tracing circles on my palm. The simple gesture grounds me in this moment of pure happiness. The crowd surge around us like waves, but in our little corner of Main Street, time seems to slow. Jordan's weight on my shoulders is familiar now, his small hands tangled in my hair as he points at everything that catches his eye. Daddy, look! The castle sparkles! Sure does, kiddo. I adjust his position, making sure he's secure. Want to know a secret? Your mom planned events like this before you were born. Really? His voice pitches higher with excitement. Mommy made castles? Jasmine laughs beside me, her fingers brushing against mine. Not exactly, but I did organize some pretty magical parties. Like our wedding? I catch her hand in mine, remembering the fairy lights and flowers at the sanctuary. The way she'd glowed that night, walking down the aisle in her dress, still takes my breath away. That was different. She squeezes my fingers, a soft smile playing at her lips. That was just for us. Jordan pats my head insistently to get my attention, his little fingers drumming against my scalp. Can we get ice cream? What happened to the cotton candy you just had? I ask, though I'm already scanning for the nearest ice cream cart. Spoiling him is one of my favorite things, even if it means a sugar rush later. That was a long time ago. He protests with all the conviction a 3-year-old can muster, bouncing on my shoulders with each word. Ages ago meaning 10 minutes. Jasmine arches an eyebrow at me, that knowing look in her eyes that says she sees right through my weak resistance. I shrug, careful not to dislodge Jordan from his perch. He makes a compelling argument. And really, who am I to argue with the logic of a toddler who's wrapped me around his finger since day one? We find a quiet spot near the castle, away from the main flow of traffic. Jordan sits between us on a bench, happily demolishing his Mickey Mouse ice cream bar. Chocolate smears across his chin, but his smile is pure joy. The chaos of the park continues around us, children screaming on rides, parents calling out names, the constant background music. But here, in our little bubble, everything feels right. Perfect, even. You've got that look again, Jasmine says softly. What look? The one where you're thinking about how different your life is now. I smile, reaching across Jordan's head to touch her cheek. Different in all the best ways. The Ferris wheel creaks as our car ascends into the night sky. Jordan sleeps against my chest, worn out from his Disney adventures. His small body rises and falls with each breath, his Mickey ears slightly askew. Jasmine leans into my side, her warmth a constant comfort. Below us, Disneyland sparkles like a sea of stars, the castle standing proud in the center of it all. Look at that view, I whisper, careful not to wake Jordan. Worth staying up past his bedtime? Definitely. Jasmine adjusts Jordan's jacket, her movements gentle. Though I think someone's going to sleep well tonight. I pull her closer, breathing in the familiar scent of her shampoo. I know this wasn't what we planned for a honeymoon, I say, my voice low. But I wouldn't change a thing. Me neither. She traces patterns on my free hand. Though, I have to admit, I never thought I'd see Brian Sinclair, former ruthless CEO, wearing Mickey Mouse ears. The things we do for love. I press a kiss to her temple. Besides, the ears make me look distinguished. Keep telling yourself that. She laughs softly, then grows quiet. You know, watching you with him today, I couldn't help thinking about how far we've come, how much richer life is now. The wheel stops at the top, giving us a panoramic view of the park. Jordan shifts in his sleep, mumbling something about Mickey Mouse. I adjust him carefully, making sure he's secure. Jasmine rests her head on my shoulder, her warmth seeping through my shirt. I'm so much happier now, she whispers, her voice carrying even over the distant music from the park below. Thank you for making me a mother and a wife. I can't imagine life without you. My heart swells at her words. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have believed this kind of happiness existed. I tilt her chin up, capturing her lips in a soft kiss. The world falls away. The carnival music, the chatter of other passengers, even the gentle sway of our car, until there's nothing but us. A giggle breaks through our moment. Jordan stirs beside us, rubbing his eyes with tiny fists. We're so high up, he exclaims, pressing his face against the glass. His breath fogs up the window and he uses his sleeve to wipe it clean, not wanting to miss a single sight. Look at all the lights, buddy. I point toward the castle, its spires glowing against the night sky like a beacon of magic. What color is that one? Purple. He bounces in his seat, fully awake now, his enthusiasm infectious. And that one's blue. And that one's green. Daddy, can you see the fireworks starting? Jasmine laughs, reaching across to straighten his Mickey ears that have gone crooked in his excitement. Someone got their second wind. Her eyes meet mine, sharing a knowing look that only parents understand. Our son's boundless energy never fails to amaze us, even after a full day at the park. Like mother, like son, I tease, remembering how she'd insisted on just one more ride 3 times already. The last one had been Space Mountain, where she'd gripped my hand tight enough to leave marks. Jordan tugs at my sleeve, pointing excitedly. Look, Daddy, the fireworks are starting! His face lights up with pure wonder, the kind only a child can truly express. The first burst of color explodes above us, reflecting in my son's wide eyes as purple and gold sparks rain down across the night sky. I pull my family closer, one arm around Jasmine's shoulders and the other holding Jordan secure, savoring their warmth, their joy, their love. The Ferris wheel turns slowly, giving us a perfect view of the show, and I silently thank whatever twist of fate brought us all together. A year ago, I wouldn't have believed this moment possible, but now I can't imagine my life any other way.
Chapter 35. Jasmine. The warm glow of Christmas lights bathes our living room in a soft golden hue. I sit by the tree, cradling Sabrina against my chest, her tiny breaths creating a soothing rhythm. The scent of pine and cinnamon wafts through the air, reminding me of that night Brian cooked in my kitchen, the night everything changed for the better. Someone's getting sleepy, I whisper, running my finger along Sabrina's chubby cheek. Her dark lashes flutter against her skin, fighting sleep like the determined little girl she is. The ornaments on our Christmas tree catch the light, sending sparkles dancing across the walls. Brian insisted on decorating it together, even though I told him I could handle it. Now, looking at the slightly crooked star on top and the clustered ornaments on one side, I wouldn't have it any other way. You two look perfect together. Brian's voice comes from behind me, soft and full of love. I turn my head, careful not to disturb Sabrina. She has your stubbornness, won't go to sleep even though she's exhausted. Pretty sure that's all you, babe. He settles beside me on the floor, his arm wrapping around my shoulders. Remember how you refused to rest during the event planning? That was different, I protest, but can't help smiling. I had deadlines. Brian leans in, pressing a kiss to my temple. And now look at us, our own little family. Sabrina stirs in my arms, making those adorable little noises that never fail to melt my heart. The Christmas lights cast a warm glow on her face, highlighting her features, a perfect blend of both of us. Think Santa will bring her everything on her list? I ask, even though she's too young to have made one. Already taken care of, Brian says with a wink. Though I'm pretty sure she'd be happy with just the wrapping paper. I laugh softly, leaning into him. The tree lights twinkle, and for a moment, everything is perfect. Just us, our babies, and the quiet magic of Christmas. Across the room, Brian holds Jordan, our energetic 4-year-old who's been bouncing off the walls since we put up the Christmas decorations. The sight of them together still makes my heart skip, both dark-haired, both with that stubborn strength that first drew me in. Daddy, Jordan says, his little face scrunching up in that adorable way that reminds me so much of his father. When is Santa coming? Brian chuckles, running his fingers through Jordan's unruly curls. The gesture is so natural, so loving, a far cry from the ruthless businessman the world used to know. Soon, buddy, very soon. I watch them from my spot on the floor. Sabrina still sleeping peacefully in my arms. Jordan inherited Brian's intensity, that same focused look when he wants something. Right now, his eyes are fixed on the pile of presents under the tree, practically vibrating with anticipation. But how soon? Jordan presses, tugging at Brian's sweater. Tonight soon? Tomorrow soon? The corner of Brian's mouth quirks up in that half smile I love so much. He catches my eye across the room, and I can see the joy dancing in his expression. Who would have thought that the man who once ruled his empire with an iron fist would find his greatest happiness in these simple family moments? But Mommy, how will Santa get in? We don't have a chimney like in the movies. I catch Brian's eye across the room, biting my lip to hold back a laugh. The genuine concern in our son's voice makes my heart melt. Brian's eyes dance with amusement as he comes to sit closer to us, the 4 of us nestling under the tree to look at the lights. Santa's pretty smart, buddy, Brian says, his voice warm and reassuring. He's been delivering presents for hundreds of years. I'm sure he's figured out how to handle houses without chimneys. Jordan doesn't look entirely convinced. His little fingers play with the hem of his Christmas pajamas, decorated with tiny reindeer. Are you sure? Brian shifts Jordan to one arm and pulls me and Sabrina close with the other. You know what? I'll have the house renovated. We'll build the biggest chimney in the neighborhood, just for Santa. I can't help but laugh, turning to press a kiss to his cheek. The stubble beneath my lips is familiar, comforting. Always the problem solver, aren't you? Only the best for my family, he murmurs, and I hear the smile in his voice. The clock strikes midnight. Its chimes echoing through our cozy living room. Jordan bounces on his knees next to the Christmas tree, his eyes wide with excitement despite the late hour. I adjust Sabrina in my arms, making sure she's still sleeping soundly against my chest. Last one, Daddy, Jordan whispers loudly, pushing a small, carefully wrapped box toward Brian. Brian raises an eyebrow at me, his green eyes curious. I thought we were done with the presents. Just open it, I say, trying to keep my voice steady despite my racing heart. He tears into the wrapping paper, always so precise, even in this, and pulls out a small white box. His brow furrows as he turns it over in his hands, that familiar crease appearing between his eyebrows. "What's this about?" he asks, his fingers playing with the lid. Jordan crawls into his lap, almost knocking the box from his hands. "Open it. Open it." I watch Brian's face carefully as he lifts the lid. His expression shifts from confusion to shock as he stares at the contents. "Is this?" His voice trails off, and for once, the always composed Brian Sinclair seems at a loss for words. Jordan peeks into the box. "What is it, Daddy?" My heart pounds as Brian stares at the pregnancy test in the small white box, his green eyes widening with recognition. His head snaps up, and our gazes lock. The Christmas lights cast shadows across his face, making his expression even more intense. "You're..." His voice trails off, emotion making it rough. "Pregnant," I finish for him, adjusting Sabrina against my chest. "Found out yesterday." Jordan peers into the box again, his little face scrunched in confusion. "What is it?" "It means you're getting another brother or sister, buddy," Brian says, his voice thick. His eyes haven't left mine, and I see tears gathering in them. "We're having another baby." "Really?" Jordan bounces on Brian's lap, nearly knocking the box from his hands. "Like Sabrina?" I laugh, the sound a bit watery. "Yes, like Sabrina." Brian carefully sets the box aside and shifts Jordan off his lap. In 2 quick strides, he's beside me, pulling me and Sabrina into a gentle embrace. "God, I love you," he whispers against my hair. "Both of you. All of you." Even when I'm hormonal and craving weird food combinations at midnight, he pulls back just enough to look at me, that familiar half smile playing on his lips. Especially then. I carefully place Sabrina on the couch, tucking a soft blanket around her tiny form. Her dark lashes flutter against her cheeks as she snuggles deeper into the cushions, lost in peaceful dreams. Before I can straighten up, Brian's strong arms wrap around my waist. "Come here, Mrs. Sinclair," he whispers, his breath warm against my ear. I turn to face him, ready to protest that we should let the kids sleep, but the look in his green eyes steals my breath away. The Christmas lights cast shadows across his face, highlighting those sharp cheekbones I've grown to love so much. "Brian," I start, but he's already pulling me to my feet. "Dance with me," he says, his voice low and playful. Before I can respond, he sweeps me into his arms. Spinning me under the mistletoe hanging from our ceiling, the room whirls around us, a blur of twinkling lights and tinsel. My bare feet barely touch the ground as he holds me close, his familiar cologne mixing with the scent of pine from our Christmas tree. "This is the best Christmas ever," he says, his voice full of wonder, and the pure joy in his expression makes my heart skip a beat. His arms tighten around me as we spin, and I can't help but laugh at the pure happiness radiating from the man who once ruled his empire with an iron fist, now dancing with me in our living room on Christmas Eve. Brian pulls me close, his lips finding mine in a kiss that still makes my heart race after all these years. The Christmas tree lights cast a warm glow around us, and I can't help but smile against his mouth when I hear Jordan's delighted giggle. "Ew, Mommy and Daddy are kissing again," Jordan announces, covering his eyes and wrinkling his nose. "You won't think it's gross forever, buddy," Brian says, his green eyes twinkling as he keeps one arm wrapped around my waist. "Come here, little buddy," Brian says, scooping him up with one hand and taking his phone out of his pocket. Time to capture this perfect evening with some selfies. Jordan doesn't need to be told twice. He launches himself between us, and Brian scoops him up with practiced ease. Our son's dark curls tickle my chin as I lean in close, breathing in his familiar scent of baby shampoo and cookie crumbs. "Say, Santa," I say as I gently lift Sabrina from her place on the couch, pulling her into my chest. Santa! Jordan shouts, throwing his arms around both our necks and nearly knocking us off balance. Brian steadies us, his hand warm against the small of my back. Careful there, champ. We've got precious cargo to protect. His other hand brushes against my still flat stomach, and my heart swells. Jordan notices the gesture and pats my belly too. The baby can't hear Santa yet, he informs us seriously, making Brian chuckle. Another perfect shot, Brian announces, showing us the preview on his phone. I lean into Brian's side, taking in the image of our little family, all bright smiles and holiday joy, with the promise of more love growing inside me. The perfect Christmas moment, captured forever. Epilogue, Jasmine. The hum of city life vibrates faintly outside the car, muffled by its luxurious interior. I watch through the tinted window as the entrance to Stone Hospital's charity gala comes into view, glowing like a beacon against the night sky. The lights play across the polished stone facade, their golden reflections glittering like stars. My heart gives an unexpected flutter. I glance at Brian. He's adjusting his cufflinks, the movement smooth, unhurried, and so distinctly him. The tuxedo he's wearing is tailored to perfection, the sharp black lines complementing his strong frame. His green eyes flick to mine for a moment, and I catch a glimmer of something. Anticipation, maybe? Excitement. He's been invited to this event for the first time, and even though he'd never admit it, I know how much this opportunity means to him. The car glides to a stop. My breath catches as the door opens and Brian steps out, all smooth confidence and quiet power. The warm glow from the entrance washes over him, illuminating his sharp jawline and the faint smile playing on his lips. He pauses, then turns to me, extending his hand. "Shall we, Mrs. Sinclair?" His voice is low, warm, and filled with that quiet charm that still makes my knees weak. I smile, sliding my hand into his. His grip is steady, and as I step out, he helps me with practiced ease. The soft emerald green fabric of my gown spills elegantly around me, catching the light. Cool evening air brushes against my bare shoulders, sending a small shiver down my spine. Brian notices immediately and pulls me closer, resting his hand lightly on the small of my back. His touch radiates warmth, calming the nerves that had begun to creep in. "You're quiet," he says softly, his lips brushing against my ear as he speaks. "Second thoughts about coming?" I glance up at him, catching the concern in his expression. "Not at all," I reply, my voice light but honest. "Just thinking about how handsome you look tonight." His laugh is low, rumbling. "If I look good, it's because I'm trying to keep up with you." I laugh too, the sound easing the tension in my chest. "You do realize this is a big deal, right? Being invited here?" His expression turns serious for a beat, and he nods. "I know, but that's not why we're here tonight. This isn't about proving anything." His green eyes hold mine, steady and reassuring. "It's just us, supporting something important. Together." "Together," I echo, the single word grounding me. As we approach the grand double doors, the muffled sounds of chatter and classical music spill into the evening air. The faint scent of pine mixes with the aroma of something sweet drifting from the venue. Brian slips off his coat and hands it to the valet, then takes my arm again as we step forward. I glance at him out of the corner of my eye, my heart skipping a beat. His profile is all sharp edges and elegance. Yet there's a softness there too, a calm confidence that makes me feel anchored in this moment. For a second, the grandeur of the evening fades away, and it's just us. "You ready for this?" he asks, his voice low as we stop at the entrance. I tilt my head at him, pretending to consider. as long as I'm not the one giving a speech. He grins, his hand brushing against mine. That's my job tonight. All you have to do is look stunning and remind me to smile. I arch an eyebrow at him. I'll see what I can do. The doors swing open, revealing the dazzling ballroom inside. Chandeliers hang like cascading diamonds from the ceiling, their light shimmering across the polished floors. A sea of finely dressed guests mingles under the glow, their laughter and conversation blending seamlessly with the soft strains of the string quartet. Brian's hand tightens ever so slightly on mine as we step inside, and I realize he's not as unaffected as he seems. I lean closer, my lips brushing his ear. You're going to be amazing, I whisper. His lips quirk into a smile, and he glances down at me. That makes two of us. The ballroom radiates opulence, from the glint of crystal chandeliers to the soft hum of a perfectly tuned string quartet in the corner. Every detail, from the towering floral arrangements to the intricate gold scrollwork on the walls, whispers of wealth and power. This is a place where alliances are forged and fortunes decided, and tonight, Brian Sinclair stands among them. It's surreal, watching him step into this world like he belongs here, because he does. The chatter in the room softens as we enter, and I feel the shift in the atmosphere. Heads turn, curious eyes land on us, and I know it's not just because of the event. Brian exudes that effortless magnetism that draws people in, confident but approachable, commanding yet warm. You're making waves already, I whisper, squeezing his arm lightly. He smirks down at me, green eyes alight with amusement. It's not me they're staring at. His gaze dips briefly to my gown, the rich emerald fabric shimmering under the light. You're stunning, Jasmine. Flattery won't save you from tonight's small talk, I tease, though his words send a pleasant warmth through me. Brian leans closer, his voice low and intimate. Small talk is tolerable when I have you by my side. We weave into the room, his hand resting lightly on the small of my back, a subtle yet unmistakable claim. It's a reminder that we're a team, no matter what tonight holds. He greets a few familiar faces, effortlessly charming as he shakes hands and exchanges pleasantries. I spot a group of business leaders near the bar, their conversation animated but calculated. Brian's name comes up more than once, a hushed whisper that carries a mixture of respect and curiosity. Mr. Sinclair, a voice calls out, and we turn to find an older gentleman approaching, his silver hair gleaming under the chandelier's light. He's flanked by a petite woman in an elegant navy dress. Good evening, Mr. Hawthorne, Brian says smoothly, extending a hand. Brian, Hawthorne replies, his handshake firm. His eyes flick to me, and a polite smile spreads across his face. And this must be Mrs. Sinclair. I return the smile, offering my hand. Jasmine, it's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure's mine, Hawthorne says, his voice warm. He turns back to Brian. You've been making quite an impression lately. I've been hearing good things. Brian deflects the compliment with practiced ease, steering the conversation toward the event's cause, a state-of-the-art children's wing for the hospital. I listen as he speaks with genuine passion, his charisma drawing others into the conversation. You're really in your element, I whisper when there's a lull, leaning in so only he can hear. Brian tilts his head toward me, his smile softening. I have a good partner keeping me steady. The string quartet shifts into a waltz, the music weaving through the room and beckoning couples to the dance floor. Brian glances down at me, his expression playful. Dance with me, he says, his tone more of a command than a question. Are you sure you want to leave the power players behind? I tease, raising an eyebrow. The only person I need to impress is right here. I take his hand, letting him lead me to the dance floor. His grip is firm, yet gentle as he guides me, our steps syncing effortlessly to the music. "See, you're a natural," I say, my voice light as he spins me under the glowing lights. He chuckles softly. "I've had good practice." The world seems to fall away as we move together, the buzz of the room fading into the background. His hand rests securely on my waist, and the way he looks at me, like I'm the only person in the room, makes my pulse quicken. "You're really something, you know that?" he murmurs, his voice just for me. I tilt my head, studying him. "Oh, am I?" "Yeah," he says, his green eyes holding mine. "You walked into my life and turned it upside down, and somehow everything feels right now." I smile, my chest tightening with emotion. "You know, Mr. Sinclair, you're quite the charmer tonight." "Only for you, Mrs. Sinclair." As the music swells, he pulls me closer, his hand brushing against the bare skin of my back. I lose myself in the warmth of his touch, the steady rhythm of his steps, and the quiet certainty in his eyes. This man, this life we've built together is more than I ever dared to dream. We dance as if the world isn't watching, as if this moment is just for us. In a room filled with the city's most powerful, I know we've already won. When the music fades, the applause of the room pulls us back to reality. Brian dips his head, his lips brushing my ear. "Let's give them something to talk about, shall we?" The ballroom lights dim slightly as Jacob Stone, the host of tonight's glittering gala, steps onto the stage. The soft murmur of conversation fades into attentive silence, and all eyes turn toward the man who embodies the very essence of power and influence. "Ladies and gentlemen," he begins, his voice carrying a smooth authority that commands respect. "Tonight, we've gathered as the creme de la creme of society, not just for the wealth and influence we hold, but for the responsibility we carry to shape the world around us." Beside me, Brian straightens slightly, his hand still resting on mine. I glance at him, catching the flicker of focus in his eyes. This moment is a culmination of his hard work, a spotlight moment in a room full of those who matter. Jacob continues, his tone warm, yet deliberate. "Our contributions to this evening's success will fund critical care for the children of this city. What we've achieved here tonight isn't just a statement of our wealth, but a testament to our commitment to leave a meaningful legacy." The applause is immediate and enthusiastic. I join in, proud of what the evening has accomplished, but even more so of the man beside me. "And as we close the evening," Jacob says, his voice dipping into a more personal tone, "I want to thank each of you for what you've brought to this event. Your time, your generosity, and your vision. You are all going places, making waves, and proving that power is best used for good." The final round of applause swells, the energy of the room cresting in a wave of satisfaction. Brian's hand squeezes mine gently, and when I look up at him, his expression softens. "You've done more than go places," I whisper, leaning closer. "You've changed lives." Brian shakes his head slightly, his lips quirking into that familiar half smile. "I couldn't have done it without you." "Flattery will get you everywhere, Mr. Sinclair." The lights come back up, and the music resumes, signaling the end of the formal speeches. Waiters begin to circulate with trays of coffee and dessert, but Brian leans toward me, his voice low and intimate. "How about we skip the final round of schmoozing?" he murmurs. I arch an eyebrow. "Really? And here I thought you were finally enjoying all this glitz and glamour." His dark eyes gleam with mischief. "I've enjoyed it plenty, but I'd rather spend the rest of the night with you. Just us." Warmth spreads through me at his words, the promise in them as intimate as his touch. "Then let's go." We slip out quietly, weaving through the crowd with polite nods and murmured goodbyes. The air outside is crisp and cool, a welcome contrast to the heat of the ballroom. The city lights sparkle around us, reflected in the shiny surfaces of luxury cars lining the driveway. The valet opens the door, but Brian waves him off, taking my hand instead. Let's walk. His gesture surprises me, but I nod, letting him lead me down the wide, lamplit sidewalk. The distant hum of traffic fills the air, mingling with the occasional laughter of passers-by. It's beautiful tonight, I say, looking up at the clear sky. Not as beautiful as you. I roll my eyes but can't suppress my smile. Still the charmer. Always, he says, pulling me closer. We walk hand in hand, the buzz of the gala fading behind us as the quiet intimacy of the night wraps around us. There's no need for grand gestures or extravagant words, just the easy connection that we've built through years of love and perseverance. As we approach a quieter corner of the street, Brian stops abruptly, turning to face me. The lamplight casts a soft glow over his features, and for a moment he just looks at me, his expression filled with something deeper than words. What? I ask softly, my pulse quickening under his gaze. I was just thinking, he says, brushing a strand of hair from my face. How lucky I am. How lucky we are. The sincerity in his voice brings a lump to my throat. We've worked for this, Brian. Together. His lips curve into a smile as he cups my face, his thumb brushing against my cheek. Still feels like a dream sometimes. Then don't wake up, I whisper, leaning into him. His kiss is slow and deliberate, a reminder of everything we have built and everything still to come. When we part, I rest my forehead against his, savoring the closeness. Let's go home, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Home, he repeats, his tone filled with a quiet reverence. His arm wraps securely around my waist as we continue down the street, leaving behind the glittering lights and grandeur of the gala for something far more meaningful. Each step takes us closer to the life we've built, the love we've fought for, and the family waiting for us at the end of the night. This, walking side by side, hand in hand, under the quiet canopy of stars, is where we belong.